Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 859, Balanced Diplomacy. Finally, the Swedes asked for help, but the most excited person was not Marin, but Khan. Khan, this guy, likes to show off the most. As the commander of the guards, he loves the lobster soldier look. Coincidentally, the bagpiper Doug from Scotland also arrived. The rhythm of March of the Grenadiers is simple, and the bagpiper quickly got the hang of it. Then, Khan began a long stage of pretending. However, the city of Auric is so small. At first, everyone was shocked by the lobster soldier costumes and March of the Grenadiers, but as Khan played this set every day, everyone got tired of it. Therefore, Khan planned to find another place to continue pretending. But the problem is that he is the commander of the guards, and the guards generally cannot leave Auric to go to other places. In this way, even if Khan has a lot of pretending talents, he has nowhere to display them. Fortunately, the opportunity came. This time, Khan went to mediate the war between Denmark and Sweden, and he felt that this was a good platform for pretending. Suppose, before the negotiation begins, let Denmark and Sweden see the gorgeous performance of their guards. Unexpectedly, Marin agreed to let Khan do such an unreliable idea. Why? Because Marin also thinks that the lobster soldier's catwalk is very bluffing. In negotiations, you also need to hold your breath at the table. Before holding your breath at the negotiation table in an attempt to overwhelm the other party, it is also good to bluff the other party with the amazing lobster soldier's catwalk with accompaniment. After all, people are in a state of shock and can't catch their breath for a while. At the negotiation table, it is easy to be suppressed at the beginning. This is just a simple little psychological tactic. In later generations, everyone has too many means and it is no longer noticeable. However, in Europe of this era, it works. There is nothing else, just because the Europeans of this era have never seen much of the world. The negotiations between Denmark and Sweden were held in Lübeck. After all, if you keep negotiating in Denmark or Sweden, the other party will always be worried. Moreover, Denmark and Sweden basically have no navy now. After receiving the security guarantee of Lübeck, King Hans of Denmark and the new King Erik Johansson of Sweden also agreed to hold negotiations in Lübeck. As a mediator, it was very easy for Marin to go to Lübeck this time. Because this road is all land. Moreover, starting from Auric, the provinces of Oldenburg and Bremen passed all the way through are Marin's territory. It was not until entering the original Duchy of Holstein that it was considered out of the country. But after entering the Holstein region, Lübeck arrived soon. Because it was either his own territory or the territory of the Allies along the way, Marin only brought 500 guards with him this time. In addition to the core team of dozens of people such as Khan who needed to wear breastplate armor to help Marin block the gun, the other guards, at Khan's request, all wore red lobster soldier costumes and black tricorn hats this time. Through the in-post system, Marin and the 500 guards changed horses all the way and came to the city of Lübeck without stopping. But when he arrived in Lübeck, it was already afternoon. Therefore, Marin was too lazy to hold any entry ceremony, and he directly stayed in the VIP hotel specially arranged for him in Lübeck to rest. In the evening, Lübeck Grand Speaker Tagfact and Hamburg Grand Speaker Heisenberg visited Marin together. After meeting Marin, the two Grand Speakers raised their own questions. Lord Marin, why did you suddenly change your position to support Denmark this time? Is it because of the matter of the Farin copper mine? The two Grand Speakers were puzzled. In their opinion, a mere copper mine should not be the factor for Marin's drastic change in attitude. Marin thought about it for a while and decided to confess his thoughts to the two Grand Speakers. After all, he was not capable of balancing the Nordic countries by himself. If Lübeck and Hamburg secretly sang against him, it would be easy to go wrong. That's right, Your Excellency, the two Grand Speakers. Although the ownership of the Farin copper mine is one of the inducements, it is only a small part. My real purpose is to achieve a balance in the Nordic countries. Balance? The two Grand Speakers were a little confused. After all, the famous European troublemaker, the British Empire, had not yet appeared, and there were no mature cases of balanced diplomacy in Europe. After all, balanced diplomacy requires a certain degree of shamelessness. Because countries that engage in balanced diplomacy can change their faces at any time. For example, when balancing country A and country B, they helped country A fight country B a while ago, but the next moment they saw that country A was too strong and country B was too weak, so they immediately changed their faces and turned around to help country B fight country A. This kind of diplomacy that changes faces faster than turning a book is rare in the world in the early 16th century when people still have more face. When Marin revealed the essence of balanced diplomacy, the two great speakers, Tagfact and Heisenberg, turned pale and blue, and their hearts were full of struggle. Why? Because from the perspective of interests, this strategy of balanced diplomacy is really fucking useful. However, from a moral point of view, it is too shameless, it is simply shameless. Therefore, the two great speakers were very tempted after listening to it, but they could not make up their minds. What do you think of this method, my lord speakers? Do you want to work together? Tagfact and Heisenberg looked at each other and said embarrassedly, Lord Marin, your strategy is indeed powerful, but it's a bit shameless, right? The two nodded awkwardly. Marin changed his sitting posture leisurely, and said seriously, my lords, don't you think that balanced diplomacy is most beneficial to Lübeck and Hamburg? The two nodded, but Heisenberg objected, but now that the Swedes are weak, shouldn't we suppress Denmark first? Why let Sweden cede the fertile southern region to Denmark? Marin nodded, and asked back, Lord Heisenberg, you know about Sweden's construction of the Gothenburg port before? Heisenberg nodded. Marin continued, the construction of the Gothenburg port reflects Sweden's ambition for maritime trade. And given Sweden's geographical location, if their maritime trade develops, who will be threatened? Us. Tagfact and Heisenberg said in unison. That's right. Sweden wants to build its own port. It is obvious that it is tempted by the profits of maritime trade in the Baltic Sea. With Denmark's naval power already crippled by us, Sweden is likely to become an inadvertent competitor. Of course, the impact on me is relatively small. After all, I only account for a small part of the trade in the Baltic Sea region. The real big part is the cities where you two are. Tagfact and Heisenberg nodded vigorously, expressing their agreement with Marin's words. Moreover, you two should know that the newly established Kingdom of Sweden is very dissatisfied with Lübeck and Hamburg occupying Malmö and Helsingborg. It has negotiated with you several times and demanded that they return them as soon as possible, right? The two great speakers continued to nod. Marin continued, it is obvious that the new Kingdom of Sweden is very interested in the important sea route of Öresund. Previously, Lübeck and Hamburg occupied these two port cities in the name of monitoring the resurgence of the Danish navy. But you two should know very well that this is just an excuse. Lübeck and Hamburg must be coveting the control of Öresund. Although they looked a little embarrassed, the two speakers still nodded. And if Sweden takes back Malmö and Helsingborg, with the Danish navy no longer existing, it means that the Kingdom of Sweden controls the Öresund. In this case, the rise of Swedish maritime trade will be inevitable. And by then, Lübeck and Hamburg will surely suffer losses. The two great speakers continued to nod, but Tagfact raised a question, but, Lord Marin, if southern Sweden is ceded to Denmark, will it cause an imbalance of power between the two sides? After all, Denmark is too strong and Sweden is too weak. Marin nodded, and then explained, from the current point of view, this is indeed the case. However, Lord Tagfact, you must understand that Denmark now has the strength to suppress Sweden only because the Kingdom of Denmark had a strong foundation in the past. The Kingdom of Sweden was established not long ago and has no foundation. In addition, Denmark brought in allies to suppress Sweden. But in fact, the situation in Denmark and Sweden is now reversed. First of all, most of Denmark's mainland is occupied by me. As for the Kingdom of Norway, the rule of the Oldenburg family is not stable. The opposition forces in its country are also very strong. If we leave it alone, the forces against the Oldenburg family in Norway may become stronger and stronger, and may even lead to the separation of Denmark and Norway. Isn't that good? With the emergence of a Norwegian kingdom, Northern Europe will be even more chaotic. Heisenberg said. Marin shook his head and said, not really. Norway is next to Sweden. If Sweden becomes strong and swallows Norway, then a Nordic power will be born. At that time, even if you two continue to control the Øresund Strait, it will be useless. Because, at that time, Sweden will be able to face the Atlantic Ocean directly, and it can completely bypass the Øresund Strait for trade by land. Tagfact thought for a while and asked, now that the southern part of Sweden suitable for agriculture has been assigned to Denmark, what can Sweden rely on to fight Denmark? Isn't there Finland? The southern coast of Finland is also suitable for agriculture. Marin remembered that although Finland is at a high latitude, it is also a rare high-latitude country that can be self-sufficient in food in later generations. It must be mentioned here that although Finland is at a high latitude, its climate tends to be continental. The typical characteristics are that the winter is very cold, but the summer is warm, the sunshine is more abundant, and it is less affected by the water vapor of the Atlantic Ocean. With the sunshine in summer, the southern coast of Finland can also engage in a wave of cold-resistant crops. Norway, which is at the same latitude as Finland, is more miserable. The western coast of Norway is directly facing the impact of the North Atlantic warm current. Although it is warmer, the humidity is too high. There is a joke in later generations that describes the rainy weather in Bergen, a city on the western coast of Norway. A tourist asked a local little boy when the rain would stop, and the little boy replied, "I don't know, I'm only 12 years old." It means that the rain has never stopped since the boy was born. And crops need sunlight for photosynthesis. Obviously, the western coast of Norway is not suitable for agriculture. Moreover, it cannot rain during the autumn harvest. Otherwise, the wheat will rot in the fields. Southern Finland. But in this way, Sweden's financial resources will still be much worse than Denmark. After all, Denmark has now annexed southern Sweden. Lord Tagfact, have you forgotten the Farin copper mine? Marin reminded. Oh. So that's how it is. Tagfact and Heisenberg all suddenly realized. With this calculation, the two countries' strengths can indeed be balanced in the future. Denmark owns the fertile agricultural areas in southern Sweden, while Sweden owns a small amount of agricultural areas in southern Finland and the super-rich copper mine, the Falkland copper mine. In this way, the financial levels of the two countries are comparable. Chapter 860, Negotiations begin. Thanks to the Swedes for their stupid move this time, depriving me of half of my shares. This also gives me the opportunity to draw a clear line with Sweden. Otherwise, if I abandon Sweden and support Denmark, I will be despised. Marin said with emotion. Tagfact and Heisenberg both laughed. Indeed, the Swedes made a stupid move this time and offended Marin for no reason. Otherwise, with the support of Marin, the fighter, on land, the Danes would not dare to attack Sweden. What should we do in the future? Whoever is stronger will help the other side to attack. Will this be despised? Heisenberg asked. Marin thought about it and knew that they were afraid of being despised, so he gave a suggestion. This time, the three of us can also participate in the signing of the contract and declare that in order to ensure the peace in Northern Europe, we promise that as long as one of the two parties has any action to destroy the peace, we will join the other party to strike. In this way, we can balance between the two countries in the future. Whoever wants to dominate alone can't do it. Good idea, it can achieve the goal of balancing the two sides and be open and aboveboard without being despised. Good. The two speakers nodded and praised. Then, they went back with satisfaction. The next morning, the two negotiating parties, including the heads of the three countries of North Sea, Lübeck and Hamburg who participated in the mediation, will meet at the old city hall in Lübeck to hold the first round of negotiations. However, Marin was deliberately late. Originally, the 5 representatives participating in the negotiations should have gathered at the old city hall of Lübeck at 8 o'clock in the morning. However, Marin dragged it until 8 o'clock before leaving the VIP hotel. Then, he arrived at the old city hall at 8:20. Of course, the old city hall is a term used in later generations. Now, it is called Lübeck Town Hall. The old town hall was built in 1447, which is only a few decades old. For stone buildings, decades of buildings are really not that old. After all, stone buildings can be preserved for a long, long time. This time, Marin was deliberately late for two main purposes. First, the most important person is naturally the last to arrive. Being late for a while is really nothing. Do you dare to be dissatisfied? Second, let Con pretend by the way, and at the same time put a little pressure on the Danish and Swedish parties participating in the talks. So, when Con proudly led more than 400 guards in lobster soldier uniforms to the tense and rhythmic accompaniment of the Grenadiers' March of Scottish bagpipes and military drums, he walked in front of the gate of Lübeck Town Hall, which immediately caused a huge sensation. The people of Lübeck have not seen the neat and uniform march of the North Sea Army. The last battle of Lübeck, Marin led the army and fought side by side with the people of Lübeck. That time, the people of Lübeck had seen the strict military discipline and neat military appearance of the East Frisian army. However, Marin's army still wore white vests with black crosses. Except for the vest on the outside, everyone's clothes were actually quite mixed. But there was no way, it was to save costs. The North Sea Guards who came to show off this time were different. In order to show off, Marin specially asked the tailors to make a full set of fitted lobster soldier uniforms for the soldiers, black tricorn hats, red tops, all with copper buttons, white pants, black leather boots. A set of clothes costs a lot. Just the row of copper buttons on the red top costs a lot of money. You know, the current copper price is much more expensive than in the 18th century. In addition, red dyes are also very expensive in this era. But fortunately, this time Marin only bought a set of expensive lobster soldier uniforms for hundreds of guards. Otherwise, if we buy it for the whole army, it would cost a lot of money. It's cheaper to wear a white vest with a black cross. Just draw a black cross on the white wool vest with ink. In addition, ordinary soldiers wear straw sandals, which are very cheap. Unlike the cowhide boots worn by the guards, they are very expensive. Even the swords used by the guards, copied from the 65-style cavalry saber, are all polished and zinc-plated. Therefore, the sabers of the guards looked glittering, simply blinding the audience's eyes. The passionate and rhythmic grenadiers' march, the uniform stomping of black leather boots, the visually impactful red uniforms of the lobster soldiers, and the shining sabers. Well, not only the ordinary citizens of Lübeck were stunned, including the Grand Speaker of Lübeck and the Grand Speaker of Hamburg, as well as King Hans and King Eric of Sweden, were all stunned. Beautiful and cool, but also full of oppression, this is also unique. In fact, Marin prefers to use Soviet March as background music, which makes the oppression stronger and more domineering. However, the Soviet March requires the accompaniment of a whole symphony orchestra, and also requires many instruments that are not available in this era. Therefore, Marin can only give up and choose the accompaniment song, Grenadiers' March, that requires the least instruments. This song can be solved by a Scottish bagpiper and a drummer. Although Marin is not very satisfied, he can't stand the bumpkins of this era. In their opinion, the performance of the North Sea Guards was simply amazing. Oh, my God! Ah, Jesus! The citizens of Lübeck exclaimed in the street. In fact, even the nobles who participated in the negotiations were shocked. It's just that they knew how to be patient better than ordinary citizens and didn't shout out loud. Sure enough, as Marin guessed, after this episode, the two monarchs of Denmark and Sweden, the two main parties participating in the negotiations, were suppressed. At the beginning of the negotiations, they were not so aggressive. It was because, after the previous episode, the momentum that they had been holding back in their hearts was suddenly released. However, the appetizer before the negotiations, mutual accusations between the two negotiating parties, was still inevitable. The Danes are too shameless. They shamelessly invaded Swedish land. We strongly demand that the Danes get out unconditionally. The new Swedish King Erik Johansson took the lead. King Hans of Denmark glared and retorted, "Please pay attention to your attitude, Count Erik. You should know that I am the true monarch of Sweden. You are a bunch of traitors who took advantage of Denmark's difficulties and launched a rebellion. This time, the action is just the king taking back the land that originally belonged to him. But no Swede likes you to be their king. So, they chose me. And I am now the king of Sweden. On an equal footing with you." Erik Johansson retorted. "You are the king. Who recognizes you? Excuse me, your so-called king, how many countries have established diplomatic relations with your pseudo-government? Has the Holy See recognized it?" King Hans retorted disdainfully. Erik Johansson really had nothing to say, because the Kingdom of Sweden has not yet been officially recognized. Originally, Marin's North Sea Kingdom, Lübeck and Hamburg were the most likely to recognize the Kingdom of Sweden. Unfortunately, the Swedes committed suicide and offended Marin, and then. In fact, Lübeck and Hamburg almost recognized the Kingdom of Sweden, but were persuaded by Marin. Moreover, even if Lübeck and Hamburg recognized the Kingdom of Sweden, it would be useless. Why? Because although Lübeck and Hamburg are extremely wealthy, their political influence is really not great. After all, Lübeck and Hamburg are just independent cities, belonging to the second-level independent individuals. They may be very rich, but politically, they may not have more say than those poor earls of independent counties. Therefore, even if Lübeck and Hamburg recognized the Kingdom of Sweden, it would be useless. After all, without the recognition of other king-level monarchs and the recognition of the Holy See, the so-called King Erik Johansson's identity is really a bit empty. Chapter 861, Land for Sovereignty. Although he was somewhat in the wrong, Erik Johansson was not a naive young man. He knew that the more he was at this time, the more he could not be timid, even if he had to be unreasonable. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand firm during the negotiation. So, he forced himself to put on a disdainful attitude and said, "You are the legitimate king? Then why do 550,000 Swedes and 300,000 Finns oppose you to be the king of Sweden? This shows that God is not on your side, and you are destined to be expelled by the Swedish people." This just hit Hans's sore spot. Yes, since he is the legitimate king, why is he hostile to the people? So Hans jumped up and said angrily, "It's you, the devil's minions, who are deceiving the people, otherwise, Sweden would still be mine." Seeing that Hans was angered by him, Erik Johansson was secretly happy. But he still put on a righteous face and said, God hates you, so he expelled you under the pretext of the Swedish people. And now, God chooses me to be the king of Sweden. Stop! King Hans of Denmark shouted, can you have some shame? Traitor! You say you are the king, what is the legal basis? A king that no one recognizes? Stop teasing me, okay? Just like that, the negotiation started and became a quarrel between the two kings. Marin was drinking milk tea leisurely at this time, and was not in a hurry to mediate. In his opinion, Denmark and Sweden were both full of anger at this time. Therefore, it is better to let the two monarchs vent at once. When they have quarreled enough, or even tired of quarreling, then it will be the time for Marin to mediate. Intervening in their quarrel now can't suppress the anger of the two. Only when they are tired of quarreling and calm down can they talk about things properly. So, Marin sat on the side and drank tea slowly, silently. And the two great speakers, Tagfact and Heisenberg, did not come forward to mediate, but let the two quarrel like this. So much so that the two kings almost came to blows. At this time, Lübeck Grand Speaker Tagfact asked the guards of Lübeck to separate the two kings. In this way, the first day passed in a fierce quarrel between the two kings. Marin didn't say a word throughout the day, either drinking tea or staring blankly at the king's ceiling. Among the two grand speakers, only the host, Grand Speaker Tagfact, made an opening speech. On the second day, the two sides quarreled for a while. It was not until then that Marin interrupted and said, have you two finished arguing? If not, then continue. Then, King Hans and Erik Johansson were silent. They quarreled all day yesterday, and they were a little tired. Moreover, both sides were a little at a loss for words, and it seemed that they had finished all the trash talk yesterday. Marin winked at Lübeck Grand Speaker Tagfact, and the latter understood. So, Tagfact, as the host and moderator of the negotiation, said, since it is a negotiation, then please state your conditions, and then continue the discussion. At this time, the newly crowned king of Sweden, Erik Johansson, stood up quickly as if answering a question. The condition of our kingdom of Sweden is that the invader Denmark should withdraw all the invading troops on Swedish territory and apologize to our country. Then, the atmosphere was silent. Everyone looked at Erik Johansson as if he was a fool. Is he still asleep? How could he be so beautiful? The Danes dispatched 15,000 elite troops this time, how could they retreat just because of your words? Of course, Erik Johansson was not unaware of this. Rather, he was planning to ask for a sky-high price. However, his asking price was too high. Just like bargaining with a peddler, you said, brother peddler, give me your things for free. Isn't this nonsense? However, as an old Swedish noble, Erik Johansson was not an ordinary thick-skinned person. Facing everyone's caring eyes for the mentally retarded, he seemed to have not seen it. King Hans of Denmark was also stunned by Erik Johansson's conditions for a while. Damn, where did this idiot come from? Are you making conditions? This is a provocation, right? After being stunned for a long time, Hans finally reacted, and then stood up and spoke. We Danes love peace, so our Danish conditions are, maintain the status quo. From now on, the border will be based on Stockholm, with Sweden to the north and Denmark to the south. In addition, we also want the French copper mine that has been controlled by our army. The requirements put forward by the Danish side are relatively conservative, they just want to swallow the meat that has already been eaten, and they are not as unreliable as the conditions put forward by Erik Johansson. However, Denmark's requirements are something that Sweden cannot accept no matter what. Because, if the southern part of Sweden and the French copper mine are all given to Denmark, what will Sweden have left? Basically, there is nothing left. So, Erik Johansson stood up angrily and said, don't push your luck. I push my luck. King Hans of Denmark sneered, and then said, I am the legitimate king of Sweden, and it was you, a bunch of traitors, who rebelled. Now, I only take back part of the land, and not the whole Sweden. I am simply indulging you, a bunch of traitors. What else do you want from me? You took away the southern part of Sweden that is suitable for agriculture, and you also took away the French copper mine, the main source of Sweden's fiscal revenue. So, what is left in Sweden? Ice and snow. Erik Johansson said angrily. No, you still have southern Finland. How can southern Finland be compared with southern Sweden? The southern part of Sweden is much larger than the whole of Denmark. Are you not convinced? All right, you gather an army to fight us. As long as you can defeat the Danish army, you will have the final say. The premise is that the Swedish army dares to come out from behind the tall walls of Stockholm. Erik Johansson rolled his eyes immediately. If Sweden is so powerful, why would it negotiate with you? Solve it directly with force. Seeing that the two sides were arguing again, Marin suddenly became a little impatient. You two, we are not here to listen to your quarrel, don't waste time. Please listen to my advice. I'm all ears. King Hans said very respectfully. My opinion is that the southern coast of Sweden belongs to Denmark. After all, it has always been like this. As for the dividing line between the two countries, whether it is Stockholm or the area further south, you can discuss it with each other and exchange opinions. However, I hope that both sides can consider the actual situation before drawing a conclusion. The implication was that the conditions given by Sweden were too unreasonable. As for the Falun copper mine. Marin paused. At this time, King Hans of Denmark immediately said, if the Falun copper mine belongs to Denmark, our Kingdom of Denmark will permanently recognize Grand Duke Marin's half of the shares. We only want the other half. To be honest, Marin was very satisfied with Hans' conditions and almost wanted to agree. However, this was inconsistent with Marin's Nordic balanced diplomatic strategy. Therefore, Marin had to give up his greed for such a huge copper mountain that could serve as a fiscal cash cow. In fact, even if it was returned to Sweden, Sweden was smart this time and did not dare to blatantly swallow up Marin's interests. Erik Johansson obviously found it difficult to accept such a plan. After all, if these two pillar industries were lost, Sweden would really have nothing. So, Erik Johansson was dissatisfied and made a fuss. Marin knocked on the table impatiently and said, "What's wrong with this? You know, you made a lot of money by exchanging land for sovereignty. After all, no one recognizes the Kingdom of Sweden yet, and it is still an illegal country." Chapter 862, Reaching an Agreement. But if the southern part of Sweden and the Falun copper mine are given to Denmark, what will we have left? Erik Johansson said angrily. Is that so? Marin pretended to ponder for a while and said, then give the Falun copper mine to Sweden. With such a large copper mine like the Falun copper mine, I believe the finances of the Kingdom of Sweden will be envied by others. Marin's words were not false. After all, the copper price in Europe is so expensive now, and the Falun copper mine is a super rich mine. It can provide a large amount of stable finances and taxes to the Kingdom of Sweden every year. And this is what most European monarchs envy. Because the financial situation of most European monarchs is very bad at the moment. There is not much money to rely on agriculture alone. But, you're half of the shares. Erik Johansson meant that you took half of the shares, and we still made a profit? If the Falun copper mine produces 100 tons of copper per year, it will be worth about 156,000 gold coins. Excluding the cost of mining and smelting, it will only make about 70,000 to 80,000 gold coins. Even if the output is tripled, it will only make a profit of more than 200,000 gold coins. If Marin took half of it, and there were many families in Sweden who wanted to divide it up, there would not be much left in the hands of the Swedish court. Marin also wanted to support Sweden to contain Denmark, so after a little thought, he made some concessions. Let's do this, my share of the Falun copper mine will be reduced from half to 1/3. In this way, Sweden will have enough fiscal revenue to maintain. Marin did this, in addition to supporting Sweden against Denmark so that he could balance it, and Marin also had a way out and did not have to rely on Swedish copper. After all, Japan, which Marin was about to plan, was a major copper producer. Historically, in the 17th century, it was the Dutch who shipped cheap Japanese copper to Europe, severely suppressing the price of Swedish copper, causing Sweden to suffer heavy losses. Not to mention Japanese copper, the copper mines in Chile, which Marin was going to develop, were even more amazing. So, giving up part of the profits in the Falun copper mine was really nothing to Marin. Moreover, he did not really have to have this 1/3 of the shares of the Falun copper mine. The reason why he insisted on these shares was actually because he was worried that the Kingdom of Sweden would make too much profit and affect the balance between it and Denmark. Although Sweden got 2/3 of the shares of the French copper mine, it would be good if the royal Vasa family could get 20% of the profit in the end. After all, in addition to the Vasa family, Sweden also has 10 other larger noble families, and they have formed a noble senate that can compete with the king. Therefore, Marin was not worried at all that the French copper mine could feed the Swedes. After all, most of the profits from the copper mine must first be used to feed the major Swedish families. Even the part that belongs to the Vasa family must first be provided to the members of the Vasa family to squander, and the rest can be used for Swedish official expenses and military expenses. After learning that the French copper mine could be saved, Erik Johansson breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, Marin was willing to take the initiative to reduce his shares, which also gave him a way out. After all, on the surface, Sweden has gained an advantage in the negotiations. Next, the biggest disagreement between Denmark and Sweden. The Swedes also understand that the Danes' dispatch of a large army to occupy southern Sweden and surround Stockholm is obviously a huge ambition. Before the negotiations this time, the Senate of Nobles also gave a bottom line: it is necessary to strive for independent sovereignty and keep the French copper mine. Finally, it is to cede as little land as possible. After all, everyone knows that it is impossible not to cede land this time. The Danish army is not here to travel in Sweden, they are here to grab land. So, next, King Hans of Denmark and King Erik Johansson of Sweden started a long-lasting quarrel over the new border issue. The Swedish side believes that the Danes can occupy the southernmost coastal area of Sweden and also obtain the southwestern coastal area. But that's all. As for the inland area too far from the southern coastline, it's better not to covet it. But King Hans of Denmark is very determined: just divide the border according to the current battle line. That is to say, all the Swedish areas south of Stockholm were ceded to Denmark. Sweden was only willing to give the southernmost coastal areas, while Denmark wanted all the areas south of Stockholm. Therefore, the differences between the two countries were naturally huge. Then, the new and old kings had a fierce language conflict and almost staged a full-scale fight. Fortunately, Lübeck was well prepared and did not let the two wrestle successfully. Finally, Denmark made a harsh statement: let the Swedish army defeat us. Then, Erik Johansson burst into tears: if I can defeat you, why would I need someone to mediate? In the following time, Marin rarely participated and often watched the show silently. But the host, Speaker Tagfact, could not, so he began to persuade both sides to make concessions. Sweden will never accept the Danish proposal. If Stockholm is used as the national border, then the capital of our Kingdom of Sweden will be threatened by the Danish army on the border at any time. Therefore, don't even think about the Danish conditions. So, it's better to follow the Swedish plan. Erik Johansson roared angrily. According to the Swedish plan? When will the Swedes have the confidence to decide all this? Do you have a strong army to suppress Denmark, or do you have powerful allies to speak for you? Obviously, you have nothing. The Danish king said excitedly. If it weren't for Archduke Marin and the two distinguished speakers willing to mediate, do you think Sweden has any chance? As long as you siege Stockholm for a few more months, you native Swedish nobles will starve to death in the city. What's the point of negotiating? Frankly speaking, I suffered a big loss in this negotiation. If I don't negotiate, I can just sit and wait for you bastards to starve to death, and then the whole of Sweden will be back in my hands. Hans said excitedly. In fact, what King Hans said was right. If Marin hadn't drawn a line for him and didn't allow him to continue to go north, he might really have captured Stockholm at all costs and then re-annexed the Kingdom of Sweden, including Finland. Therefore, Hans was actually very aggrieved during this negotiation. I am so powerful that I can completely defeat the other party, but in the end, I have to negotiate with the enemy. Taking the opportunity of the negotiation, King Hans vented his emotions. When Hans roared out his inner dissatisfaction, Erik Johansson suddenly realized that yes, Denmark is now in an advantageous position. Moreover, it seems that the North Sea Kingdom, Lübeck and Hamburg do not favor Sweden. But Erik Johansson did not have the final decision-making power. After all, he was not a monarch who made decisions by himself, and he still needed to discuss with the Senate. So, Erik Johansson used the excuse that he needed to discuss with the Senate, so he sent a clipper back to the country and asked the Senate how to divide the border. After all, it is better for everyone to take the blame for this kind of cowardly thing of selling land. If you take the blame alone, you will definitely become a scapegoat. At that time. A few days later, a reply came from Stockholm. The bottom line of the Senate was that the border must be moved south to Norrköping, an important port city in Sweden. The future border should preferably start from the city of Norrköping in the east, which belongs to Sweden, and be bounded by Lake Vättern and Lake Vänern in the west. The two sides share two large lakes, the south belongs to Denmark, and the north belongs to Sweden. In this way, the border line will move 170 kilometers southward from the south of Stockholm, which Denmark claims. Moreover, the western half will move further south. The Danes are certainly not happy, because once the border line moves south, Denmark will lose almost 10,000 square kilometers of land. Moreover, it will also lose a prosperous port city like Norrköping. However, the Swedes are willing to take out Gotland Island, which they had previously taken back from the Danes, as compensation for the southward shift of the border line, which immediately moved Denmark. After all, the more than 10,000 square kilometers of inland areas that the two sides are fighting for are actually rugged and relatively cold, and are not of high value. The truly valuable ones are several important towns such as the port of Norrköping. Gotland Island is different. Gotland Island is a pearl in the Baltic Sea. Among them, Visby, a port city on Gotland, is one of the most important Hanseatic port cities on the Baltic Sea. It is located in the central area of the Baltic Sea and is an important transit point for trade in the Baltic Sea region, which can obtain a large amount of tax revenue. In addition, Lübeck and Hamburg, which have been authorized by Denmark to obtain the right to operate all Danish port transportation, also strongly suggested that Denmark take Gotland. After all, Denmark has now given up its maritime power, and taking Visby is equivalent to giving Visby's shipping operations to Lübeck and Hamburg. For this reason, the two cities also put pressure on Denmark to agree to this condition. Finally, as compensation for the expenses of the Danish army, Sweden agreed to pay Denmark 400,000 gold coins for war expenses. Of course, Sweden does not have to pay cash. Denmark decided to send troops to continue to occupy the French copper mine and take away 2/3 of the income belonging to Sweden until the value of 400,000 gold coins is collected. In this way, Denmark and Sweden finally reached a package of land for sovereignty agreements. Sweden was helpless at this time and could only accept these conditions. Of course, while paying these costs, they finally succeeded in obtaining the sovereignty they had always dreamed of, recognition from all of Europe. Since the Danish king Hans, the victim, has recognized the independence of Sweden, Hans, I was forced to do so by Marin, then there is no need for others to continue to deny it. As for the Holy See, Marin promised to help Sweden make it clear so that the Holy See would also recognize the sovereign status of the Kingdom of Sweden. In addition, the North Sea Kingdom, Lübeck and Hamburg also signed the peace agreement, stating that the three countries would monitor the peace process between the two countries and, if necessary, use force to urge both parties to abide by the treaty. In this way, it can be regarded as an excuse for the three countries to balance the power of both sides in an open and aboveboard manner. Moreover, Denmark also kept its promise and gave them Malmö and Helsingborg, which were occupied by Lübeck and Hamburg. In this way, except for Sweden, everyone is happy. After all, they got what they wanted, maybe Denmark wanted more. Chapter 863 Good things come in pairs. Denmark got a good deal after signing the peace treaty. You know, the territory Denmark took from Sweden this time is roughly equivalent to the later Kalmar, Skane, Halland, Jönköping, Kronoberg, Bleking, Gotland, most of Västergotland and parts of Östergötland. It adds up to about 70,000 square kilometers. You know, the Danish mainland was only more than 40,000 square kilometers before. Although there is a large Smaland Hills area in the middle of these 70,000 square kilometers of land, most of the area is relatively flat. The most important thing is that this is the warmest area in Sweden that is most suitable for agriculture. In this way, although more than half of the territory was lost in the war with Marin, everything was earned back by blackmailing Sweden this time. Moreover, the southern part of Sweden and Copenhagen, the core capital of Denmark, are separated by only the Øresund Strait, which is more convenient to manage, unlike the Kingdom of Norway, which is also under Denmark, but is too far away from Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, and is difficult to manage. Not only that, Denmark also managed to escape a political crisis by taking over southern Sweden. After seeing the decline of the Kingdom of Denmark, the Kingdom of Norway wanted to become independent. After all, after the defeat, Denmark not only lost Sweden, but also lost most of its homeland, leaving only a few islands such as Zealand. In terms of strength, the Kingdom of Denmark is almost catching up with the Kingdom of Norway. The lord is weak and the minister is strong. As a vassal, Norway naturally has ideas and wants to learn from Sweden. Unexpectedly, this time Denmark took advantage of its wealth to seize southern Sweden, which not only strengthened its strength, but also shocked the opposition within the Kingdom of Norway. Sweden was unlucky. Not only did it lose the most essential 70,000 square kilometers of the southern region, but it also had to pay 400,000 gold coins in compensation. Fortunately, Marin is willing to invest in increasing the development and utilization of the French copper mine, which can help Sweden's finances recover. However, this is not so beautiful. Why? Because mineral resources are limited after all. No matter how large the reserves of the Faron copper mine are, there will be a day when it will be mined out. Marin remembers that the most prosperous era of the Faron copper mine was in the mid to late 17th century. At that time, the Faron copper mine produced an average of 3,500 tons of copper per year, making it the world's largest copper-producing super-rich mine at the time. What is the concept of 3,500 tons of copper? At the current silver-copper price ratio of 1 to 15, that is equivalent to 233.3 tons of silver. Converted to gold at a ratio of 12 to 1, that is 19.4 tons of gold. Of course, the price of copper is not static. Before the Dutch introduced Japanese copper, Sweden had always been the richest country in Europe. Those who have played Paradox know that Sweden in the 17th century was really fucking open. There was a lot of money. In an era when copper prices were very expensive, the Kingdom of Sweden did not need a great voyage. I would dig copper mines, and my income would not be worse than others. However, copper mines are not endless. After entering the 18th century, the Swedish copper mines became less and less. In addition, the Dutch Red Hair introduced cheap copper from Japan, which impacted Sweden's finances. At the same time, the bear next to them also had Peter the Great, who beat Sweden to the ground. Then, Sweden declined. Marin estimated that although the Farnborough copper mine was a rich mine with large reserves, it could only maintain high-intensity mining for hundreds of years. If it continued to be mined, there would be no profit. After all, the mine was already dug very deep at that time, and the mining was extremely difficult and the cost was naturally high. Unlike the new development now, it is all surface mining. Don't be too relaxed. Moreover, now in surface mining, blasting can be used for mining. Get a gunpowder barrel and bury it, and pick up ore directly after the explosion. But in the deep well, you try to blast one. If there is a landslide, many people will die. Marin doesn't know what the situation will be in 100 years, but taking advantage of now, while he still has half of the shares of the Farnborough copper mine, expanding production and large-scale mining of the Farnborough copper mine is the right thing to do. As for the exhaustion of resources in the future, what does it have to do with him? He just came to make a fortune. Of course, this will also benefit the current Kingdom of Sweden. After all, with the increase in copper production, they also get more money. In this way, they can also have the capital to confront Denmark. If Denmark is too strong and Sweden is too weak, Marin will not be happy to reunify Northern Europe. In addition, this peace agreement is very special. Because, as mediators, Marin, Lübeck and Hamburg also signed the contract and guaranteed peace between the two countries, which is very unusual. Even at this time, most of the monarchs in Europe could not see the intentions of the three parties and thought that they were really maintaining peace in Northern Europe. Only a few powerful monarchs such as Louis XII and Maximilian I saw the intentions of the three parties after thinking about it, to maintain the balance of power between the two Nordic countries and avoid the emergence of a powerful country like the Kalmar Union again. After all, Denmark's Kalmar Union robbed the Hanseatic League of its business in the Baltic Sea region fiercely, and it also had the upper hand. Because Denmark controls the Øresund Strait leading to the Baltic Sea. Of course, these smart monarchs did not expect that this was Marin's idea. They all thought it was done by Lübeck and Hamburg. After all, judging from the ending, Lübeck and Hamburg are indeed the biggest beneficiaries. However, they overlooked the benefits of Marin. Half of the revenue from the French copper mine is no joke. In the previous life, Marin played Europa Universalis, and in the 17th century, he always started with Sweden and then infiltrated Germany. Because Sweden had no strong enemies at the beginning, and there was strong financial support from the French copper mine. It is much easier to follow the route of Guiri interfering in Germany than to use small principalities in Germany. However, that was the 17th century, and Sweden's good times were only about 100 years. After that, when it encountered the rising bear, it was beaten. In fact, Marin worked so hard to maintain the balance in Northern Europe, in addition to plotting the revenue from the French copper mine, he also worried about Sweden's future interference in German affairs. This was also the pit that Marin dug himself before. At the beginning, in order to fight against his mortal enemy Denmark, Marin did not hesitate to support Sweden, which was then seeking independence. Not only did he attack Denmark militarily and help Sweden, but he also sent people to help Sweden develop the French copper mine. After the victory of the First War against Denmark, Marin also helped Sweden get the entire mainland and Gotland Island. However, when Marin obtained the Jutland Peninsula, he remembered that it was bad. Sweden was going to become powerful. When did Sweden become a powerful country? In the 17th century. Why did it become a powerful country? First, they took back the southern coastal areas from Denmark. Second, they developed the French copper mine. In other words, in order to strike Denmark, Marin accidentally fostered a Sweden with great potential. So, this is a pit that Marin dug himself. If Marin was fighting the German princes alone during the religious war, the Swedes suddenly stabbed him from behind. Marin's efforts might fail. Therefore, restricting Sweden became Marin's important task after defeating Denmark for the second time. And now, this task has finally been basically completed. After Denmark and Sweden have reached a balance, when Marin fights religious wars in the future, Denmark and Sweden will have no energy to intervene. Because, as long as one party dares to send troops to Germany, the other party will definitely not mind raiding the other party's hometown. In this way, Marin will not worry about Sweden sending troops to Germany like in the 30 Years' War. At the same time, Marin can also use half of the shares of the French copper mine to make a lot of money. With great satisfaction, Marin left Lübeck and returned to Aurich. Unexpectedly, just after resolving the issue of getting back half of the shares of the French copper mine from Sweden, another good thing also came to his door. It can be said that good things come in pairs. Marin had just returned, and the next morning, good news came from the port of Emden. Grand Duke, Governor Terra of Cuba sent someone to bring back the news: sisal seeds have been found. Marin, who was still a little sleepy, immediately perked up. Where is it? Bring it to me. Chapter 864 Sisal. In fact, this time, good things came in pairs, but in triplets. Terra's messenger not only brought back the good news of obtaining sisal seeds, but also brought back the good news that the fleet sent by Marin to Savannah had already established itself on Tybee Island. It is said that the local Indians were quite friendly to them. At the beginning of the year, Marin had sent out 5 ships to find and occupy the Savannah area. According to Marin's instructions, the leader of the fleet, Kovac, led the fleet and soon arrived in America. After replenishing fresh water and food on Amerigo Island, Kovac continued to lead the fleet south to find the legendary Savannah and Tybee Island at the mouth of the Savannah River. After 2 or 3 months of searching, in May, they finally found Tybee Island at the mouth of the Savannah River. Then, Kovac carefully built a dock and built a house on the small Tybee Island at the mouth of the river. Because Tybee Island is separated from the land, there are no Indians here. So, after a period of operation, a small dock base was built here. However, Marin had once asked not to build permanent buildings on Tybee Island. Therefore, there are no stone buildings on Tybee Island, only temporary wooden buildings. The reason for this is that Marin intends to start building the city directly at the location of Savannah City in the future. After all, the location of Savannah City is an excellent inland deep-water port, and navigation is also convenient. In addition, Tybee Island is on the seashore and is easily seen by adventurers from other countries. America is so big, Marin does not believe that other countries are not tempted. Moreover, this era is the era when Italian navigators emerged in large numbers. Whether it is Columbus or Amerigo, or John Cabot, who served Henry VII and is now imprisoned on Cape Breton Island, they are all famous navigators produced by Italy. Columbus is the discoverer of America, and Amerigo and John Cabot are both Italian navigators who went to explore America. Therefore, in this era, there are too many Italian navigators who like to explore the New World. Marin was worried that the base on the seaside would be discovered by unknown Italian navigators. If they were discovered, they would land and take a look, and the true situation in America would be exposed. Therefore, Marin's instructions were to abandon this temporary base on Tybee Island immediately after gaining a foothold in Savannah. Moreover, all the houses should be demolished and taken away without leaving any traces to avoid being discovered by wild navigators passing by the local coast. Marin's worries were very reasonable. For example, in Terra, Havana, Cuba, after sending people to Mexico to trade for sisal seeds, they sent ships back to Europe to report the good news. When the ship passed the coast near Savannah, it saw the temporary port on Tybee Island at a glance. Then, Terra's ship docked for supplies and helped Kovac bring the good news back to the mainland. After Marin got the sisal seeds, he observed them. Yes, it was sisal seeds, with the classic triangular black melon seed shape. The leaves of sisal itself are shaped like the body of a sword, and even the seeds are very angular. In his previous life, a unit where Marin worked was next to a botanical garden. Sometimes after lunch, Marin would go to the botanical garden for a walk to digest his food and admire various exotic plants. For example, Marin had seen the girl in the botanical garden grow sisal. At that time, Marin pestered the girl in the botanical garden and talked for a while, and saw with his own eyes that the girl planted the black triangle-shaped sisal seeds into the culture medium. After the sisal was planted, the girl smiled and told Marin, "I'm already married." Marin was very hurt that time, but he also remembered the shape of the sisal seeds, black triangle. So, the sisal seeds that Terra sent people to trade in Mexico this time are fine. Since there is no problem, the next step is to promote planting. As for the planting location, Marin had already thought about it: Cuba. In his previous life, Marin remembered that the Philippines was an important sisal-producing area in the world, and the famous Cantera sisal was cultivated. Cuba and the Philippines have the same latitude and similar climate, so it is naturally suitable for growing sisal. However, Marin remembered that sisal seemed to be intolerant to waterlogging, that is, it is not tolerant to water immersion. Therefore, although sisal likes humidity and heat, it cannot be planted in low-lying areas. Therefore, half of sisal is planted on high ground in tropical areas to prevent sisal from being soaked by stagnant water. Although the terrain in Cuba is flat, there are also many hilly areas. Marin's plan is to plant crops such as sugarcane and rice on flat land. As for the hills, sisal and tea are planted. In addition to the Havana area occupied by Terra, Marin also plans to send people to plant sisal in the Moa area controlled by Wilkes. Because the Moa area is a rare mountainous area in Cuba, and there are more slopes there. Although there is a little pollution there due to the mining of nickel sulfide from laterite nickel ore, Marin has long moved the nickel sulfide processing site to Great Inagua Island, and the local pollution is not too serious now. Besides, sisal is a commodity, not food, and does not require such high health requirements. Marin now urgently needs a large amount of sisal to make ropes for steering wheels, as well as processing large area sails with super strong strength, for upper edge girder sails. Therefore, the cultivation of sisal is urgent. However, Marin remembered the chat content with the married girl in his previous life. The girl said that after sisal is planted, it will take about 2 to 2.5 years to grow, and there will be about 90 to 100 sword leaves before it can be harvested. Moreover, it is necessary to choose dry weather for harvesting, and half of the sword leaves must be retained each time. In other words, even if sisal is planted now, it will take more than 2 years to harvest. It's so depressing. I have to wait so long. So, let's just use flax ropes for now. Marin said, a little frustrated. Fortunately, Leonardo da Vinci came up with a way to replace the parts that are easily corroded by seawater underwater with ropes made of copper wire drawn from naval copper, so that the problem of seawater corrosion on flax ropes can be solved. Otherwise, every time you sail, you have to save a lot of ropes for replacement. Of course, even if this problem is solved, the wear resistance of flax ropes is definitely far less than that of sisal. Therefore, every time you sail, you still have to prepare a lot of spare flax ropes. Moreover, the naval bombardment will break a lot of flax ropes every time. In his reply to Terra, Marin ordered to quickly open up sisal plantations on a large scale and plant as many seeds as possible. As for sisal seeds, Marin specially approved Terra to use the locally produced sugar cane to exchange more sisal seeds with the Mexicans. Of course, it seems that they can also exchange sisal fibers with them. Thinking of this, Marin was excited and emphasized in the letter that he must send people to Mexico to purchase sisal sword leaves. It doesn't matter if the price is higher, and they will be purchased together with sisal seeds. After getting the sword leaves, Marin will send some old craftsmen who make ropes to Cuba to extract fibers from those sword leaves and weave them into sisal ropes. Marin intends to supply such high-strength ropes to the steering wheel system in a limited amount. After all, during the voyage, the steering wheel cannot easily go wrong, otherwise the ship will not be able to turn properly and it will be miserable if it encounters a reef. After writing the reply, Marin urged the messenger sent back by Terra, hurry up and take this reply letter and these sisal seeds back to Cuba. Tell Terra to plant these seeds as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Cuba is a tropical region, and it can be planted and harvested all year round, regardless of the season of spring plowing and autumn harvest. Chapter 865 Caesar Must Die. Marin was eager to drive Terra's envoy back to Cuba to report the news, but Terra's envoy did not leave. Marin asked in confusion, "Do you have anything else to do?" Terra's envoy said with a face full of grievance, "Grand Duke, I haven't explained the matter of Savannah clearly yet." Marin slapped his head. Indeed, when he heard about sisal before, he was so excited that he ignored the matter of Savannah. It seems that there is nothing bad there. Then you tell me. Marin leaned back in his chair and continued to listen to the report. Lord Kovac said that they have established a foothold on Tybee Island. Moreover, they sent people to go deep into the Savannah River to investigate the local situation. Just as the name given by the Grand Duke, Savannah is indeed a grassland. However, the grassland is not large, probably only as big as Texel Island, and the surrounding area is forest. Texel Island. Marin thought about it, that is also 160 square kilometers. Back then, it was his Dragon's Rise. Anyway, the area is not small. Moreover, this is different from Texel Island. Texel Island is an island, and may not be covered with fresh water. The land in Savannah, next to the Savannah River, is completely suitable for agriculture and is also very suitable for initial development. Because the grassland area does not need to cut down trees and dig up tree roots, it is much easier to deal with than the forest. Go on. Marin motioned the messenger to continue. Yes. According to Lord Kovac, he has come into contact with the local Indians. The local Indians call themselves Creeks, and an agricultural civilization has already emerged. However, the Creeks near the sea seem to be a branch. It is said that the main line of the Creeks live far west of Savannah. There are many towns with concentrated populations. As for the savannah area, it seems that the creeks have not had time to develop it yet. There is only a village of 500 people nearby, but they do not live on the grassland, but in the forest. Because their houses require wood, their communities are not close to the grassland, but by the river in the forest. Lord Kovac sent them commodities such as sugar and salt, and requested to purchase the savannah grassland and settle here. The other chief has agreed. But we need to send a lot more commodities over. For example, iron farm tools, sugar, salt, cloth, and beautiful glass beads. The other party requires a ship. A ship. Marin was stunned. What is the concept of a ship? Even a smaller 250 class armed merchant ship can carry hundreds of tons of cargo. The other party is really asking for too much. The envoy knew that Marin had misunderstood and explained, it's not the big ship you think of, but the small boat they use to explore the inland river, about this big. After that, the envoy gestured. Marin estimated that it was a small boat of several tons, and a few tons of cargo. Then, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not a sea ship. A few tons of supplies are okay, they can be taken out. If it's hundreds of tons of cargo, Marin might have to use force directly. However, it seems that he will have to use force in the future. After all, this is just a stopgap measure now. The savannah grassland is not big, and it is not suitable to use force with others in the early stage of establishment, and the grassland is also large enough for early development and utilization. But in the later period, when the savannah grassland was no longer enough for development, they still had to fight with others to grab the territory. In the plan, savannah was the future cotton-producing area set by Marin, and it was also a producing area for tung oil, raw lacquer, and bamboo. Damn, it is so important, how can others snore beside my bed? Even if those Indians were the original landlords. Marin's plan was to first establish a foothold and develop in the savannah grassland. While developing and building castles, he would find out the news of the nearby tribe. When the castle was built, the safety of the rear was guaranteed, and the intelligence was almost gathered at that time, he would swallow up the tribe. If he attacked rashly, it would be troublesome if the other party escaped into the primitive jungle. After all, the other party could use the terrain to fight guerrilla warfare, and he would come out and shoot an arrow at the farmers of the savannah colony in the future. I dare not think about it. So, it is better to be well prepared and then take it all at once. Of course, if that tribe is willing to surrender, it would be fine to absorb the other party. Thinking of this, Marin also wrote a letter to Kovac, and asked Terra's envoy to take it with him. In the letter, Marin asked Kovac to agree to the other party's request for the time being. However, he would collect intelligence on the other party while building the castle in the future. When the castle is built, if the other party is very friendly, let it go. If it is not friendly, just destroy it. Anyway, be prepared for both. Moreover, this time when Terra's envoy returns, Marin plans to let him change to a new sailing ship, which is an improved version of the 250 class armed merchant ship, and a new ship with an upper edge girder sail and a steering wheel system. Marin has tried this new ship, and it is much faster to go from Europe to North America. Unlike the previous square sailing ship, it takes more than 3 months to go from Europe to North America because of the headwind. This new ship only takes more than a month to go to North America. Then, if you go south from the east coast of North America, although the wind belt will change, because the upper edge girder sail is not afraid of not being downwind, the average speed will be faster than the square sail. In this way, the messenger can also send the reply to Terra and Kovac as soon as possible, and execute the order as soon as possible. After Marin sent Terra's messenger away, Kohler suddenly entered the office and brought a secret letter from Rome. The secret letter was written by Marin's father-in-law, Pope Julius II, and the content of the letter was very simple, just one sentence: Caesar must die. Marin was stunned, and first thought of his own baby Caesar, and almost got angry. But he immediately reacted. The father-in-law was talking about Caesar Borgia, the mortal enemy of the Rovere family, not his own little baby. Also, it has been more than 3 years since Caesar Borgia fled to the kingdom of Navarre. Nowadays, people pay little attention to him. At this time, sending assassins to kill Caesar Borgia, no one paid attention. After all, 3 years is enough to dilute everything. Moreover, Caesar Borgia harmed many people back then. In addition, Marin once blamed the Swedes for buying Cantrera from him to poison the Danish crown prince Christian, so Caesar Borgia was basically hated by everyone in Europe. And Caesar Borgia himself seemed to know this. Therefore, after hiding in the kingdom of Navarre, he has been very low-key and honest, for fear of attracting attention and being dug up by others. However, Caesar Borgia's opponent is Julius II, the old fox. What are the characteristics of an old fox? It is forbearance. Before, because he had just seized the throne of the Pope, it was not suitable to take action against Caesar Borgia, and he even had to pretend to be generous and pardon this bastard. However, this does not mean that Julius II will really let him go. After all, Caesar Borgia murdered many people in the Rovere family, resulting in the current thin population of the Rovere family. The hatred that almost wiped out the clan is not easy to let go. Now, time has diluted everything, and Caesar Borgia has faded out of people's sight. Julius II, the old fox who had been patient for a long time, felt that the time to get rid of Caesar Borgia had finally come. Chapter 866, How to Kill Caesar. Of course, as the respected Pope, Julius II would never send someone to kill Caesar Borgia himself, as that would be beneath his status. Therefore, Marin, his son-in-law in his royal black gloves, became the best candidate to do this. Moreover, Marin's approach is indeed very wild. This guy not only has tens of thousands of troops under his command, but also a very powerful intelligence organization, the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. Julius II is also clear about this. Therefore, letting Marin's intelligence personnel do this is absolutely a good use of their talents. What's more, Marin was well prepared for the assassination of Caesar Borgia. 3 years ago, when his father-in-law revealed his idea of killing Caesar Borgia, Marin sent the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to the Kingdom of Navarre to prepare. In the past 3 years, the intelligence personnel of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce have also sent spies to successfully sneak into Caesar Borgia's mansion in the Kingdom of Navarre to collect first-hand intelligence. In fact, in the original history, Caesar Borgia had died long ago during this period. He died in a conspiracy. On March 12, 1507, the Kingdom of Navarre sent Caesar Borgia to lead an army to attack the Viana castle occupied by Count Larin. In this battle, Caesar was betrayed by the Kingdom of Navarre because his soldiers deliberately fell behind, causing Caesar Borgia to rush into the enemy's trap alone and then be beaten to death. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the trick. It is obvious that Caesar Borgia was sold by the Kingdom of Navarre. To whom? It must be Pope Julius II. After all, ordinary people do not have the ability to make a kingdom compromise. Only Julius II, a spiritual leader of all Europe, has such a great influence to let a kingdom murder Caesar Borgia. But that was the original history. Because the task was given to his son-in-law Marin. Therefore, in this life, Julius II did not offer conditions to buy off the Kingdom of Navarre. After all, if this matter is leaked out, it will cause a very bad impact. Therefore, it is safer to let his son-in-law Marin send assassins to assassinate Caesar Borgia. Although assassinating nobles is despised by society. However, there is no problem in assassinating Caesar Borgia. Because this guy has a bad reputation and often sent people to murder others in the past. I guess few people would be disgusted by assassinating him. Moreover, Marin sent people to the Kingdom of Navarre 3 years ago, and successfully sent people to sneak into Caesar Borgia's castle outside the capital of the Kingdom of Navarre, Pamplona, last year, and obtained a stable source of intelligence. So, now the question is, what method should be used to kill Caesar Borgia? Marin found Kohler, who was in charge of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, and asked him if he had any good way to successfully kill Caesar Borgia. Kohler recalled the report he had read, and said with a bitter face, "It's difficult. Ever since he was almost poisoned to death in Italy, Caesar Borgia is now extremely cautious. He never goes out easily, and even if he goes out, he is accompanied by a group of guards, so it is difficult to find an opportunity to attack. Didn't you say that we sent spies into his castle? Can't we poison him to death?" Marin asked. "That's impossible." Kohler shook his head repeatedly, and then continued, "The Borgia family is an expert in poison. It is very difficult to poison someone from the Borgia family. Moreover, after being almost poisoned last time, Caesar Borgia now attaches great importance to food safety. He only allows the most trusted family members to have access to his food and does not give outsiders the opportunity to interfere. The spies from the North Sea Chamber of Commerce who sneaked into his castle can only brush horses in the stable. It is impossible to interfere with important matters. Also, this guy is now afraid that he will be poisoned by Cantrera again, so no matter where he goes, he will bring a mule with him. So that after he is poisoned by Cantrera, he can cut open the mule's stomach in time and get in to detoxify." Marin opened his mouth in surprise. "Damn, so cautious, more afraid of death than me. In other words, poisoning doesn't work. It's totally impossible. Not only is this guy careful at home, but also, in order to prevent the enemy from poisoning him in other people's homes, he hardly even goes to other nobles' homes to attend banquets, and only lets his wife attend on his behalf. He only attends the king's banquet. But that kind of banquet is very difficult to attack. After all, King Jean Albert of Navarre is Caesar Borgia's brother-in-law. Marin smiled. So what if he is a brother-in-law? Originally in history, didn't the kingdom of Navarre sell Caesar Borgia? However, it is not clear whether it was the brother-in-law who sold him or Queen Catherine who sold him. After all, Jean Albert was not strictly speaking the dictator of the kingdom of Navarre, because he got the throne by marrying Catherine. In other words, he co-ruled the kingdom of Navarre with his wife Catherine. Therefore, this married-in king may not be able to be the master of the kingdom of Navarre. But what Kohler said was right. Even if the brother-in-law betrayed Caesar Borgia, he would never allow the other party to be poisoned at his court banquet. After all, nobles also have to have face, especially kings. If he helps outsiders to kill his relatives, then he will never be able to raise his head in front of all European nobles in the future. Even his own marriage will be affected. Who the hell is willing to marry someone who killed his relatives? Aren't you afraid of being killed? Then, what about sending assassins to assassinate? Marin asked. It's also very difficult. Kohler said truthfully. Caesar Borgia rarely goes out now, and he also brings a group of guards when he goes out. It's very difficult to assassinate Caesar Borgia in front of a group of guards. How many guards does he usually bring when he goes out? Marin asked. Usually 4 or 5, all very strong and capable. Kohler recalled and said. It should be possible to use a musket, right? 4 or 5 people can leave a gap for shooting. Marin thought for a while and said. It's difficult. You know the characteristics of a musket very well. You can't hit it if you are far away, and his bodyguards will definitely find it if you are close. Unless you use a short musket hidden in your clothes. Then use it. No, sir. It's difficult to make a short musket with a matchlock gun. The clockwork musket can be made very small, but now the most important country in Europe equipped with clockwork muskets is the North Sea Kingdom. Using a clockwork musket, wouldn't it expose us? Marin thought about it, and it was right. He wanted to assassinate Caesar Borgia, but he couldn't expose himself. After all, sending someone to assassinate a noble is a taboo. In fact, Marin also thought about making a mini rifle and a mini bullet to snipe Caesar Borgia from a long distance. But this trick also doesn't work, because once Marin uses the mini rifle and the mini bullet in the future, everyone will know that Caesar Borgia was killed by him. Because there is only one musket that can snipe people from a distance, there is no other. So, Marin scratched his head and said depressedly, it's so troublesome. I didn't expect that assassinating a poor bastard would be so difficult. Then I will collect more intelligence and find the opponent's weaknesses for your reference. Kohler asked. Okay, go ahead, I'll think about how to kill this bastard. Chapter 867. For the next few days, Marin discussed with Kohler how to assassinate Caesar Borgia whenever he had time, without letting anyone suspect him. Marin even thought of the shocking idea of using artillery to snipe Caesar Borgia. After all, artillery can aim at a longer distance than muskets. However, this was quickly rejected. Why? Because artillery cannot hit the target in one shot, and often requires calibration first. However, calibration is also shooting, and it is equally earth-shattering. But assassination usually only has one chance. If the shot misses, Caesar Borgia will definitely dodge desperately with his current panic-stricken temperament. Therefore, artillery sniping sounds feasible, but it is not actually feasible. Then, Marin also thought of using Khan to smash Caesar Borgia's carriage. This trick was learned from Zhang Liang, who once instructed a strong man to throw stones from a high place to smash Qin Shi Huang's carriage. However, it didn't hit, and then, the idiom, hit the secondary carriage by mistake, was left. Khan is obviously a strong man, and it is no problem for him to lift a 200 Jin stone and smash the car from a height. But the problem is, Caesar Borgia doesn't like riding in a car. You know, Caesar Borgia was a famous general and conqueror of the Papal States during the reign of Alexander VI. He himself is also a kung fu master, and can be regarded as a knight, and his personal strength is no less than Marin. Therefore, when this guy goes out, he usually rides a horse, and is followed by several muscular guards who also ride horses. Moreover, when this guy was betrayed in history, he rushed into the ambush circle alone and was beaten to death. If it were an ordinary assassin, even if he got close, he might not be able to beat him. Unless the speed is so fast that he can't react. The marble-smashing car ordered by Zhang Liang can hit the auxiliary car, and it is even more difficult to hit the horse rider who is a smaller target. According to the information from Kohler's men, Caesar Borgia usually doesn't go out easily, and only goes to a nearby church for worship on Sunday morning. It stands to reason that praying in the church is the best time to make a move. However, Marin's father-in-law Julius II requested that he must not make a move in the church. This is no wonder, the church is the territory of the Holy See, and Caesar Borgia has a grudge against the current Pope Julius II. If Caesar Borgia was killed in the church, people would definitely suspect that Julius II did it. Therefore, Julius II obviously did not want Caesar Borgia to die in the church. But the problem is that it is only a 10-minute ride from Caesar Borgia's castle to the nearby chapel. In other words, if Marin wants to assassinate Caesar Borgia, he only has a chance on Sunday morning every week, and there are only 2 10-minute opportunities. But the pitfall is that Caesar Borgia rode on horseback during these 2 10 minutes, making it very difficult to aim at the target. When he learned that Caesar Borgia had to pass a bridge on the way to the church, Marin thought of the bridge bombing tactic. That is, the way Bjauga wanted to murder Taizu. But this didn't work either. Why? Because the bridge that Caesar Borgia passed was a very small bridge. If he walked across it, it would take several seconds. But Caesar Borgia passed through it on horseback, which was very fast. This brings up a problem, whether the ignition is timely. If the ignition is too early or too late, the target will be missed. And now there is no remote control detonation method, not even the means of pulling the fuse to detonate. Relying on the fuse alone, unless someone stands under the bridge like Dong Tsuenrui and perishes with Caesar Borgia. But this is not very reliable. Even if you can find a killer, it may not be able to ignite in time. Is there no way to deal with this bastard? Marin was a little crazy. Or, should we use the most ancient method and secretly hire an assassin at a high price to assassinate him? Kohler suggested. Are you kidding? This guy is also a knight, and like me, he likes to wear a breastplate when he goes out. Even if you find a top assassin, a dagger will stab the heart, and it will be on the plate armor. No, sir, I heard that in the summer, this guy doesn't wear a breastplate when he goes to church to worship, because it's too hot. This is an opportunity. Marin nodded. In fact, he doesn't wear a breastplate during the hottest period in summer. However, he will wear a sleeveless tactical vest with a steel plate inserted in the large pocket on the vest to protect his heart. But Caesar Borgia is a native of this era, so naturally he doesn't know what a sleeveless tactical vest is. When it's hot in summer, you can only take off the breastplate armor. Besides, the summer in Spain is much hotter than that in northern Germany. If you don't take off your clothes, you will get heatstroke. How can we guarantee that the assassins can kill Caesar Borgia? This guy is a knight who knows martial arts. Moreover, he has 4 or 5 bodyguards who are knights. This cannot be guaranteed. We can only spend more money and hire masters among assassins. Okay, Kohler, you select loyal and reliable Italian intelligence personnel and set up a temporary assassin organization in Italy. Then, in the name of this organization, take orders privately, and win over some powerful assassins from Italy and Spain at high prices. Master, do you want to hire those assassins to kill Caesar Borgia? No, I want to use this organization as a cover. What's the specific plan? First, you let people win over enough outstanding assassins and let them attract the attention of various countries. At the same time, deliberately send people to place orders in this assassin organization in the name of relatives of those cardinals who were killed by Caesar Borgia. Remember, you also have to place an order to assassinate Caesar Borgia in the name of the mysterious Danish tycoon. Why? Kohler was puzzled. He understood that the orders were placed in the name of the families of the bishops killed by Caesar Borgia, but what the hell was the Danish rich man? Marin smiled and said, have you forgotten? Before, the Danish crown Prince Christian was almost poisoned to death by the poison Cantrera. Kohler suddenly realized, but looked at Marin meaningfully, didn't you order it? Marin seemed to know what Kohler was thinking, and added, who knows that it was us who did it? Outsiders only thought that the Swedes bought Cantrera to poison crown Prince Christian. And isn't it normal that Caesar Borgia, who sold the poison, became a thorn in the side of the Danes? This way, the water can be muddied. Kohler nodded to show that he understood. Then, he asked, Master, what if the assassins hired at a high price fail? No, because I have thought of the best weapon for assassination. Then, Master, what should be the name of this temporary assassin organization as a cover? Assassin's Creed. Chapter 868, Little Lee's Flying Dagger, Assassin's Creed. Is there any special meaning? Kohler asked in confusion. Marin shook his head. Of course, there was no special meaning. It was just that Marin's bad taste came back. He had only seen a blockbuster called Assassin's Creed in his previous life. Moreover, the movie called Assassin's Creed, Renaissance tells the story of what happened in this era. However, Marin sent people to Italy to inquire, and found that there was no such organization at that time, nor were there any Templar Knights. After all, Marin traveled through a normal historical society, not a fantasy world or a movie world. Therefore, there is naturally no plot in the movie. But Marin felt that it was a pity to waste such a popular IP, so he set up a temporary assassin organization, named Assassin's Creed, which also satisfied his bad taste. What is the weapon of choice for assassinating Caesar Borgia? Marin did not answer Kohler's question immediately, but asked, "Have you heard of the dart sport that has emerged in England?" Kohler thought for a while and said, "Yes, I heard that it was developed by the former English King Henry VII because of his weak body and inability to adapt to the longbow sport, so he specially developed a sport of throwing small arrows with one hand. Well, Henry VII ruled England for 20 years, and the sport of darts has also been widely popularized in England. Therefore, we can go to England to hire a group of dart masters." Kohler suddenly realized, great. If Caesar Borgia and his guards do not wear breastplate armor in summer, then it will be difficult to resist the attack of darts. If a group of people throw darts together, they will definitely find it difficult to resist. Moreover, darts are very concealed to carry and not easy to attract attention. In fact, Marin himself is also a dart master. Thinking back to the past, in his previous life, because of the popularity of the TV series, Little Flying Dagger, Marin, who was still in junior high school, spent more than $10 to buy a set of darts and a target plate in order to imitate the chic version of Li Xuanhuan played by Jiao Anjuan. He nailed the target plate to the wall and threw a few darts at night. He also practiced a good dart skill. Of course, Marin originally wanted to buy Little Flying Dagger, but it was not available for sale, so he had to go to the sporting goods store to buy a set of darts and a target plate and spent all his pocket money. Of course, no matter how good Marin's dart skills are, he will not personally go to the battlefield to assassinate Caesar Borgia. It just so happened that there were a group of dart masters in the UK at this time, so Marin decided to let Kohler go to England in the name of Assassin's Creed to hire a group of courageous dart masters to intercept Caesar Borgia on the way. If there are more people and a rain of darts is formed, even if Caesar Borgia is good at martial arts, he will inevitably be hit. But if the darts were smeared with poison? Marin began to explain the assassination plan to Kohler in detail, send a team of dart masters, disguised as a caravan. On the bridge that Caesar Borgia must pass to go to the church, deliberately overturn the cart loaded with goods. In this way, Caesar Borgia and his guards will have to rein in their horses and stop. Taking advantage of the opportunity when they come forward to negotiate, everyone suddenly takes out a handful of poison darts and throws them at Caesar Borgia and his guards. Good idea. Kohler's eyes lit up when he heard it. But he asked, what if Caesar's 5 guards helped him block the darts? Marin smiled confidently, it's okay, why would I only arrange one group of killers? Behind Caesar Borgia and the others, I will also arrange a few killers dressed as old men and old women, and use poison darts to throw at Caesar Borgia from behind. 5 people can only defend one direction at most, and if they are attacked from behind, there is basically no possibility of escape. Master, you are smart. Kohler flattered him. Okay, send someone to Italy to set up the Assassin's Creed organization. After the organization is established, send someone to England to recruit dart masters. England's economy is very bad now. As long as you offer a high price, there should be many dart masters willing to do it. In addition, send someone to contact those more famous poison alchemists to see if there are any deadly poisons. Remember, buy them in the name of the Assassin's Creed organization, not in the name of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. Assassin's Creed is just a temporary organization newly established by Marin. If the assassination of Caesar Borgia is successful, there is no need for it to continue to exist. Therefore, it is the best choice to let this disposable temporary organization take the blame for the purchase of the poison. In addition, Marin gave enough time, it is only October now, and there are still 8 or 9 months before the hot July next summer. Therefore, Kohler has enough time to train a group of English dartsmen who are good at using the Little Flying Dagger skills. The darts thrown by these dart throwers are basically difficult to kill unless they hit the vital points and arteries. However, if the darts are poisoned, it is completely different. Once they are touched, it is difficult to escape. While there is still more than half a year left, it is almost enough time to go to England to hire powerful dart throwers and let them use darts to train strictly and get used to using darts to attack. After all, the English dart throwers that Marin plans to hire are also people with a good foundation in darts. Moreover, Marin does not require them to throw the flying knife at the enemy's throat like Li Xuanhuan, as long as they can hurt the enemy. After all, the flying knife is poisoned. And for those dart masters, Marin requires them to practice throwing as many darts as possible in the shortest time. Moreover, they cannot be thrown randomly. If a dart rain is formed, then Caesar Borgia will find it difficult to dodge. Even though Caesar Borgia usually brought 4 or 5 strong men with him, 4 or 5 people could only block one side at most, and Marin would let another group of people disguised as old women and old grandfathers sneak attack from behind on the other side. Marin didn't believe that Caesar Borgia could still escape from such a net. Although the assassins this time used English darts instead of Eastern-style throwing knives. However, in order to miss the past, Marin still named this assassination operation Little Flying Dagger to fully satisfy his own evil taste. Assassin's Creed and Little Flying Dagger sounded awesome, and he didn't believe that Caesar Borgia couldn't be killed. In order to increase the success rate, Marin usually ordered people to make life-size human targets, so that those English dart throwers could practice dart shooting and dart throwing speed. At the same time, after the assassination began, the assassins would throw flour at Caesar Borgia and his group to interfere with their sight. Once the opponent's vision is disturbed by the flour scattered by our assassins, then they will dodge the darts. Because they can't see the flight path of the darts clearly. Originally, Marin planned to use lime powder with stronger lethality. However, the lethality of lime powder is too strong. It can not only confuse the enemy's eyes, but also damage the eyes of our assassins, which is not conducive to action. Therefore, sprinkling flour does not hurt the eyes. Moreover, sprinkling flour can cause a brief confusion in Caesar Borgia's group, which is enough. Then, it is the performance time of the English dart players. At that time, they will throw as many poison darts as possible at Caesar Borgia. To be honest, if Little Flying Dagger Li Xuanhuan knew that his name was stolen and used to refer to a group of English dart players with extremely poor dart skills, compared to Li Xuanhuan, the mindless assassination action, I guess he would spit out several liters of blood. It seems that Li Xuanhuan likes to spit blood. But Ma Lin didn't care. Come and bite me if you dare. I stole your name, so what? If Li Xuanhuan dared to jump out and accuse Ma Lin would definitely be arrogant. No. He would definitely kneel down and shout with a flattering face, "Senior, please teach me the peerless martial arts." Chapter 869 Autumn Harvest and Agricultural Adjustment, Part 1. Of course, it's not that Marin has no moral integrity, although he does have a little moral integrity, but Marin really longs for the chivalrous flying in the sky in martial arts stories. Although Marin also knows martial arts, at best, his fighting skills are at the level of Bruce Lee, or even worse, and belong to the human category. The martial arts of the heroes in martial arts novels are already unscientific. For example, those heroes often fly in the sky, which is completely inconsistent with the law of gravity. Moreover, he can even fly in the sky with a girl in his arms. This makes Marin envious. Moreover, Li Xuanhuan, played by Jiao Wenjuan, was indeed very cool. When you meet such a hero, it is human nature to hug his thighs and learn martial arts. Especially, for those born in the 1980s like Marin who have watched martial arts movies since childhood. Basically, most boys born in the 1980s have a martial arts dream in their hearts. The late 1990s was a very hot period for martial arts. In that era, the 1995 version of The Return of the Condor Heroes, the 1996 version of Swordsman, and the 1997 version of The Demigods and Semidevils were all high-quality martial arts TV series. And Ma Lin was a naughty kid in his previous life, and he was super obsessed with martial arts. For this reason, Ma Lin hung sandbags at home, and practiced iron sand palm by inserting iron sand into a broken iron pot, almost scalding his hands. Moreover, in order to practice the so-called light work, Ma Lin tied sandbags to his legs and ran. Of course, the final result was that Ma Lin did not practice any internal skills, nor could he fly over the eaves and walls, but his fighting skills increased. After all, physical exercise can make people strong. When a person grows strong, let alone using fists, even a savage collision can knock a thin person away without using hands. Of course, the premise is that the other party does not have a brick in his hand. I'm going too far. The flying and hiding in martial arts novels is obviously unrealistic. Therefore, Marin needs a long time to prepare, and he has to smear poison on the darts, and let the darts form a dart rain to ensure that Caesar Borgia, who is not wearing a breastplate, can be killed in the hot summer. Fortunately, there is still enough time. After all, there are still a few months from now to next summer, enough to recruit people and train dart rain tactics. Then, Marin needs to ask his father-in-law Julius II to see if he agrees to postpone it until next summer. However, Marin thinks it is not a big problem. Because, although Julius II hates Caesar Borgia, he is also a calm politician who knows how to forbear. Therefore, he can wait until next year to kill Caesar Borgia. Kohler sent his confidant to Rome, Italy with Marin's secret letter to the Pope. After delivering the letter, Kohler's confidant will also be responsible for selecting personnel to form the Assassin's Creed killer organization in Italy. In fact, the killer organization in Assassin's Creed is called the Brotherhood. However, the Brotherhood ID is not as popular as Assassin's Creed. Moreover, Marin also has his own bad taste. Therefore, the name of a movie was used by him for the killer organization. But to put it bluntly, this killer organization called Assassin's Creed is actually just a cover. Once Caesar Borgia is killed, this organization will be useless. Therefore, Marin will not pay too much attention to the operation of this organization. He will even deliberately expose some clues of this organization and forge some misleading information to get himself and Pope Julius II out. Moreover, the personnel responsible for the establishment of the Assassin's Creed organization will also be peripheral personnel distributed in Italy by the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. These people only know their superiors and don't even know that they are serving the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. In this way, even if this organization is discovered and eliminated in the future, no evidence will be left pointing to the North Sea Kingdom and Marin. Moreover, Marin will cooperate with Julius II to play a play. That is, before assassinating Caesar Borgia, Julius II would deliberately accuse the Assassin's Creed organization and list it as an illegal organization, and would also send officers and soldiers from the Papal States to hunt it down. In this way, no one would believe that this matter had anything to do with Julius II. While Marin was busy planning the assassination of Caesar Borgia, the autumn harvest in the Grand Duchy of the North Sea was also in full swing. However, in the Grand Duchy of the North Sea, the autumn harvest was not synchronized. The provinces of East Frisia, Oldenburg, Schleswig and North Munster, which had long been under the rule of Marin, adopted new agricultural technologies and applied phosphate fertilizers that promoted the early maturity of crops. Therefore, the rye in these old provinces was harvested half a month earlier than in other provinces that were later incorporated into the North Sea Kingdom, and the harvest ended half a month earlier. In mid-October, when several other new provinces were still in full swing of autumn harvest like other parts of Europe, the four old provinces of East Frisia, Oldenburg, Schleswig and North Munster in the North Sea had already finished the autumn harvest and entered the stage of drying grain and storing it. According to statistics, the grain output of these four old provinces this year has slightly decreased, failing to reach the level of £2 billion last year, but there are still £1.85 billion. This is mainly because the province of Schleswig was hit by a storm in the summer this year, resulting in a large-scale reduction in field production. But even so, the grain output of £1.85 billion can scare a lot of people to death. Because according to the retail price of 1 pfennig per pound of rye, these 1.85 billion pounds of rye are worth 1.85 billion pfennigs, equivalent to 30.833 million gold coins. Of course, according to the old rules, Marin is unlikely to sell all the grain. After all, he is also afraid that the secret of high grain yield will be leaked. Moreover, Marin has reached a secret agreement with his nobles, temporarily stop increasing the cultivated land and avoid hoarding more food. That is to say, in addition to the four old provinces of East Frisia, Oldenburg, Schleswig and North Munster, the other four new provinces, Bremen, West Frisia, Jutland and South Munster, as well as the newly acquired Ruhr area, Marin will not promote new agricultural technologies in these areas for the time being. Why? In addition to worrying about the accident that the grain output is too much and cannot be sold, preventing leaks is also an important reason. After all, the current North Sea Kingdom is not enough to challenge all of Europe. But if the secret of the North Sea Kingdom's high grain yield is leaked, the whole of Europe is estimated to force the North Sea Kingdom to hand over the secret of high grain yield. The four old provinces of East Frisia, Oldenburg, Schleswig and North Munster have done a good job of keeping secrets. At the beginning, Marin did it very well. Most of the old nobles in East Frisia were killed, and the knights in the North Munster area were also taken away by Bishop Conrad, and the old nobles in Oldenburg and Schleswig were all sent to Las Vegas. Without these outsiders who might betray him, and the soldiers sent outside the manor to protect him during spring plowing and fertilization, the secret of the high yield of the North Sea Kingdom has not been leaked. But the newly joined provinces are different. As Marin gradually matures politically, he no longer uses violence against the newly conquered areas, but instead uses a combination of luring and suppression. In this way, the old nobles in some areas will not be cleaned up. In this case, the old nobles of the North Sea Kingdom are worried that the new nobles may not be reliable. If the secret of high grain yield is leaked, it will be over. Therefore, during the spring plowing this year, the old four provinces still adopted new agricultural technology and fertilizers. The new provinces, however, did not use new agricultural technology. However, West Frisia is an exception. Because the province of Marin had been integrated, the former nobles and some junker landlords of West Frisia were moved to the area near the Elbe River in the province of Bremen through land exchange. Therefore, Marin can control West Frisia relatively well at present. Therefore, Marin and the noble group of the North Sea Kingdom reached a secret agreement: the new agricultural technology will only be implemented in East Frisia, Oldenburg, Schleswig, North Munster, and the newly joined West Frisia. As for other provinces, the old agricultural technology will be temporarily adopted and adjusted according to the situation. Chapter 870 Autumn Harvest and Agricultural Adjustment, Part 2. Of course, it would be a waste if the new provinces and the newly acquired Ruhr area were left there and ignored. Therefore, Marin planned to find other ways to make appropriate adjustments to the agriculture and animal husbandry of these new provinces. The province of South Munster is still under the rule of Bishop Conrad, so there is no need to adjust it for the time being. And West Frisia has been cleaned up and included in the new agricultural plan. Therefore, the only ones that cannot adopt new agricultural technologies and need to be adjusted are Jutland, Bremen, and the newly acquired Ruhr area. The Ruhr area is very large, including the area south of the Ruhr River in the original Mark state. The area of the entire area is about more than 4,000 square kilometers. In order to better manage this newly controlled area, Marin established the Ruhr province. The capital of the Ruhr province is located in Bochum, Marin's hometown in this life. The former Baron of Bochum has followed Duke John II of Clever to the lower Geddes area and received good land compensation. Then, after Baron Bochum left, Bochum city naturally became empty and became Marin's new territory. Moreover, it was a territory with complete control. Therefore, Marin simply established the capital of the Ruhr area in Bochum city, and set up a barracks here, stationing 3,000 troops to protect local security. Although the new agricultural technology cannot be implemented in the Ruhr province, Jutland province and Bremen province for the time being, it would be too wasteful if it is not taken care of at all. Therefore, Marin decided to make certain adjustments and reforms to these three provinces to avoid land waste. For example, although it is impossible to promote a full set of new agricultural technologies, Marin still intends to release some benefits. For example, in these three provinces, promote the use of oxen. Today, Marin can import tens of thousands of cattle from the Crimean Khanate every year. Today, the number of cattle in the North Sea has reached tens of thousands. If they are killed for meat, it is simply a waste of natural resources. Therefore, Marin plans to divide these cattle and supply them to various manors for arable land. And with more livestock, these three new provinces can also cultivate more land. The promotion of the use of oxen for farming mainly involves the promotion of the use of nose rings. Most cows can basically plow the land honestly as long as they are equipped with nose rings. But there are also more irritable bulls, but after castration, most of them will be honest. If they are not honest even after castration, they deserve to be killed for meat. Although there are many draft horses used for farming in various parts of Europe, the cost of raising draft horses is very high, resulting in a limited number. As a result, large areas of the Ruhr, Bremen and Jutland provinces are not highly developed due to the lack of livestock for farming. Marin now has a surplus of about 20,000 cattle. If they are put into these areas, even if new agricultural technologies are not adopted, it will be no problem to cultivate 1 or 2 million acres of arable land. In addition, Marin also plans to increase investment in animal husbandry. It just so happens that these three new provinces cannot adopt new agricultural technologies for the time being, so it is better to focus on the development of animal husbandry. Especially the Jutland province on the Jutland Peninsula is the best area for the development of animal husbandry. Jutland covers an area of more than 20,000 square kilometers and is the largest province in the Grand Duchy of the North Sea. Previously, Marin had thought about vigorously developing agriculture in Jutland. However, this place is actually more suitable for the development of animal husbandry. There is a large area of land and many grasslands here. Although the climate is not so warm, it can be used to develop animal husbandry without any problems. In particular, Marin had previously used merino sheep and British fine wool sheep to hybridize a new fine wool sheep suitable for the climate of Europe and North America, the North Sea sheep. At the beginning, Marin collected tens of thousands of ewes from the UK and sent them to the Leon grassland in Western Sahara to breed with the merino rams that Marin got from Spain, and almost killed all 408 rams there. Afterwards, 10,000 pregnant British ewes were brought back to East Friesland and gave birth to nearly 20,000 lambs. Of course, this does not mean that these nearly 20,000 lambs are suitable for breeding as new breeds. Because Marin requires selection and breeding. Therefore, the nearly 20,000 lambs were divided into more than 400 units according to the paternal line. Then, the breeding department conducted observations. The purpose of the observation was mainly to select the lambs with the finest wool and the fastest growth. After that, about 5,000 lambs were selected for secondary breeding. The growth cycle of sheep is very short, and they are sexually mature within a year and can be reproduced again. Then, these selected lambs began to reproduce again, and then a new stable breed was formed, the North Sea sheep. The North Sea sheep is sexually mature within a year, and can get pregnant twice a year, giving birth to about 2 lambs at a time. In this way, after 3 years, except for the first year, which was the growth period of these 5,000 breeding sheep, the number of the 5,000 North Sea sheep has now expanded to more than 20,000. The wool cut from these North Sea sheep is of high quality, only slightly worse than the wool of authentic merino sheep, and much better than British wool. Marin was very excited and ordered that these North Sea sheep should not be killed casually. Of all the North Sea sheep, only rams are not needed too much. Therefore, Marin allowed some weak rams to be eliminated. All other Bahai sheep should be preserved, and special attention should be paid to the reproduction of the flock, so as to expand the number of Bahai sheep as soon as possible. In the future, Bahai will only use Bahai sheep for wool. The rest of the sheep will be eliminated. Of course, this is only wool sheep. For meat sheep, Marin also sent people to cultivate them separately. Among the hybrids of merino sheep and British sheep that were eliminated, Marin also sent people to select hundreds of lambs that grew very fast, although their wool was not fine enough, as meat sheep breeds to cultivate. In this way, the people's demand for mutton consumption can be met to a certain extent. And this kind of meat sheep was named German merino sheep by Marin. However, the number of German merino sheep is very small, and only about 300 meet the requirements. After 2 years of breeding, it has only reached about 1,000. However, although the wool quality of this German merino sheep is not as good as that of Bahai sheep, it is not much different. After all, they also have the bloodline of merino sheep and British sheep. In this way, they can provide mutton and wool of good quality. At least, it is better than the current British wool. It can provide both mutton and good quality wool. Marin can believe that this kind of sheep will be the main breed for colonial expansion in the future. After all, the colony has a sparse population and cannot carry out large-scale agricultural production. Therefore, sheep farming, which can be helped by sheepdogs, may be the pillar industry of the colony. And this kind of German merino sheep, which can provide mutton and good quality wool to the colonists, is absolutely a heaven-defying existence. In addition to cultivating 2 sheep breeds, Marin recently used fake French silver coins made of white copper to purchase a large number of Charolais cattle from the Charolais region of France. This primitive breed of Charolais cattle has not yet reached the quality standards of later generations. For example, many Charolais cattle still have mighty horns. But in later generations, for the safety of cowboys, Charolais cattle were deliberately selectively bred without horns. In this way, cowboys don't have to worry about being killed by mad cows with horns when roping cattle. But anyway, it is said that these original Charolais cattle grow very fast, are large and strong. Fast growth and strong physique are one of the most important indicators of working cattle. With these 2 points, Charolais cattle are worth breeding. Marin then ordered the organization of professional talents to concentrate on training Charolais cattle. However, he specifically requested that they look for hornless Charolais cattle and carry out special training to strive for future Charolais cattle to have no horns. Otherwise, this would be a great threat to the cowboys. Marin also ordered that the Charolais cattle in training should not be slaughtered casually. The only Charolais cattle that can be slaughtered are those bulls with horns and not strong enough. As for the cows, not a single one can be lost. Marin believed that as long as the 3 major livestock species of North Sea sheep, German merino sheep and Charolais cattle were trained well, it would be difficult for the animal husbandry of the North Sea kingdom not to develop in the future. The Ruhr, Bremen and Jutland provinces that cannot adopt new agricultural technologies, especially the vast Jutland province, will definitely have great potential in animal husbandry in the future. Chapter 871 Recruiting Genuine Cossacks, Part 1. The development of animal husbandry in the North Sea Kingdom does not only focus on the 3 breeds of Charolais cattle, North Sea sheep and German merino sheep. In addition to these 3 breeds, Marin also sent people to Switzerland to buy Simmental cattle at a high price. Simmental cattle originated from the Simmental Plain and Sonnen Plain under the Alps in southwestern Switzerland. It is a large breed for milk, meat and draft. In later generations, Simmental cattle were extremely popular in Europe. In later Switzerland, 50% of the cattle were Simmental cattle. In Austria, it accounted for as high as 63%. In the former West Germany, it also accounted for as high as 39%. However, like Charolais cattle and Limousin cattle, Simmental cattle have not yet formed a stable breed. Only the most primitive mother parent needs to be carefully cultivated to achieve the superior attributes of later breeds. Even the Limousin cattle breed is difficult to find even the mother parent. After all, Limousin cattle only emerged in the 20th century. Before, who knew where the mother parent of Limousin cattle came from? But the origins of Charolais and Simmental cattle are certain. One comes from the Charolais region of France, and the other comes from the Simmental plain and Sonnenplain plain of Switzerland. Although the breeds are far from the high-quality standards of later generations, the original breeds of cattle in the two places must be excellent. Moreover, Marin had previously overlooked a fact, that is, French silver coins are also very common in Switzerland. In recent years, France has penetrated Switzerland deeply. Moreover, most Swiss mercenaries fight for France and receive French salaries. Therefore, French silver coins are also very popular in Switzerland. Even the amount of French silver coins circulating in Switzerland is larger than that of German Pfennig. Of course, this depends on the region. In the eastern and northern cantons of Switzerland, because there are more exchanges with the German region, the mainstream currency is still the German Pfennig. However, in the western cantons of Switzerland, including the French-speaking region, French silver coins are mainly circulated. Although French silver coins are not very honest and have a low silver content, they are also the mainstream silver coins in Europe. At most, the discount will be lower. Since the Simmental plain is located in the southwest of Switzerland, it must be the circulation area of French silver coins. Therefore, the nickel-white copper, French silver coins, made by Marin's mint must have a big market here. Therefore, after thinking of the excellent Simmental cattle, Marin ordered people to go to the Simmental plain and Sonnenplain plain in Switzerland, asking them to buy up the original Simmental cattle. Especially those special breeds without horns, they must be bought, even if they pay a high price. Anyway, the cost of the French silver coins, pressed by white copper is not high. By the way, you can also cheat the Swiss. In fact, the significance of Simmental cattle is greater than that of Charolais cattle. Why? Because Simmental cattle are very versatile. Charolais cattle tend to be beef cattle, but Simmental cattle also provide milk. Its appearance is also similar to the Dutch black and white dairy cow. If Simmental cattle are raised on a large scale, they can not only produce draft beef, but also provide a large amount of milk, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Switzerland is mountainous and the Simmental plain is also a very small plain, actually a river valley flatland. Therefore, the original breed of Simmental cattle produced in this area is definitely far less than that of Charolais cattle. Therefore, in the future, Charolais cattle will definitely be larger in scale. As for Simmental cattle, the number can only be expanded first. As for the Eastern European cattle introduced from Crimea, they are not large in size and do not grow fast. The only advantage is probably that they are more cold resistant. After all, the winter in the Eastern European steppe is very cold. If you are not cold resistant, you will definitely freeze to death. Moreover, the horns of Crimean cattle are very thick and look very dangerous. Therefore, before each Crimean cow is put into service, the sharp horns must be sawed off to prevent it from accidentally hurting people. Therefore, in the future, Marin will definitely prefer the larger and faster-growing Charolais and Simmental cattle. However, Crimean cattle also have their advantages, that is, strong wintering ability. After all, they can survive the winter of -10 or 20 degrees in Eastern Europe, and there is no problem with the temperature of not less than -10 degrees in Western Europe. Therefore, while focusing on the cultivation of Charolais and Simmental cattle, Marin will also select a batch of hornless Crimean cows and breed them with Charolais and Simmental bulls to obtain cold-resistant varieties. After all, the base of Crimean cattle is large, and it is also good to cultivate some semi-finished varieties. In addition to cattle and sheep, Marin also has a great demand for horses. In particular, the Crimeans' Eastern European Mongolian horses. This kind of horse may not be as big as Western European war horses and is not suitable for heavy cavalry war horses. However, Marin does not attach importance to the cultivation of heavy cavalry. Because history has proved that light cavalry is the mainstream in the future. Moreover, Eastern European Mongolian horses are resistant to rough feeding and have low feeding costs. Therefore, Marin has now sent a large number of orders to Crimea for Eastern European Mongolian horses. The main destination of these Eastern European Mongolian horses is Jutland province. Jutland province covers an area of more than 20,000 square kilometers, but has a population of only more than 200,000 people, which can be described as a standard of sparsely populated land. You know, the county where Marin's hometown was in his previous life only has an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers, but a population of more than 800,000 people. Therefore, according to the standards of the previous life, the current Jutland province is simply a sparsely populated land among sparsely populated land. Moreover, there are relatively few mountains in Jutland province, at most a little hilly, which is very suitable for the development of animal husbandry. Therefore, Marin intends to make Jutland province the most important animal husbandry base in the North Sea Kingdom. Among them, the introduction and grazing of Eastern European Mongolian horses will also become the focus of the focus. After all, the scale of Marin's cavalry in the future will depend on this. However, the Cossack village currently promoted by Marin on the Jutland Peninsula is not very effective. Marin imitated the Cossack village model of later generations and transferred some young serfs from the German region to train them into fierce Cossack cavalry. However, although these young Germans who were born as serfs did not lack the spirit of martial arts, their riding skills were really bad and they were not good at fighting on horseback. Even if they were trained, they were only second-rate light cavalry. For this point, Marin was very troubled. After all, he was still counting on obtaining a large number of cheap and brave Cossack cavalry. If this pirated Cossack cavalry was not strong in combat, it would be a waste of food. Marin found that although the pirated German Cossacks he made were also very martial and brave, they lacked the fierce wolf nature of the original Cossacks. And this fierce wolf nature is what the hussars need most. Because the role of cavalry is not only to defeat the opponent, but also to intimidate the opponent. When a group of hungry wolf-like Cossack cavalry attacked, the general army should be terrified and even lose the courage to fight. In this regard, the original Cossacks did a good job. They acted as the vanguard of the Tsar's invasion, fighting and killing everywhere. It can be said that without the Cossacks, there would be no vast Tsarist Russia in later generations. But the German Cossacks that Marin created, not only are not as good as the original in terms of riding and cavalry warfare, but also lose a lot in momentum. Such light cavalry, let alone the combat effectiveness. At least, if they are deployed, others will not be afraid, and may even dare to fight. But the purpose of Marin's formation of Cossacks is not only to enrich the combat effectiveness of the army, but also to intimidate the enemy. When a group of Cossack cavalry like prairie wolves appear from the horizon, the enemy should be terrified. In this way, the enemy's fighting can be weakened. However, the German Cossacks said, "I can't do it." These German Cossacks were all transformed from German serfs. In their bones, they obeyed and feared the serf owners. Although they were brave in battle, they did not have the wolf nature of the original Cossacks. This is so hot in May, more than 30 degrees, the old cow is dying of heat. As a fat cow, I have no resistance to hot weather. Woohoo! Chapter 872 Recruiting Genuine Cossacks, Part 2. This question was answered in another livestock transaction between Marin and the Crimeans. The Crimeans delivered 10,000 cattle and 5,000 Eastern European Mongolian horses as promised, and Marin paid happily. Moreover, because of insufficient cash, Marin used a large amount of rye ergotu to pay the bill, and the other party readily accepted it. The Crimean Tatars are very interesting. Logically, they are believers of Allah and are not allowed to drink alcohol. On the surface, the Crimean Khanate is indeed a ban on alcohol. However, in private, the Crimean Tatars like to drink as much as the Mauzi. Moreover, they also like to drink strong liquor. From the Khan to ordinary Tatar herders, most people like to drink strong liquor. Of course, they drink it in private. In formal occasions, no one drinks. Although they don't drink alcohol in public, the Crimean Tatars' consumption of strong liquor is definitely not less than that of the Mauzi under the same population size. After all, they are a nomadic people with Mongolian ancestry. When the Crimeans drank the ergotu made by Marin, they immediately fell in love with this strong liquor with an excellent taste. You know, ergotu only appeared in the middle of the Qing dynasty. But as soon as it appeared, it immediately became popular in the Qing dynasty, especially in the northern region. In fact, before the Qing dynasty, it was not popular in China to drink strong liquor, but low-alcohol liquor such as yellow wine and rice wine. After the Manchus entered the customs, because the Manchu-Mongolian Union ruled China, they were all outside the customs. People outside the customs have long been addicted to drinking Shadaozi strong liquor, and after entering the customs, the Manchu and Mongolian nobles were the ruling class. Then, under the leadership of these rulers, the whole society began to advocate drinking high-alcohol liquor. Therefore, as soon as ergotu appeared, it was immediately sought after and soon became popular throughout the Qing dynasty. Until modern times, yellow wine and rice wine, which were loved by literati, were marginalized, and high-alcohol liquor began to become popular in the north and south of the Yangtze River. This is a digression, but it is undeniable that the grassland nomads, especially the northern grassland nomads, all like to drink strong liquor. Therefore, when Marin's rye ergotu was introduced to the Crimean Khanate, it was immediately sought after. Then, in the livestock trade with the Crimean Khanate, rye ergoto automatically accounted for half of the trade share. Nowadays, the Crimean Tatar cavalry, every time they go to the Grand Duchy of Moscow to rob food, money, and women, they will drink a bowl of ergoto before they go on the expedition. Moreover, many people also carry leather bags full of ergoto when they go on the expedition. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that after the end of this livestock trade, General Gama Khan, the leader of the escort team of the Crimean Khanate, made a suggestion. Grand Duke Marin, may I ask, does your country want slaves for grazing? Grazing slaves? Marin was puzzled. Yes, you have bought so many cattle and horses, you can't graze them yourself at ordinary times, right? So, we can provide you with some slaves who are proficient in grazing cattle and horses. Marin understood instantly that the other party was still the same old trick, wanting to sell slaves. Are they Russians? Marin asked. The Rus people are naturally the Russians, that is, the Mauzi. Gama Khan nodded, shook his head, and said, they are Rus people, but not the mainstream Rus people of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but Kievan Rus people. In addition, there are many tribes composed of escaped slaves from Poland and Lithuania. They mainly live in the southern steppes of Lithuania and are not under the jurisdiction of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. We sometimes patronize them. However, they are also a poor nomadic tribe with little oil and water. Moreover, they also have Cossack cavalry, which is more difficult to deal with. Therefore, we go there less often. Kievan Rus people. Aren't they Ukrainians? Marin understood instantly. Cossacks are generally divided into two major factions based on their bloodline. One is the Ukrainian Cossacks, mainly composed of Zaporizhia Cossacks and Dnieper Cossacks. The other is the Russian Cossacks, mainly composed of Don Cossacks. There are also some Cossacks from the Caucasus group, which also belong to the Russian Cossack group. The Cossacks of later generations are obviously dominated by Russian Cossacks. The Russian Cossacks are also the sharpest sword in the hands of the Tsar, and they have expanded the territory for the Tsarist Russia. However, in the early days, the Russian Cossacks were not yet established. Now, the strongest are actually the two ethnic groups of Ukrainian Cossacks, the Zaporizhia Cossacks and the Dnieper Cossacks. The ethnic groups of these two ethnic groups are mainly Ukrainians, plus some escaped slaves from Poland and Lithuania. It is already the 16th century, and the Ukrainian Cossacks have already possessed a considerable force. At least, those Cossack villages have their own cavalry. With the protection of the cavalry, and the Cossacks are now mainly poor nomadic tribes. Therefore, for such a difficult and unprofitable target, the Crimean Khanate is generally not willing to provoke. The reason why Gama Khan promoted the Cossacks to Marin this time was because he was escorting 10,000 cattle and 5,000 Eastern European Mongolian horses to the North Sea Kingdom halfway, and accidentally encountered a small Cossack tribe on the way. He was itchy for a while, so he took the accompanying Crimean cavalry and robbed this small Cossack tribe of only more than 100 people. Then, after arriving in Beihai state, he wanted to take the opportunity to sell these Cossack prisoners of war, and exchange them for some ergoto liquor. Marin was worried that his pirated German Cossacks had no fighting power. When he heard that the other party actually had authentic Cossacks to sell, he naturally became interested. So he asked, you captured these Cossacks, won't the Lithuanians be angry? You know, the cattle and horse teams of the Crimean Khanate have to pass through Lithuania. It is actually taboo for the escort team to plunder people in Lithuania. Unexpectedly, Gama Khan shook his head and said, it's okay, the Lithuanians won't pursue it. What? You robbed their people, and they didn't pursue it? Marin felt very strange. If someone dared to rob his people, he would have sent troops to teach them a lesson long ago. Grand Duke Marin, you don't understand these Cossacks. What are Cossacks? Cossacks are a group of escaped slaves, a group of rebels who do not obey the management of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. For these rebels who do not obey the management of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, it is good enough that the Grand Duchy of Lithuania does not send troops to conquer them. Do you still expect to get justice for them? If their tribe was not too poor and a little fierce, we Crimeans would have wiped them out long ago. Marin hesitated and said, since you said they are fierce and do not obey management, then, what should I do if they do not obey me after I buy them? Gama Khan laughed and said, it may be a problem for others, but it is a small problem for you, Grand Duke Marin. I'd like to hear your advice. Gama Khan drank a sip of ergoto and continued, Grand Duke Marin, do you know? The whiskey, rye ergoto, produced in your country is extremely popular on the steppes. Not only do we Crimeans like it, but the Cossacks also like it very much. After we exchange our whiskey, Cossack merchants often bring livestock to exchange with us. Even some Cossack thieves will come to us to steal and drink whiskey. So, after you buy those Cossacks, as long as you give them strong liquor like whiskey every day, they will not leave even if you whip them. Is it possible? Marin was shocked. Try it if you don't believe it. Among the more than 100 Cossacks I brought, there are more than 30 Cossack men. As long as you give them a small bottle of whiskey every day and ensure that they are well fed and clothed, I guarantee that they will be loyal to you. After a fierce ideological struggle, Marin slammed the table and said, "Okay, I'll try it once. If the result is really similar to what you said, I will buy more Cossacks in the future. The price is negotiable, but it must be a complete Cossack family, and don't kill their old, weak, women and children." Marin suddenly thought since the pirated German Cossacks didn't work, why not buy some authentic Cossacks to mix with those German Cossacks, and then the old driver will lead the newcomers. If it works, Marin will get a large number of wolf-like Cossack hussars. Are you serious? Gama Khan was also shocked. He sold the Cossacks he captured along the way just to exchange for more rye ergotu, and never thought of making it a long-term business. However, it's a fool not to make money. Of course. Marin nodded solemnly. Then he added, "If you can use strong liquor to win over those Cossacks as you said, I am willing to pay a high price to buy more Cossacks, but I require the whole family to buy. As for the price, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Gama Khan thought for a while and said, "It may cost a little to plunder the Cossack tribe, but if you offer a high enough price, I think there are many people willing to help you plunder the Cossacks. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of Cossacks, mainly Kievan Rus, in the Zaporizhia region and the Dnieper River region. If you need, we can cooperate for a long time." Marin nodded and said, "If you can use strong liquor to win over the group of Cossacks you brought, as you said, we will cooperate for a long time in the future. Money is not a problem, and strong liquor is not a problem. Okay, I will wait for your good news, Grand Duke. Once successful, we will cooperate for a long time in the future." After that, Gama Khan went to busy himself with the handover of more than 100 Cossacks. After the handover, Gama Khan led the team back to the country. However, Marin and Gama Khan did not know that because of today's transaction, a mixed Cossack-Hussack team of Ukrainian Cossacks and German Cossacks appeared under Marin's command. It was large in scale, strong in combat effectiveness, and highly mobile, which frightened European countries. Of course, this Cossack later had its own name, Jutland Cossacks. This was named after their residential area. In the future, this Jutland Cossack also provided Marin with a stable source of Hussacks and became one of the most important combat forces of the North Sea Kingdom. In order to circumvent the Vatican's no slave trade regulations, Marin bought those Ukrainian Cossacks from the Crimeans in the name of recruitment. The price paid was mainly barrels of whiskey, rye ergotu. Chapter 873, The Black Glove That Conquered America. After sending Gama Khan away, Marin could not wait to send someone to invite 32 Cossack men from the more than 100 Cossacks to his palace. Then, Marin ordered people to entertain the group of Cossack men with good wine and good food. In the palace courtyard, Marin sat on the steps, with guards such as Khan protecting him to prevent any Cossacks from suddenly making trouble. And the 32 Cossacks had a table in front of each of them. Then, the waiters of the palace brought large plates of braised pork and beer, roast duck and other dishes, each of which was very generous. At the same time, a bottle of 1 pound rye ergotu was placed in front of each Cossack man. Whiskey. Sure enough, among this group of Cossack men, some people knew the goods. This man was dressed relatively decently, probably originally the chieftain of the Cossack tribe or something. So, he knew the hot-selling whiskey, rye ergotu, in Eastern Europe. Perhaps because he was greedy, the rugged-looking man could not wait to pull out the cork and take a big sip, then he showed an extremely comfortable expression. The Cossacks beside him were stunned for a moment, so they quickly asked in Kievan Rus, Ukrainian, Bashkin, "What are you drinking?" They did not recognize what was in the bottle in front of them, and no wonder, they had never seen such clear wine. After all, the wine that these ordinary Cossacks usually drink is relatively turbid. In other words, the wine that people drink now in Europe, whether it is wine or beer, is relatively turbid in color. Although whiskey is a bit dark in color because it is mixed with black sugar and other substances, it is still much clearer than the inferior turbid wine. Therefore, it is normal for these country bumpkins not to recognize it as wine. The Cossack named Bashkin burped very contentedly, and a strong smell of alcohol came out immediately. Now he didn't need to explain, the other Cossack men also knew it was wine. Moreover, it can be smelled from Bashkin's burp, it's very strong. Otherwise, Bashkin only took a sip and wouldn't have such a strong burp. Then, without Marin's call, these Cossack men pulled out the corks and rushed to pour it into their mouths. Maybe they drank too quickly, or maybe some people had never drunk such strong wine, and several Cossack men were choked by the strong wine. However, this could not stop their desire to continue drinking. Crack. I haven't said to start the banquet yet, and these bastards are drinking. Too unruly, right? Marin was a little stunned. However, thinking that the most famous thing about the entire Cossack group is that they have no rules, Marin was relieved. Throughout the hundreds of years of history of the Cossacks, most of the time, the Cossacks were synonymous with poor discipline. The biggest feature of the Cossack cavalry is that they have a fierce personality, but the military discipline is lax. Such an army is very powerful in a favorable battle, but fighting against the wind. Let's not talk about it. However, the Cossacks also have his advantages, that is, supermobility. The Eastern European Mongolian horse is a breed of endurance, so the Cossack cavalry is as mobile as the Mongolian cavalry. It is precisely because of the strong mobility of the Cossacks that the successive Tsars recruited Cossacks, occupied the vast Siberia, and fought all the way to the Far East. Marin recruited Cossacks. In addition to using the Cossack cavalry to help him defeat his opponents, he also had the intention of using the Cossacks to help him conquer America. These Cossacks with lax military discipline may not be able to beat the regular European army, but it is no problem to bully the Indians who have not yet obtained war horses. Although Marin's population is insufficient to operate the entire Americas, it is no problem to use tens of thousands of Cossacks to occupy the territory first. Moreover, the brutality of the Cossacks against civilians is also what Marin needs in a sense. You know, the fight for land is extremely cruel. If Marin wants to occupy the entire Americas, he will inevitably have a bloody conflict with the original owner of the land, the Indians. After all, everyone wants fertile land. Just like the Russian Far East, in order to occupy the Far East permanently, the Tsarist Russia either killed or expelled the local Chinese. By the 21st century, the Far East was basically full of Russians, and there were no Chinese. The Jiangdong 64 villages tragedy was the Russians' cleansing of the Chinese in the Far East that they annexed. Not to mention the barbarity of the Russians back then, but the Russians' cleansing of the Chinese in the Far East did lead to very few Chinese in the Far East in later generations. As a result, China couldn't get back to the Far East. You said you wanted this land, but what about public opinion? The local residents are all Russians. Are they willing to join China? If China really wanted to take back the Far East, even if it occupied this land, it would face resistance from the local Russian residents. Unless, drive them all away. Otherwise, there will be no peace. Moreover, the process of driving away the Russians will inevitably be bloody. Similarly, if Marin wants to occupy America steadily, it is almost necessary to drive out the local indigenous people. Otherwise, ethnic conflicts will be inevitable in the future. Just like in Bosnia, the Serbs, Croats and Muslims fought each other. But the Germans were relatively civilized, and Marin also prohibited soldiers from massacring civilians. But colonizing America is inevitably accompanied by bloody conflicts for land. Since the German regular army does not do such dirty work, then those brutal Cossacks have become Marin's best choice. Marin can completely learn from Ivan IV of the Russians, using Cossacks to conquer America, drive out and massacre local people. On the other hand, he condemned the brutality of the Cossacks. Historically, Ivan IV played such a double-faced trick, using Cossacks to plunder the Tatars, and finally unified the Eastern European steppes. Then, Ivan IV was also honored as the Great Emperor and the Thunder Emperor by the Russians. In other words, the Cossacks will become the black gloves for Marin to conquer America. All the bloody and violent aspects will be pushed onto the Cossacks. And Marin will always be wise. Sitting on the high platform, Marin was stunned for a while and forgot to greet the Cossacks. However, these Cossack men did not know what politeness was at all. Perhaps the whiskey burned their throats too much, so these Cossacks directly grabbed the beer roast duck with their hands. The waiters quickly handed over the spoons, and then these fools started to dig the braised pork with spoons. Oh, my God! These dishes are so delicious. Oh, Allah, these dishes are so delicious. Then, these Cossacks who usually like to drink big bowls of wine and eat big chunks of meat, like starving ghosts reincarnated, eating and drinking a lot. The composition of Cossacks is very complex. The majority of Ukrainian Cossacks are Ukrainians, but there are also Poles, Lithuanians, and a small number of Tatars. Tatars believe in Allah, but these Tatars who became Cossacks are not sincere in their faith. Because Allah stipulates that you are not allowed to drink alcohol or eat pork. However, these Tatars who became Cossacks not only drank big bowls of strong liquor, but also swallowed the braised pork made of pork in big mouthfuls, regardless of religious rules. Let alone these unruly Cossacks, even the Tatars of the Crimean Khanate, although they don't eat pork, mainly because there are too many cattle and sheep on the grasslands of Eastern Europe, so there is no need to eat pork, they drink a lot of wine. Moreover, since they have become Cossacks, these people themselves don't care about rules or beliefs. After a meal of wine and meat, this group of Cossacks was immediately bought. The Cossack leader named Bashkin told Marin through an interpreter that as long as there is enough wine and meat in the future, and the whole family will not starve, he will sell his life to Marin in the future. Ha ha ha. Marin laughed heartily. For him, wine and meat, as much as he wants. What he lacks most now is a high-level thug. However, although Marin accepted this group of Cossacks, he did not arrange them in one place, but divided them into two parts and arranged them in two German Cossack villages that had been built. In this way, with fewer people, it can also prevent these Cossacks from being too powerful and disobeying discipline. Moreover, Marin will always follow this example in the future to mix these genuine Ukrainian Cossacks and fake German Cossacks to prevent the Cossacks from getting out of control. At the same time, the village chiefs and military chiefs of those Cossack villages will also be Germans. But in order to respect those Ukrainian Cossacks, a Cossack leader will also be selected as an adjutant. In this way, it can also ensure that the Cossacks do not lose control as much as possible. Finally, it is a matter of faith. After all, most of these Cossacks from Eastern Europe believe in either Orthodoxy or Allah, and only a few believe in Catholicism. However, as a monarch of a Catholic country, Marin must ensure that the whole country believes in Catholicism. So Marin sent people to test those Cossacks and try to convert them to Catholicism. Of course, some means were used. The supply of strong liquor and meat was halved for those who did not convert to Catholicism. As a result, these Cossacks, whose faith was not firm, to begin with, converted without hesitation. Marin had to admit that he overestimated the integrity of these Cossacks. In fact, in history, these Cossacks who originally believed in different religions also converted to Orthodoxy at the request of the Tsar. Therefore, the issue of conversion was not a big deal for the Cossacks who had no integrity. If they had a firm faith, they would not have become Cossacks. Chapter 874, Hot to Death. After completing the recruitment of this group of Cossacks, Marin was extremely happy. So he sent people to catch up with Gama Khan, who was on his way back to Crimea, and issued a large order to buy 2,000 Cossack families. Moreover, the bid for each Cossack household was as high as 40 gold coins, worth 5 cows. Of course, each Cossack family must include a Cossack man who can fight. Gama Khan was also stunned. That was the price of 5 cows. Moreover, it can be exchanged for 40 bottles of rye ergotu, the favorite of Crimean Tatars. This ticket must be done. So, Gama Khan accepted the order without hesitation, just waited to report back, and then took action. It is true that those Cossacks can fight, but facing the superior army of the Crimean Khanate, what can a mere Cossack tribe count for? In the past, the Crimeans did not move those Cossacks because those Cossacks were both good at fighting and poor and had no oil. Now, looting those Cossacks can be exchanged for money, and robbing the Cossacks' horses can be exchanged for more money according to the price of horses. This business is worth it. Generally speaking, each Cossack will own a warhorse. In this way, as long as a Cossack family is captured, not only can the family be sold at a high price of 40 gold coins, but the warhorse itself can also be sold to Marin for 20 gold coins. In this way, this business is too worth it. Gama Khan dares to bet that their Khan will definitely agree to this deal. This is a win-win deal. The Crimeans got enough money, and Marin got thugs who acted as black gloves for him. However, Marin specifically requested only ordinary Cossacks, not Cossack leaders. After all, only those ordinary Cossacks are easily absorbed by those German Cossack villages. If there is a leader, these Cossacks will gather to form a small circle and disobey discipline. Therefore, those original Cossack leaders are destined to die. In this way, Marin will pay up to 120,000 gold coins and spirits for these 2,000 Cossacks, including war horses. Fortunately, the cost of spirits is low. Otherwise, Marin is really a bit overwhelmed. Perhaps because he felt that it was too expensive to spend money to buy Cossacks like this, Marin suddenly thought, why don't I send people to recruit? Most of the places where Ukrainian Cossacks live are located in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The current Grand Duke of Lithuania, Sigismund I, is his brother-in-law. He can send people to the Ukrainian steppes to recruit Cossacks. And sending people to recruit Cossacks by himself does not require money at all. As long as he promises enough wine and meat, he can basically achieve his goal. In this way, why spend all that money? So, on the one hand, Marin placed an order with the Crimean Khanate, and on the other hand, he also sent people to the Ukrainian steppes to recruit Cossacks for himself. Moreover, in order to prevent Crimea from harassing the Cossacks who were dreaming in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Marin specified that he wanted the Don Cossacks instead of the Ukrainian Cossacks of Kievan Rus when placing an order with the Crimean Khanate. In this way, Marin not only saved a lot of money by recruiting Ukrainian Cossacks himself. Moreover, it also weakened the Don Cossacks, which were mainly Russians. Decades later, when Ivan IV, the son of Vasily III, sent people to the Don steppe to recruit Cossacks, he was shocked to find that there were not many Cossacks here. And this also had an extremely adverse effect on the expansion of the Russians to the east. After all, the infantry expanded to Siberia, and who knows when it will reach the Far East. Marin's good mood did not last long, because Terra sent back the second ship, bringing bad news. What was the news? It turned out that the Havana colony in Cuba ushered in a wave of high temperatures in August. According to the mercury thermometer made by Leonardo da Vinci, the local temperature reached a maximum of 40 degrees for half a month. This wave of high temperatures lasted for half a month and brought serious impacts to the local area. The biggest harm was that more than 300 oxen died of heat. You know, there are only more than 500 oxen in the Havana colony in Cuba. It is deadly to kill more than 300 oxen at once. Fortunately, Cuba is not in the farming season, otherwise agriculture will suffer a huge blow. Of course, Cuba is a tropical country and can be cultivated all year round, so there is no need to distinguish between spring and autumn planting seasons. However, more than half of the oxen were killed by heat, which almost made Terra collapse. In fact, this can't be blamed on Terra. Because these cattle are all Eastern European cattle imported from Crimea. Eastern European cattle can withstand cold, but not heat. In fact, this is not the first time that cattle have died of heat. Almost every year, some cattle in the Granada colony in the Cuban colony will die of heat. After all, cold-resistant breeds of cattle are generally not heat-resistant. In order to be cold-resistant, Eastern European cattle generally have long hair, thicker hides, and smaller pores. After all, cold-temperate breeds of cattle do not sweat much, so they naturally do not need large pores to sweat. However, this kind of cold-resistant cattle is not very adaptable to the tropics. The small pores hinder the sweating and heat dissipation of cattle. If the temperature is less than 30 degrees, Eastern European cattle can barely endure it. However, when the temperature reaches above 35 degrees, these Eastern European cattle with small pores and long hair will die of heat, which happens almost every year. However, under normal circumstances, only a small number of cattle are killed by heat. Because super high temperatures are not common. However, this year, the Havana colony in Cuba suddenly encountered a wave of 40-degree high temperatures for half a month, which made the cold-temperate breeds of Eastern European cattle immediately unable to bear it, and more than half of them were killed by heat. This wave of losses almost made Terra cry. So he had to write a letter to Marin for help, hoping that Marin would transport a few hundred more cattle to supplement it. After all, Cuba now has 2 crops a year. After a while, the land will be plowed again, and there are not enough oxen. Seeing Terra's letter for help, Marin was also very depressed. Damn, the cows are dying of heat. Marin couldn't blame Terra for this kind of thing. After all, Marin also knew that Eastern European cattle were really not suitable for the humid and hot Cuba. However, looking throughout Europe, there are no cattle breeds that can adapt to the tropical rainforest climate. Maybe after these cattle arrive in the tropics, the next generation may have coarser pores in order to adapt to the climate. However, it will take several generations of cattle mutations to gradually adapt. For now, the only ones that can adapt to the tropical rainforest climate are probably buffaloes and cattle in Southeast Asia and India. After all, buffaloes can soak in water to escape the heat, and cattle in Southeast Asia and India are used to the heat and have adapted to the tropical climate. It seems that we have to send a ship to India to buy some heat-resistant cattle. Marin said helplessly. It seems that in the early spring of next year, Spain will organize a fleet to buy spices in India again. Marin can send a team of merchant ships to buy some Indian cattle. No, it seems that there are also heat-resistant cattle in Africa. Because the level of civilization in Africa is too low, Marin almost forgot about the cattle in Africa. Marin first thought of African buffalo, but soon ruled it out. Why? African buffalo are too fierce. Especially herds of African buffalo. Marin had seen videos of African buffalo killing male soldiers in his previous life, and he also knew that African buffalo is one of the most dangerous animals on the African grasslands. So, he immediately gave up the idea of sending people to the African grasslands to capture African buffalo. As buffaloes, African buffaloes are brave and dare to challenge lions alone, while Asian buffaloes are as gentle as well-educated ladies. So, since African buffaloes are not useful. Oh, right, the Mali Empire. Marin suddenly remembered that it seemed that the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire also had cattle breeding industries. Moreover, the Mali Empire was located in the coastal area of West Africa. Although the Mali Empire has lost the gold trade center of Timbuktu to the Songhai Empire, it is still barely holding on. Marin doesn't want the gold of West Africa, he just wants to buy some heat-resistant African cattle. The straight-line distance between the Mali Empire and the Caribbean Sea is very close. It is convenient and fast to buy cattle from the coast of the Mali Empire and ship them to the Americas. And the quantity is not small. It's not like going to India to buy cattle, the distance is too far. So, Marin found Kohler and asked him to send someone to Portugal to contact the Portuguese colonists and ask them to help buy cattle from West Africa. Chapter 875 The Portuguese in Africa. After receiving the order, Kohler quickly sent an envoy to change horses along the way and rushed to Portugal to contact his long-term partner, the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, and asked to buy African cattle. What? Archduke Marin wants to buy African cattle from the Mali Empire? Why? The Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, was confused and didn't understand why Marin was crazy and wanted to buy African black cattle. Are European cattle not good enough? The envoy Karen did not hide anything, but said honestly, "It is like this, Your Excellency the Duke, the island of Cuba under the rule of Archduke Marin has experienced high temperatures this year and most of the oxen have died of heat. Obviously, European cattle are not very adaptable to the hot climate in tropical regions. This has affected the sugarcane planting on the island of Cuba, so the Archduke sent me to order African cattle from you. I believe that with the Archduke's power in Africa, it should not be difficult to get some local cattle from the natives." Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, did not answer Karen immediately, but suddenly realized, "I said that my draft horses and oxen on São Tomé Island are always dying of heat. It turns out that European cattle and horses are not adapted to the hot climate in Africa. Your Excellency the Duke." Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, also reacted at this time and responded, "Regarding what you said about buying cattle in the Mali Empire, I can indeed get you some, but I can't guarantee the quantity. Because the Kingdom of Portugal is currently at war with the Mali Empire." War. Karen was a little stunned. Yes, war. Moreover, the reason for the war was caused by your Grand Duke Marin. Then, Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra, introduced the situation to Karen in detail. It turned out that in order to divert the attention of Spain and Portugal, Marin specifically told the two countries about the two major gold-producing areas in Africa, Timbuktu and Great Zimbabwe. Portugal was allocated Timbuktu, so it was natural to take action. The Portuguese first did business with merchants along the coast of Guinea in the Mali Empire, and spent money to bribe those merchants to find out the news of Timbuktu. Timbuktu was once the territory of the Mali Empire, and it was not until 1468 that it was taken away by the emerging Songhai Empire. Therefore, Mali merchants naturally knew the news of Timbuktu. Bribed by the Portuguese, Mali merchants happily revealed the news to the Portuguese, and also confirmed the news that Timbuktu was the gold capital of Africa. This time, the whole of Portugal was shocked. King Manuel I of Portugal and his ministers immediately made a strategy of sending troops to Guinea, first occupying the Mali Empire, and then marching into Timbuktu. Today, the Portuguese army has occupied the coastal areas of Guinea and is launching an attack on the inland areas of Guinea. However, things are not going well. As Marin predicted, the declining Mali Empire army cannot resist the Portuguese army. However, the hot climate in Africa has become a big enemy of the Portuguese army. At present, the Portuguese army has only occupied the coastal areas of Guinea. But if they want to go deep into the inland, the soldiers are not acclimatized. Guinea has complex terrain and dense tropical rainforests. The Portuguese army can certainly defeat the regular army of the Mali Empire by setting up a battle formation. However, in the tropical rainforest, the Portuguese battle formation cannot be deployed. Especially the cavalry, which is completely useless. Portugal's most powerful knight unit is even more useless. Because, as long as the knight puts on a full set of plate armor, he will get heatstroke. Not to mention the knight, the warhorse wearing horse armor will also get heatstroke in the hot climate of Guinea. Therefore, the Portuguese offensive progressed slowly, and it basically felt like moving forward step by step. That is, every time they conquered a place, they first built a castle, and then made major repairs. Then they enslaved the local blacks to cut down the jungle and open up roads. Until the road was repaired, they continued to attack forward. In this way, progress became very slow. However, all this has nothing to do with Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra. Because, in this operation, King Manuel I of Portugal did not take him to play. Why? Because Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, and Manuel I are not the same kind of people. Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, is the illegitimate son of the former King of Portugal, John II. After his legitimate son, Prince Alfonso, accidentally fell off his horse and died while hunting, John II went to Rome in person to ask the Pope to agree to let his illegitimate son, Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra, inherit the throne, but failed. And the one who finally won the throne of Portugal was Manuel I, so Manuel I and Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra, were not the same kind of people. Moreover, John II personally ordered the execution of Manuel I's brother, Diogo, the Duke of Viseu. So, the two families actually don't get along very well. If it weren't for John II's condition of the right to inherit the throne, Manuel I would not have let Jorge de Rencaster become the Duke of Coimbra, and would have given him the rights and interests of Madeira Islands and São Tomé Island. Therefore, in this action to seize the golden capital of Timbuktu, Manuel I won over many nobles, but did not take Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra, to play, so the Duke was very depressed. It is precisely because of this that Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, said that he could not guarantee how much he could get. After all, Portugal now only occupies the coast of Guinea, and the number of African cattle that can be obtained is definitely not much. Moreover, the Portuguese forces occupying the coast are not on the same side as Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra. Jorge de Rencaster could not guarantee how much he could get. As for trading with the Mali Empire for African cattle, it might be possible before the war. But now that Portugal and the Mali Empire have torn their faces, the other party will not sell cattle to the Portuguese. Karen's face was immediately full of bitterness, but the mission had to be completed. So he tried to ask, then, Duke, can you get African cattle from other African countries? It doesn't matter what kind of cattle it is, as long as it is heat-resistant. Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, thought for a while and said, now that you mention it, I remember that my territory, São Tomé Island, is not far from the Kingdom of Congo, and I can go to the Kingdom of Congo to buy cattle. You know Congo? It's the one whose king converted to Christianity. Last year, the newly enthroned King Alfonso I of Congo, originally unknown name, changed after converting to Christianity, making the Kingdom of Congo the first Christian country in West Africa. Congo is not the first Christian country in Africa. Ethiopia in East Africa converted to Christianity a long time ago, but it is Orthodox Christianity, and the first Catholic country in Africa. Portugal made a big fuss about this, boasting about its contribution to spreading the glory of Catholicism and demanding more colonial authorization. If Spain had not previously eliminated Grenada, an Allah country, the Portuguese would probably be very proud. The Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, had close contacts with the Kingdom of Congo, because a large part of the black slaves he had were obtained through the Kingdom of Congo. The Kingdom of Congo waged wars against surrounding tribes, captured black slaves, and then sold them to the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster. Therefore, the two sides had a close relationship, and it was no problem for them to buy African cattle from the Kingdom of Congo. By the way, there is also the Kingdom of Benin. Jorge de Rencaster thought for a while and added. Benin is also a partner of the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, in the slave trade and is a supplier. There is no problem buying African cattle from Benin. In this way, the supply problem of African cattle is solved. It rained in the afternoon, but it didn't cool down the heat. Now, the temperature is still high and the air is very humid, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 876 Specialized Cattle Transport Ship. The supply problem was solved, but the price asked by the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, was not low. The other party asked for 40 gold coins per bull, which was too expensive. You know, in Europe, a strong bull is only about 20 gold coins. The price of 40 gold, which is doubled, is definitely a lion's mouth. However, the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, also had his reasons. It is true that the price of cattle is about 20 gold coins, but the labor cost of his men must also be considered. The men of the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, traveled thousands of miles from Portugal to West Africa, and risked dealing with those old blacks, plus the high cost of long-distance transportation. Karen's scalp tingled when he heard it, but he said he couldn't make the decision, so he wrote a letter and asked someone to rush back to the country to ask Marin for instructions. After seeing the reason of Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, Marin smiled and replied, although the cost of trade and transportation is high, the cost of exchanging cattle from African blacks is definitely not high. Perhaps ordinary goods such as glass beads worth 2 or 3 gold coins can solve the problem. Therefore, it is definitely far from the level of asking for 40 gold coins. Obviously, the reason given by Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, is based on the fact that he bought each cow from the old blacks for 20 gold coins. But Marin knew that with the virtues of these cunning Portuguese merchants, they could get a cow worth 20 gold coins from the old African blacks by spending at most a few gold coins. Therefore, the reason of Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, is not valid. Of course, Marin is actually making a fuss. Because he deliberately ignored the channel problem of Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra. In modern business, channels are often king. Whoever has the way will have a better business. Therefore, the Duke of Coimbra Jorge de Rencaster can exchange African cattle from the African blacks, which is equivalent to mastering a valuable channel. Marin deliberately ignored this point, and as a native of the Middle Ages, the Duke of Coimbra Jorge de Rencaster obviously would not realize this. In the end, both sides made concessions, and Marin finally got a preferential price of 25 gold coins per African cattle. However, for cost considerations, in this era of high transportation costs, the Duke of Coimbra Jorge de Rencaster said that Marin should send a ship to São Tomé for transportation. Marin had no objection to this. In fact, the Duke of Coimbra Jorge de Rencaster also had his own difficulties. It is not difficult to transport African cattle from the Kingdom of Congo and the Kingdom of Benin to São Tomé Island. After all, São Tomé Island is not far from these two countries. Then, these cattle can be placed directly on São Tomé Island and fed with grass and leaves. São Tomé is a tropical island with evergreen trees all year round. Naturally, there is no shortage of grass and leaves, and the cost of raising cattle is very low. However, if the cattle are shipped thousands of kilometers away, the cost will be high. After all, during the transportation process, a large amount of freshwater river grass needs to be stored on the ship. The appetite of cattle is not a joke. The grass is easy to prepare, but fresh water is difficult. The Portuguese do not have Marin's high-temperature disinfection barrel water technology, and the fresh water will deteriorate and stink within a few days. If these cattle are allowed to drink stinky water during the voyage, many of them may die of illness. And if a batch of cattle die of illness and are traded with Marin, Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra, will suffer a loss. The death of a cow means a loss of 25 gold coins. Letting Marin transport it himself can not only save a lot of transportation costs, but also ensure the survival rate of cattle and avoid major losses. As for the losses of cowboys during transportation, it is none of his business. Regarding this point, the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, also made it clear in his letter to Marin. But Marin didn't care about it. After all, Marin himself mastered the technology of long-term storage of fresh water, and he also had a large group of disciples of Mongolian doctors Morigen and Bader who specialized in treating animals. As long as they were not killed by heat, some common minor illnesses could be completely solved by Morigen and Bader's disciples during the voyage. Therefore, if Marin transported the cattle himself, the loss of cattle would definitely be very small. In addition, Marin also prepared a large amount of ginger produced in Granada. Because ginger slices have a good effect on seasickness and motion sickness. Even if there are cattle seasick, let them eat some ginger slices, and they will get better. But here comes the question, what kind of ship should be used to transport cattle? Transporting cattle is different from transporting people. People need less space and can even accept bunk beds. But cattle need a lot of space, and it is impossible to accept the space-saving method of bunk beds. Moreover, cattle need much more food and fresh water than people during the voyage. Also, cows don't know how to go to the toilet, they basically solve the problem directly on the spot. Before, when transporting cattle to America, the cattle were tied on the deck. After all, it was convenient for workers to shovel cow dung into the sea. However, in that case, the number of cattle that a ship could carry was very small, usually only a dozen, and it was enough to fill the deck. However, this time was different. Marin urgently needed a large number of cattle to replenish Cuba, so the number of cattle shipped at one time must be quite a lot. After all, although São Tomé to Cuba is much closer than India to Cuba, it takes several months for a round trip. Therefore, it is also necessary for a ship to be able to carry more cattle at a time. So, the problem facing Marin was that he urgently needed a ship that could carry a large number of cattle and horses. This kind of ship needed to have many stalls like a stable. Each stall must have good ventilation. Moreover, it was convenient for the shit-shoveling workers to shovel cow dung. Otherwise, cow dung fermented in a small space and easily bred bacteria. Maybe someone would say, I have seen the Australian ship that transported live cattle in the future. Didn't it put a group of cattle in a large space? However, if you observe carefully, you will find that in the later Australian live cattle transportation, those cattle were all hornless. Hornless cattle are not dangerous, and there is nothing wrong with putting them together. But if they are horned cattle, cattle will fight each other, and there will inevitably be casualties. P.S. There is no problem in transporting sheep with good tempers. Just put the sheep in the cabin, pay attention to ventilation and clean up the sheep manure regularly. Maybe, on land, these cattle will not fight much. However, during the voyage, they will not see land for a long time. If they get angry, even if they have a friendly fight, it is easy for the cattle to die. In addition, the shipping of this era is very different from that of later generations. The diesel-powered ships of later generations are very stable. The cattle on the ship will not feel too much bumps. However, in this era, sailboats use wind power, but they are inevitably blown to the east and west by strong winds. In such an environment, the cattle will collide with each other, and the possibility of losing control of their emotions due to lack of adaptation is relatively high. Besides, they all have horns on their heads, and if they accidentally hit their companions, they will get a big bloody hole. The principle of animal transportation is that bulls and male horses are generally not kept together, otherwise, they are likely to fight and cause life-threatening situations. Of course, in special seasons such as spring, male horses and female horses, or bulls and cows, cannot be kept together. Otherwise, when you arrive at the destination, you will find that the bull or male horse has kidney deficiency. In short, in the face of these uncertainties, it is best to give each cow, or horse, a separate compartment similar to a stable. In this way, not only can fights between cows and horses of the same sex be avoided, but also when the sailboat is blown to and fro by the strong wind, the cows and horses have a support edge to prevent them from falling. In addition, cows in shipping should never be tied up, especially cows with copper nose rings. Because during shipping, the sailboat shakes a lot from side to side, and cows are prone to falling. If the copper ring on the nose is tied when falling, it is easy to tear the nose bone, causing serious injuries to the cow. Therefore, it is safest to keep them in a space similar to the stalls of a stable. Unlike humans, cows are more sensitive to the left and right shaking of the sailboat. Therefore, it is better to make the hull wider so that the left and right swing amplitude is smaller, just like the diesel-powered ships of later generations, which are generally wider. After thinking about it, Marin suddenly found that those caravels were more suitable for transporting cattle and horses than his new sailboats. This is because caravels are wider, usually with a length-to-width ratio of about 3:1. Such a length-to-width ratio makes caravels more stable during navigation. Although the speed is slower, cattle and horses are more adaptable. In addition, the layout of the ship's tower of the caravel is more suitable for transporting cattle and horses. Caravels generally have a higher poop, so Marin can put cattle and horses in the poop rooms on the second or third floors. Moreover, windows can be opened on each floor of the poop to allow cattle and horses to breathe fresh air. When shoveling feces, cow dung can also be thrown directly into the sea through the side windows. As for the lower deck, cattle and horses may not be able to adapt, and the side windows cannot be opened for no reason, otherwise the cabin will be flooded. Therefore, it is more appropriate to place cattle and horses on the top deck and in the poop. As for the lower level, the crew members can live there. Moreover, a large amount of fodder and fresh water needed by cattle and horses during the voyage can be stored. You know, cattle and horses eat and drink more than humans, and one can replace several people. So, Marin ordered people to go to Spain and Portugal to buy a batch of large caravels. After buying them, side windows were opened on each floor of the poop, and several small fences were built inside the poop to facilitate the loading of cattle and horses. Several fences were also built on the top deck, and a roof was installed to block wind and rain. In this way, Marin can quickly obtain a large number of ships suitable for transporting cattle and horses. Although Marin can also order people to design a wide-body ship that is more suitable for transporting cattle and horses. However, it takes several months to build a ship, and the fastest construction period is 2 or 3 months. By the time Marin built a batch of ships specifically for transporting cattle and horses, it would be too late to make a fortune. Therefore, buying a ready-made caravel and then modifying it is the most economical and quickest way. Of course, Marin also ordered shipbuilders to start designing a large wide-body ship specifically for transporting cattle and horses. After all, the requirements for transporting war horses in the future will also be very high. However, with the compromise cattle transport ship modified from the caravel, this professional large-scale ship for transporting cattle and horses is not in a hurry to be built immediately. Chapter 877, The Plan to Assassinate Jiajing. In fact, the ancient Chinese had already noticed the problem of transporting livestock. As early as when Zheng He sailed to the west, there were ships specially used to transport horses in the treasure ships, called horse ships. It is said that this kind of ship was modified to transport horses, but it was huge and horses could run on the deck. According to the Sanbao Eunuch's Western records written by Luo Maodang in the Ming dynasty, its size was 37 zhang long, 15 zhang wide, and had 8 masts, which was a medium-sized treasure ship. But, my god, this medium-sized one is too big. You know, in the Ming and Qin dynasties, even if one zhang was not as long as the current one zhang, it was 311 centimeters long, or 3.11 meters. So, 37 zhang long, that is, 115 meters long. 15 zhang wide, that is, 46.65 meters wide. So long and wide, it is definitely a giant in front of the European ships of this era. You know, the flagship Santa Maria that Columbus discovered America was only 19 meters long and 5.5 meters wide. Of course, Columbus had no money for his first voyage. After all, it was only sponsored by Queen Isabella I, not supported by the state, so he could only sail with a small boat. But when Gama discovered India, he was supported by the state, but his flagship, San Gabriel, was only 25.7 meters long and 8.5 meters wide. Compared with the horse ship and the treasure ship, it was a grandson's generation. Even the 500-ton warship that Marin made was only 30 or 40 meters long. And the later famous Constitution was only 62.2 meters long and 13.6 meters wide. Therefore, the treasure ship of the Ming Empire, even if it was a medium-sized treasure ship, was a fucking giant on the sea. I don't know how big the large treasure ship looks like. But unfortunately, the length-to-width ratio of this treasure ship is too amazing. It's only about 2.46 to 1, which is more exaggerated than the 3 to 1 of the caravel. In this way, the sailing speed is very slow, no wonder it has to be driven by 8 masts. What's even more regrettable is that, probably a few years ago, a eunuch persuaded Emperor Ming Shenzong to sail to the west again, and Lu Daxia, who was praised by Confucian officials as one of the 3 gentlemen of Hongji, actually burned the information of Zheng He's voyage to the west, including the drawings of the treasure ship. As the soul of China, Marin has 10,000 MMPs to say in his heart. Damn, if Emperor Chenghua reopened the voyage to the west, he might have a clash with Portugal in Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. After all, after Portugal captured Malacca, the Ming dynasty was helpless and could only use the counterattack of not allowing Portugal to pay tribute. If Emperor Chenghua started a new round of voyages to the west, the Ming dynasty must have a treasure ship team to go out. When Malacca, Manchuria, came for help, the treasure ship team would definitely march south. Maybe the treasure ship team would be defeated, but the Ming dynasty was a dynasty that refused to admit defeat and would definitely make a comeback. Moreover, the Ming dynasty was good at learning foreign technology, such as the Portuguese cannon, the red cannon and the matchlock gun, all of which were introduced by the Ming dynasty. Then, during the battle, the Ming dynasty might have started the Great Navigation. So, Lu Daxia, who was praised by Confucian officials, was actually a historical sinner. Even if you don't approve of the voyage to the west, there is no need to destroy the blueprint, some say hide it. If Marin traveled through time and became Emperor Chenghua, he would definitely kill Lu Daxia's family. If Emperor Chenghua's voyage to the west was successful, maybe history would be rewritten. Of course, this problem is not just a problem of Lu Daxia alone, but a social problem of the Ming dynasty at that time. One is the tribute trade system, which made the Ming dynasty's voyage to the west unprofitable, because the Ming dynasty court was too face-conscious and gave away more than it took back. There is also the conservative Confucian ideological system. With Confucian officials all over the court, it was difficult for the Ming dynasty to start the Great Navigation. In other words, the tribute system that was too face-conscious was also the work of Confucianists. If it were replaced by a legalist like Guanzhong, the Great Navigation would inevitably be started and ocean trade would be carried out. You know, in order to improve the finances of Qi, Guanzhong actually invented the nolu, that is, the female branch courtyard. Of course, this industry is really profitable. Guanzhong also succeeded, and then became a famous minister throughout the ages, known as the first Prime Minister of China. So, with Guanzhong's character, he would definitely do a lot of international trade. But after Confucianism dominated the world, it only wanted face, not substance, and gave money to the barbarians for foreign trade. For such a fool, the surrounding barbarians naturally flocked to it and came to pay tribute. Nonsense, if you know that there are fools throwing money on the street, would you go to pick it up? Anyway, unless Confucianism is destroyed, or in other words, the most pedantic lineage of Confucianism is destroyed, the Ming dynasty may be saved. Otherwise, even the time traveler can't solve the problem, and can only watch the Ming dynasty die, at most delaying the death date. It is ironic that the most active people in the great voyages of the Ming dynasty were the eunuchs who were criticized by the literati, and the strongest opponents were the gentlemen described by the literati. Marin didn't want to discuss this issue, and he was powerless to change it. Therefore, he planned to adopt a roundabout way to save the country. For example, in Taiwan, which was about to be taken, mercantilism was promoted, and scholars from the Ming dynasty were welcome to visit and study. Of course, Marin's mercantilism society in Taiwan was not for the lineage of Neo-Confucianism to learn, but for the lineage of Xinxue. You know, Wang Yangming, a master of Xinxue, is about to rise and will sweep the entire Ming dynasty. The lineage of Xinxue is enterprising and more receptive to new things. At that time, Marin planned to send an invitation letter to invite Wang Shoren to Taiwan for a tour and inspection, and reimburse the round-trip travel expenses. Well, this great god must be inspired. That's probably all Marin can do. After all, he is now a German, no longer a Chinese, and being able to do this is already the limit. Moreover, Marin believes that the Ming dynasty declined in the hands of Emperor Jiajing. It was this guy who was refining elixirs and seeking immortality all day long, who used Yen Song to control him, that tossed the Ming dynasty apart. As wise and powerful as Wang Shoren was, he did nothing at all in the Jiajing dynasty. And if Xingde didn't die too early, Wang Yangming would have a chance to come to the fore. You know, Wang Shoren is not a fool. After suppressing the Ning-Wang rebellion with great power, he found out Xingde's preferences and said that the credit of the general, Zhu Shou, was given to the suppression of the rebellion, and then Xingde was very pleased. This shows that Wang Shoren is also a flatterer and is not a pedantic person. It is not difficult to come to the fore when encountering Xingde, who is easier to coax. Moreover, Emperor Xingde likes military affairs very much, and will definitely reuse Wang Shoren, who has outstanding military talents. But when encountering the weird Jiajing, there is nothing he can do. Unfortunately, Emperor Xingde went to the south and died after returning, so there was no chance to promote and reuse Wang Shoren. Otherwise. However, these are things that have not happened yet. Ma Lin decided that he would participate in this matter. It would be best if Xingde did not die unexpectedly. If Emperor Xingde still died early, Marin decided to send someone to assassinate Jiajing and get rid of the scourge of the Ming dynasty and even the Chinese nation. Although this guy's means of controlling his subordinates are clever, it is of no use to China. Marin is most disgusted with these standard politicians who are proficient in infighting but useless to society. Therefore, it is better for Jiajing to die. Anyway, before inheriting the throne, Jiajing was just a vassal king of a small place and had no strength. If you want to kill him, it may be difficult to hide your tracks by sending Germans. However, if you recruit some ninja-like warriors in Japan to assassinate. The Japanese and the Chinese look similar, which is convenient for hiding and sneaking. Moreover, with the strength of the Japanese samurai and the cowardly appearance of the local army in the south of the Ming dynasty, Jiajing's fiefdom is in Anlu, Hubei, it is estimated that it will not be difficult to assassinate Jiajing, who is still a vassal king. At that time, even if Jiajing was stabbed, the Ming dynasty could only vent its anger on Japan. Because, who would have thought that Marin, a foreigner in the West, would kill Jiajing? It just so happens that Marin can also pull the Ming dynasty to bully Japan together. After all, he does not have enough manpower to suppress Japan. Of course, this is the premise that Emperor Xingde will die in 1521 and leave no offspring. Marin will do this. And this is also an explanation to Marin for his Chinese soul. Chapter 878 Newcastle Salt Boiling Base. October is a harvest season. In this season, nobles all over Europe are excitedly waiting for the output of the land, and then they can save it in cash. By the end of October, except for the 4 old provinces that ended in the middle of the month, other provinces also sent good news to report the autumn harvest. However, because the new agricultural technology was not used, the per acre yield of these new provinces was still more than 100 pounds, which made Marin really uninterested. So he could only force a smile and encourage the representatives of several new provinces. In addition, Marin also sent representatives to report the autumn harvest results in Northumberland and the Isle of Wight, the territories of England. However, England had just fought a war, and Marin did not have high expectations for that side. As long as he was not asked to allocate food support, he would be thankful. What made Marin happy was that Northumberland did not need him to allocate food support. After all, the tens of thousands of refugees looted by Henry Percy last year were all embezzled by Marin. This group of people made great efforts to reclaim wasteland in Northumberland this year. Although there was not a big harvest, they basically met their own food needs. Even the grain produced was enough to feed the local garrison. This was a pleasant surprise for Marin. As for County Wicklow in Ireland, because of the war, there was a serious loss of population there, and there were only a few people left there. Marin did not expect any autumn harvest there. However, there are still hundreds of thousands of people on the entire island of Ireland. Of course, mainly in other countries on the island. Marin plans to allocate a batch of grain to attract the floating population on the island to migrate to County Wicklow to live and reclaim wasteland. To this end, Marin specially recruited a group of Irish people to go to various states in Ireland to do propaganda and encourage the Irish to migrate to County Wicklow to live. The slogan that Marin asked them to promote was, "Enough black bread." This slogan, if put in modern times, is probably going to make people laugh. But in this era, it is definitely a killer. Now, the Irish have not started to grow potatoes, so they are quite short of food. Therefore, the population on the island is not large, only about 200,000 or 300,000 people. Moreover, because of backward agriculture, many Irish people are not well fed. Using slogans such as, "Enough black bread" to promote is definitely effective. As for whether it will offend other nobles on the island, Marin doesn't care so much. In fact, Marin even expects other Irish princes to take the initiative to find fault because of anger. In this way, Marin has an excuse to send troops to annex his land. Marin's slogan is, "I am not afraid of causing trouble, I'm afraid of provoking others, and others don't react." Because if the other party endures it, Marin will have no excuse to make use of the topic. These agricultural problems are all minor problems, but the new Prime Minister of Northumberland, Old Mason, has made an application report and requested Marin to build a large salt boiling base near Newcastle. Old Mason was the former Prime Minister of the Duchy of Cleaver. After he helped Duke John II of Cleaver to take the blame, he was asked by Marin to go and be sent to Northumberland as Prime Minister. After arriving in Newcastle, Old Mason keenly discovered that the coal produced locally in Newcastle was very good for cooking salt. In fact, the locals had already used coal to cook salt. However, the way Newcastle people cooked salt was quite extensive. They set up a big pot directly on the beach, and then found a piece of coal as fuel to cook salt. However, this primitive and extensive way of cooking salt was very inefficient. Unlike Marin's salt cooking base, all of which used firewood-saving stoves, with high fuel utilization and faster speed. Moreover, the locals were also very stupid when cooking salt. They did not filter the brine, but directly boiled a pot of seawater dry, and then scraped the salt. The salt cooked in this way tasted slightly bitter because of the large amount of magnesium ions and other residues. Unlike Marin, when he cooked salt, he took the salt out of the remaining brine when it was more than half cooked. In this way, the magnesium ions that caused the bitter taste were left in the last bit of brine. Although the salt fished out did not reach the level of refined salt in later generations, it was definitely much better than coarse salt. The English of this era did not understand this. They only knew to boil the seawater dry, and naturally they got bitter coarse salt. It was okay to use it to pickle pickles and meat and fish, but it was still a little worse for human consumption. However, this was also Marin's hypocrisy. To be honest, the coarse salt obtained by boiling the seawater dry, although the taste was not very good, was better than most mineral salts. The residual magnesium ions in the seawater were already considered few, and the salt dug out of the salt mine had a lot of impurities. Some mineral salts even contained toxic ingredients, and eating too much would cause cancer. In general, the coarse salt boiled by the English with coal was already considered to be the upper middle grade of salt. Generally speaking, the best salt was produced by some rare high-quality salt mines. Some salt mines were of higher quality and had few impurities. Then, this kind of salt became the best table salt, specially supplied to the nobility, and the price was higher. The medium salt was the coarse salt boiled from seawater. Although this salt tasted average, at least it had no strange smell or toxicity, and it was safe to eat. This kind of salt is generally supplied to the small nobles and the merchant class, that is, the middle class with some money. The inferior salt is the salt produced by the inferior salt mine. Most of this salt is darker in color and has a lot of impurities. As for the bitter taste, that is normal, and it is not surprising to have some toxic substances. In this way, it is difficult for ordinary people to eat such mineral salt frequently. For example, the famous Duchy of Lüneburg in Germany developed by relying on the salt mines of Lüneburg. In the Middle Ages, the salt of Lüneburg made the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg a wealthy country. Even the capital of the duchy was moved to Lüneburg. Moreover, the Elbe-Lübeck Canal connecting Lübeck and the Elbe River was originally used to transport the mineral salt of Lüneburg to the Baltic region for high-priced sales. But the emergence of the refined salt of Marin's brine made the mineral salt of the Duchy of Lüneburg unsaleable in the Baltic region. After all, other people's salt is not bitter, and your salt tastes bitter. If the price difference is not big, even a fool knows how to choose. Of course, these old masons don't know. After all, old Mason has just joined Marin's camp, and he doesn't know the secret of Marin's salt boiling fortune. However, in Newcastle, he saw locals using coal blocks to set up a big pot on the seashore to boil salt, which seemed to be very low cost. At least, it is much cheaper than the Germans using firewood to boil salt. So, the shrewd old Prime Minister proposed whether to use the rich coal resources in Newcastle to establish a large-scale salt boiling center on the seashore. Marin admired the sharp intuition of old Mason very much. In fact, Marin had such a plan before. After all, it is cheaper to establish a salt boiling center in Newcastle. However, Marin had been planning the Ruhr area before, but he had not succeeded. Moreover, Marin's control over Newcastle was not high enough at the time, and he was worried that the news of establishing a salt boiling base in Newcastle would leak out, affecting his plan to seize the Ruhr area. So he temporarily shelved this plan. Now that the Ruhr area is in hand, there are not so many scruples. However, considering that old Mason was born in the Principality of Clever, Marin, while approving, also specially ordered old Mason's family not to pass the news back to the Principality of Clever. Obviously, Marin did not want to provoke his ally, Duke John II of Clever. If he knew that the coal from the Mark state that he exchanged for Marin had the powerful ability to boil salt, he would definitely regret it. Of course, even if John II knew, it would be useless. Because John II has no coastal territory. It's useless to have coal without seawater. But it's best not to provoke him. In this way, Marin approved old Mason to build a salt boiling center on the coast of Newcastle, and put it in charge of old Mason. However, Marin did not give old Mason the technology of dehalogenated refined salt and firewood-saving stove. As a result, the salt boiled in Newcastle is bitter coarse salt. However, such coarse salt is also very popular in the European market. At least, it is more popular than low-grade mineral salt. Therefore, it can also sell for a lot of money. The reason for this is that Marin wants to create a quality difference. With the coarse salt of Newcastle as a foil, it can also show the excellent quality of the dehalogenated refined salt of Cape Breton Island. The two kinds of salt are sold together, and the effect is better. Chapter 879, Salt and Coal Monopoly System. Marin did a very good job of keeping the salt he sold a secret. At the beginning, the salt boiling bases were all in remote places in the Frisian Islands. Later, they simply moved to Cape Breton Island in America. As a result, most people did not know the origin of the dehalogenated refined salt in Marin's hands. Generally speaking, refined salt that is not bitter and snow-white in color often comes from salt mines. The quality of mineral salt varies greatly. The worst bitter salt and poisonous salt come from salt mines, but at the same time, the best salt also comes from salt mines. As for sea salt, before the promotion of dehalogenation technology, it has always been a medium-quality coarse salt. In fact, until now, the people who know that Marin sells salt in large quantities are mainly a few of Marin's big customers. For example, Duke John II of Clever, Sigismund I, and John II's brother, Grand Master Philip of the Teutonic State, etc. Because these people are all agents of Marin's dehalogenated refined salt. However, even these agents are not very clear about the source of Marin's dehalogenated refined salt. They initially guessed that Marin was boiling salt. After all, Marin's fiefdom was by the sea. However, after tasting the taste of dehalogenated salt, it is not like ordinary sea salt. So, they are also speculating whether Marin has a superior salt mine or a mysterious supplier. As for the dehalogenation technology, Marin has always kept it secret and no one knows it. However, if someone with ulterior motives notices it and arranges for spies to infiltrate, it is inevitable. Therefore, Marin also needs a cover to divert other people's attention. Just like Marin built a large whiskey distillery in Newcastle before, to divert everyone's attention. And Newcastle, because it is rich in coal and close to the sea, is a traditional salt boiling base. It is perfect to attract everyone's attention. However, according to the report of old Mason, most of the salt boiling merchants in Newcastle fled to the south because of the war. After all, Newcastle is too close to Scotland. This has caused the depression of the local salt boiling industry, leaving only a small number of small retail traders who are still insisting on boiling salt. Old Mason knew the huge profits of the salt business. In England, salt might not be a big deal, but it would be a lot of money if it was shipped to Germany. If it was shipped to the Baltic region, it would be even more profitable. At the beginning, Marin asked John II, Duke of Clever, to act as his agent for his dehalogenated refined salt, and he made a lot of money. How could old Mason, as the prime minister, not know this? However, John II did not tell old Mason that the refined salt was provided by Marin. After all, this lucrative business was monopolized by the Lamarck family where John II was, and even Prime Minister Old Mason could not intervene. Although he could not intervene, Old Mason was clear about the huge profits. So, when he saw some small local retail traders in Newcastle setting up a big pot to boil salt with coal blocks by the sea, he immediately realized the profit. After examining the price of coal, Old Mason was shocked when he calculated it. Damn, it's too profitable, right? So, he immediately made a report and applied to boil salt locally. You know, as the Prime Minister, if the local salt boiling industry develops, he can make a fortune just by intervening. However, while Marin approved Old Mason's request to boil salt with coal on the seashore, he did not let Old Mason be responsible for this matter alone. Otherwise, this guy will definitely be full. Therefore, Marin decided to let Kohler send several spies who are proficient in calculations to Newcastle, in the name of assistance, to monitor Old Mason's management of Newcastle's salt boiling industry to prevent Old Mason from getting too fat. Marin does not object to his men getting some benefits, but if they get too much, Marin will not be happy. Therefore, for every highly profitable industry, Marin will arrange spies to supervise to avoid getting out of control. Moreover, based on this incident, Marin suddenly thought of the salt and iron monopoly in ancient China. How to say the policy of salt and iron monopoly, for the court, it is a good thing, which can greatly increase tax revenue. For example, in the Ming dynasty, the annual salt tax was as high as 1 million taels of silver, and the highest one year reached 2.5 million taels of silver, which was almost comparable to the land tax. In fact, this was the result of the serious corruption of the civil service system in the Ming dynasty. The price of salt in the Ming dynasty was as high as 300 won per caddy, but in fact, the court only collected 3 or 4 chien of silver per een, 300 caddies. 1 chien is equivalent to 100 won, which is equivalent to 2 won per caddy of salt. But the price of salt was as high as 300 won. In other words, the huge price difference in the middle was divided up by the bureaucratic group. No wonder the Ming dynasty court was poor, but the officials were rich. In contrast, the Song dynasty levied a high tax on salt, reaching 30 won per caddy, more than 6 won in the Qing dynasty, but the price of salt was 50 won per caddy. In other words, in the process, officials and merchants did not make much profit. Unlike the Ming dynasty, the salt monopoly, the benefits were taken by the bureaucrats, and the court only received 2 won per caddy of salt, which was simply sending beggars away. Even the Qing dynasty, which claimed to hand over salt to the private sector, also collected more than 6 won per caddy, which was 3 times that of the Ming dynasty. If the Ming dynasty had controlled the salt tax well, even if it used the salt tax price of the Qing dynasty, it would not be short of money at all. It can be said that this dynasty was eaten up by the bureaucracy. You should know that the salt tax in the Qing dynasty was 6 won per caddy, and the salt price was more than 20 won, but if you look at the history of Yangzhou salt merchants, you will know that there are many big salt merchants with millions of taels of wealth, and the richest can reach tens of millions of taels. This is not a super salt merchant who monopolizes the whole country, but only a Yangzhou salt merchant. It can be seen that the salt industry is so profitable. Even in the later New China era, the government has long been operating salt, until Marin traveled through time, and only a small amount was released. The annual turnover of China Salt Corporation reaches tens of billions, but I don't know how much tax it pays every year. After all, such a monopoly group also has many people with connections. Just like a girl from petrochemical that Marin knew in the future once said, although petrochemical's annual turnover is close to $300 billion, petrochemical has as many as 810,000 employees, and everyone's annual salary starts at more than 100,000, the regular salary is only 3,000 to 5,000, and it's very shabby if you check the salary list, but the bonus is much higher than the salary. Basically, everyone earns more than 100,000 per year, as long as they are formal workers. This is just normal income, not including some people's gray income. So, don't think that petrochemical can make money even if it is a pig as a boss. Most of the money earned is used to fill the pit. Moreover, the 810,000 employees are still in office, not including those who have retired in the past few decades. Marin knows that the salt monopoly system may be detrimental to the people, but it is beneficial to the rulers themselves. Therefore, he also decided to engage in salt monopoly. However, he did not plan to recruit too many idle people in the company, nor did he plan to give employees too high bonuses. Because if he spent money on these idle people, he would get less. Of course, he didn't take the money himself. After all, for Marin, money is no longer a problem. However, this money is all fiscal revenue, which can be used for infrastructure construction or to support the army. In short, it is much better than supporting idle people. Therefore, after approving Old Mason, Marin signed another document, ordering the establishment of the North Sea Salt Company to unify the management of salt production and sales in the North Sea Kingdom and Northumberland, etc., under Marin's name. As for the current retail salt cookers in Newcastle, Marin decided to learn from the way that PetroChina and Sinopec dealt with those retail gas stations in the future acquisition. Marin will offer a more reasonable price to acquire the equipment of those salt cookers, and even give a high price. However, from now on, they will not be allowed to cook salt and sell it. And how to control those retail salt cookers from secretly cooking salt in the future. Marin also has his own big move. He also ordered the establishment of the North Sea Coal Company and implemented a coal monopoly system. Without the supply of coal, these retail investors can't make waves. And chopping firewood to cook salt is not cheap, and it's unlucky to be caught. Moreover, for the coal mines in Newcastle, Marin also implemented the acquisition system and bought all the ownership of the coal mines. In the future, coal will be supplied by his own family. Moreover, it is forbidden for coal from other places to flow into the country. There is coal not only in Newcastle in the UK. In this way, through the monopoly of salt and coal, Marin can firmly grasp a very profitable industrial chain in his own hands. And Marin is not worried about whether the monopoly of coal is profitable. Because he has a killer in his hand: honeycomb coal technology. All Chinese who have experienced the 20th century have seen the era when all urban residents burned honeycomb coal stoves. Before the era of coal gas and natural gas, urban residents in China, including many rural residents, liked to burn honeycomb coal stoves. This application alone can make coal mines make a lot of money, and there is no worry about the sale of coal. If it were not for the fear of stimulating Duke John II of Clever, Marin would have planned to take out the honeycomb coal technology immediately. After all, you just exchanged the Ruhr area with others, and then you launched the honeycomb coal technology. Isn't it obvious that you are cheating people? Therefore, Marin plans to come up with the honeycomb coal technology in a few years. Otherwise, John II will be angry to death. Moreover, because there is no honeycomb coal technology now, and even Europe does not have the technology to shake coal balls, the value of coal mines is not valued. Marin can take the opportunity to acquire all coal mines at a low price in the name of Beihai Coal Company. When the honeycomb coal technology comes out, he can make money by lying down with exclusive monopoly. Marin estimates that in the future, the profits produced by the Beihai Salt Company and the Beihai Coal Company alone can support the finances of the Beihai state and feed tens of thousands of troops as long as they do not support idle people. Chapter 8: Horse plowing is also important. The salt and iron monopoly system, in the hands of Ma Lin, became the salt and coal monopoly system. Ma Lin did not pay much attention to iron. Why? Because the feudal dynasty of China implemented a monopoly on iron, largely because it was afraid that the people would rebel with iron swords. But Ma Lin's army has now entered the era of firearms, and cold weapons are no longer important. Therefore, the monopoly of iron does not matter. Just like the current Ming dynasty, iron has also been partially liberalized. Iron trade is prohibited for grassland ethnic groups, because cavalry using cold weapons are also very fierce. Because the Ming dynasty was also a dynasty that attached importance to firearms, and had strict control over firearms, it did not pay much attention to civilian cold weapons, and only restricted the smuggling of iron outside the pass. Only the Qing dynasty, because of fear of Han people's rebellion, did not allow civilians to carry swords, and issued a ban on weapons many times. Therefore, Marin planned to learn from the Ming dynasty and only ban firearms and high-powered crossbows among the people, and ignore other things. The Ming dynasty actually banned armor. The ancient Chinese dynasties seemed to prohibit the people from owning armor. Zhou Yafu, a famous general of the Han dynasty, was convicted and died for hiding armor. But it is not realistic in Europe. The city of Milan even made Milan plate armor into an industry. There are many private transactions, which are difficult to ban. As for the American colonies, because of the threats of wild bears, Marin can partially relax the control of firearms, but only allow the possession of firearms with more restrictions, such as matchlocks, and they must be smoothbore guns. Clockwork muskets and flintlocks are absolutely prohibited, and rifled matchlocks are also prohibited, otherwise they will be killed if caught. In this way, even if the American militia rebels 100 years later, they who use smoothbore matchlocks cannot beat the regular army using advanced weapons. Marin, who is familiar with the future, knows that if he wants to develop industry and economy, coal is actually more important than iron ore. Iron ore can be imported, but coal. Generally, coal in coal-producing areas is mostly used for self-use, and rarely exported. Only resource-rich countries like Australia that lack labor are willing to export coal on a large scale. Moreover, steel products can be reused, while coal is a one-time consumable that is consumed every day. After imported iron ore is smelted into steel, it can be used repeatedly. Imported coal, on the other hand, is gone once burned, and then it has to be imported in large quantities. Therefore, the steel industry centers of later generations are often close to coal mines, not iron mines. Because importing coal is really not cost-effective. Speaking of which, the development of China in later generations is also thanks to the coal resources in places such as Shenyixi. Without coal resources, it would be difficult for China's industry to rise. The rise of China's economy has always been accompanied by the black smoke of coal-burning chimneys. Without coal as an energy source, the so-called Chinese manufacturing is simply a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. You see, Brazil and Argentina in later generations are quite big, right? The land is fertile and the population is not small. But why can't they become manufacturing powers? Because these two countries lack coal resources. Brazil is the worst, with so many iron ore mines, but lack of coal. So, they have to sell iron ore to others to make steel. Argentina is even more frustrated. It lacks both coal and iron ore, so it can only focus on beef from the pampas and football. It wants to develop industry, but there are no resources. South America is a very strange region. Although the Andes Mountains contain a large amount of precious metals, most of the region is seriously lacking in energy. Only Venezuela in the north has oil and Colombia has coal. Other countries seem to be quite short of energy. Therefore, it is difficult for South America to produce a world-class superpower. The three largest and most powerful countries in the world all have rich coal resources. Even India has coal and iron. If India had not been stupid and believed in the Indian religion that divides people into different levels, its development potential might not be worse than that of China. It is strange that Western Europe is so large, but there are not many places with rich coal resources. France is needless to say, it is all tears to say more. Didn't you see that it can only play with nuclear power in the future? Italy and Spain looked prosperous in the early days, but they fell behind when the Industrial Revolution came. There is no way, there is no coal. Only Britain and Germany have abundant coal and have developed a powerful industrial system. And Germany's coal is mostly concentrated in the Ruhr area. In addition to the Ruhr area, there seems to be a Saarland, which is also an important coal-producing area. In fact, the geographical location of Saarland is better than that of the Ruhr area. Why? Because Saarland not only has its own coal, but also is close to Luxembourg, which has iron ore, and also relies on Lorraine, which has richer iron ore resources. So, when it comes to the development potential of the steel industry, the Ruhr area has to admit defeat. And because of the rich coal, the French tried to annex the Saarland twice after World War I and World War II. After all, France is too short of coal. Luxembourg can develop into a rich country dominated by the steel industry in the future, and it is inseparable from the coal-producing area of Saarland next to it. And as a Warcraft player in his previous life, Marin really wants to complain about the naming of Glas Slagsaar, Alsace. Aren't they all German place names? Can you imagine a Chinese game company naming important figures Funan and Hujian? Doesn't it sound weird? Marin had his mind set on the Saarland. However, the Saarland is too far away from Marin's territory to reach. Moreover, the situation there is complicated, and there are many princes. It is also difficult to take it over. Shortly after Marin ordered the establishment of the North Sea Salt Company and the North Sea Coal Company, the former Danish Prime Minister Mikkel, who was originally in charge of the Schleswig province, also came from the eastern region to report on his work. Marin has always valued this former Danish Prime Minister. There was even an idea of making him the Prime Minister and replacing Geoffrey. However, since he seized the Duchy of Schleswig from Denmark, Marin was worried that the people there would not obey his rule, so he had to keep Mikkel in Schleswig. And when he took the Jutland Peninsula from Denmark, he could not do without Michael's presence. After all, Mikkel is a Dane and was once the Prime Minister of Denmark. He has a high prestige among the Danes. With him in charge of Jutland Peninsula, he can definitely maintain local stability and appease the Danes. In fact, the autumn harvest results of Schleswig and Jutland provinces have long been reported to Marin by the messenger. However, Mikkel came here this time not to discuss the autumn harvest results, but also to discuss agriculture. What? Are you saying that you support horse farming? Marin was a little surprised. Mikkel nodded solemnly. Don't you know that the cost of raising a draft horse is 4 or 5 times that of raising a cow? That's a man who often eats oats. Don't tell me you don't know the price of oats. Marin said in surprise. Mikel nodded, but then shook his head and said, Grand Duke, you only calculated the cost of raising horses. Have you ever calculated the efficiency of horse plowing? Marin nodded and said, I know this. The cost of raising a draft horse is 4 or 5 times that of a cow. And the efficiency of a draft horse in plowing the land is 2 or 3 times that of a cow. With this calculation, it is still more cost-effective to use cows for plowing. Mikel nodded and said, this calculation is correct, but, Grand Duke, have you thought about the labor cost? Labor cost? Marin was stunned. Yes, the labor cost. There is so much land in the North Sea Kingdom now, but our population is only a few 100,000. There is a serious shortage of labor. Therefore, in the case of a shortage of labor, horse farming is the best choice. But, what about the feeding cost? Grand Duke, you are a monarch, not a businessman. You have to consider not only the cost, but also the total amount. Yes, from the perspective of feeding costs, raising horses is indeed expensive. However, you must also see that if horse farming is used, the fields that can be cultivated by the population under your rule will more than double. As for the feeding cost, do you really think raising horses is 4 or 5 times more expensive than raising cattle? What do you mean? Marin was a little confused. Grand Duke, you have the most advanced agricultural technology in Europe. So, is the yield of oats twice that of other countries? Marin nodded. Indeed, the yield of oats per moo in the North Sea Kingdom is as high as 300 pounds, while the yield of oats in other countries is no more than 150 pounds. This is the difference after using new agricultural technology. Yes, in this case, is the cost of oats in the North Sea Kingdom half that of other countries? Mikel said excitedly. Marin thought about it and it was true, so he nodded again. In this case, we can't use the market price to calculate the cost of raising horses. We should use the cost of the North Sea Kingdom to calculate the cost of raising horses. With this calculation, it seems that the cost of raising horses is only 2 or 3 times that of raising cattle. Mikel danced with excitement. Marin was stunned, it seemed to be true. When the cost of raising horses is only 2 or 3 times that of cattle, and the land that can be cultivated is twice as much as that of cattle, isn't the cost-benefit ratio very close? Marin nodded again. When the cost-benefit ratio is close, with twice as much arable land, Grand Duke, please calculate, which one is more cost-effective. Horse plowing. Marin said without hesitation. That's right. Therefore, we should retain horse plowing and focus on cultivating it. Especially in places like Jutland Province, which are sparsely populated, and colonies in America that are even more sparsely populated. Marin was silent for a while, and then said, okay, you convinced me. But, Mikel, have you ever thought about it? We can buy a lot of cattle from the Crimean Khanate. But where can we buy a lot of suitable strong draft horses? Mikel was speechless. As Marin said, it is easy to buy cattle, but it is easy to buy suitable draft horses. The Crimean Khanate can supply a large number of horses, but the horses provided by this country of Mongolian descendants are also medium-sized riding breeds. After all, Crimeans don't farm, and they don't raise draft horses. So even if Marin had money, he couldn't buy draft horses suitable for farming in large quantities. Therefore, no matter how right Mikel was, there was nothing he could do. Well, we can only use horse and ox plowing at the same time. I think so too. Marin nodded. Chapter 881, Belzayalunma. There are historical reasons why Europeans choose horse plowing. In addition to the fact that they do not know how to use nose rings to make cows obedient, the efficiency of horse plowing is also one of the important reasons why Europeans choose horse plowing. In fact, the most popular era of horse plowing in Europe was the 18th century. In the 16th century, horse plowing and cow plowing coexisted in Europe. Why? This has to do with the issue of agricultural output. In the early 16th century, agricultural output was low and grain was expensive. It is expensive to raise a horse. Because the grain consumed by a horse in a year is worth the cost of a family of 5 for a year. Although cows have a big appetite, they eat grass most of the time and only need to add food during work. The cost of feeding is the same as the annual grain consumption level of a strong man. Therefore, in Europe today, only aristocratic manor uses horse plowing. And some poor farmers and small landlords still use cattle plowing. However, cattle plowing is too difficult. Because there is no cattle nose ring control technology, most cattle are not suitable for plowing, and only a small number of cattle with good tempers are suitable for plowing cattle. Therefore, cattle plowing is also difficult to popularize. Therefore, there is a situation where horse plowing and ox plowing coexist. In the 18th century, because the Dutch occupied Taiwan and Java in the 17th century and dealt with the Han people with the highest farming technology, they learned fertilization technology and triggered the so-called agricultural revolution. As a result, the grain output of Europeans increased and the cost of raising horses decreased. Then, horse plowing became popular. Of course, horse plowing is also limited. That is, horse plowing is mainly aimed at the planting of crops such as wheat. It is not possible to face rice fields. Because, to cultivate paddy fields, the hooves must be soaked in water. It is okay for cattle, but horses are not suitable for plowing paddy fields. Moreover, horseshoes soaked in water are prone to rust and fall off, causing great problems. In later generations, Mao Lin had seen horses plowing in the south. For example, in Xinjiang, Fujian province, there is a southern horse called Xinjiang horse, which adapts to the humid and hot climate and can plow fields. However, horses that plow the land are generally not shod. Otherwise, it is easy to loosen and fall off after soaking in the paddy fields. Even if horseshoes are nailed, they will be removed before plowing the paddy fields. This is a horse adapted to the southern climate, while European draft horses are generally not adapted to the subtropical humid and hot climate of paddy fields. Even if they are adapted, it is useless. Because the paddy field soil is soft and silted, it is difficult for the horse's hooves to exert force. In paddy field farming, draft horses may not be much faster than cattle. Xinjiang horses can only plow 4 mu of paddy fields every day, which is about the same as cattle. But in dry land, they can reach 6 mu per day. Of course, Xinjiang horses are smaller in size. If they are replaced by European heavy draft horses, they will definitely plow more than 8 mu of dry land every day. Therefore, relatively speaking, horse plowing is suitable for dry land, while cattle plowing is suitable for paddy fields. But even if Marin knew that horse plowing is suitable for Europe, he had no choice. Just like what he said to Mikel, he lacks horses. He can spend money to buy an equivalent amount of cattle from the Crimeans, but he can't buy draft horses. The Eastern European Mongolian horses in Crimea are small in size and may not be much better than cattle. The reason why ancient China did not develop horse farming was because of the lack of heavy horses in the east. With a shoulder height of 1.3 meters, the Mongolian horse may not be able to catch up with the mule in terms of plowing ability. As for the Guangzhong horse in later generations, it appeared after the introduction of Western heavy horses. Among them, there is an important bloodline, which is the French Belcheron horse, also known as the Percheron horse. Belcheron horses are strong, have strong limbs, are fast and durable, can withstand severe cold and heat, eat less and work hard, and were the most outstanding draft horses for plowing in the 19th century. In the 19th century, Belcheron horses were introduced all over the world and hybridized with local draft horses to cultivate their own excellent draft horse breeds. Yes, Belcheron horses, how could I forget this? Marin slapped his head and said angrily. Of course, the real Belcheron horse has not yet appeared. Now, Marin can only find the ancestor breed of Belcheron horses in the Percheron region. However, even these ancestral breeds must have some of the advantages of the later Belcheron horses, Percheron horses. As long as they are cultivated and bred according to their advantages, horses with less obvious advantages are eliminated during breeding. The Belcheron horses of later generations will naturally appear in the future. Why is it a French breed again? Marin was directly amused. It feels that Marin has been wielding a hoe to dig into France during this period. Moreover, it can be purchased with low-cost nickel-white copper fake silver coins, which is not too cost-effective. It can only be said that the animal husbandry technology of France in later generations is too powerful. Charolais cattle, Limousin cattle and Belcheron horses are very excellent livestock breeds. But now, the French obviously have no awareness and action to cultivate excellent livestock breeds. So, let me cultivate it myself. So, Marin found Kohler and ordered him to send spies from the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to the Perche region of France with a large number of fake French silver coins made of nickel-white copper to purchase the original breed of Belcheron horses. Marin asked them to pay attention to the advantage of eating less and working more when selecting draft horses. This is very important for draft horses. Draft horses eat food, so it would be best if they could eat less. If they eat less and work less, it would not be cost-effective. Therefore, the Belcheron horse, which has these two characteristics, will become a world-famous horse in later generations. Marin thought of the tall and strong Shire horse, which is indeed tall and powerful. But what comes with it is that its appetite is also very large. In short, it is not very cost-effective. If it were not for the potential of Shire horses to tow heavy artillery, Marin would not want to continue to raise this big-stomach king. Speaking of it, the requirement of small appetite and more work is really embarrassing for people. Oh no, it is embarrassing for horses. But this is a world dominated by humans, not the cattle and horse empire. Therefore, draft horses can only be selected according to this embarrassing horse standard. Fortunately, there is the Belcheran horse breed to find, otherwise, Marin would be at a loss. In order to obtain and cultivate better draft horse breeds, Marin ordered to recruit horse breeders and horse appraisers with high salaries, and go to the Perche region of France to find draft horses that meet the requirements. Then, Marin will open up a breeding area specifically for the Belcheran horse in the horse farm north of Auric, and gather a group of horse breeders and horse appraisers to carry out fixed-point breeding to obtain excellent draft horses similar to the Belcheran horses of later generations. Marin does not seek to breed excellent draft horses with similar characteristics to the Belcheran horses of later generations. Even if he only has some of the advantages of the Belcheran horses, Marin will not lose. Moreover, the Eastern European Mongolian horse will also be used as one of the hybrid samples. Why? Because Mongolian horses are resistant to roughage. Usually they don't work, and Mongolian horses can live by eating grass. Unlike European horses, they are delicate and often eat grain. If the advantages of Mongolian horses' resistance to roughage can be retained, even if they are not strong enough, Marin can accept it. After all, food costs money. Does grass cost money? Therefore, using the Eastern European Mongolian horse as the mother, introducing genes from other excellent draft horses, and breeding draft horses that can tolerate roughage is also an important research direction. Chapter 882, The Establishment of Panama City. Marin has always been skeptical about the breeding of draft horses. It's not that he is worried about the low efficiency of draft horses, but he is hesitant about whether to promote horse farming in the American colonies. From an economic point of view, it is best to promote horse farming in America. After all, the American colonies lack population, but there is a lot of land and it is very fertile. If draft horses are used, more land can be cultivated. However, Marin has always been worried that if horse farming is promoted in America, horses, a strategic resource, will inevitably be obtained by the Indians. If the Indians also have cavalry, how terrible it would be. Marin has watched many American Western movies in his previous life. Although those Hollywood movies are very sobby and describe the Americans who massacred Indians as positive characters, it has to be admitted that the Indians in the western United States are really difficult to deal with. If it were as easy to conquer as the Eastern Indians, there would probably be no Indians in the United States now. At that time, the most powerful force of the Indians in the western United States was the Indian cavalry. The Indians are brave and good at fighting. If their weapons were not too backward, they might not be able to beat the white people. You know, the men of the Indians are basically the fighting force of the tribe. If they get horses and make cavalry. So, Marin has been hesitating whether to do horse plowing in America. After all, if cattle plowing is promoted, it doesn't matter even if the cattle are taken away by the Indians will not make cattle cavalry. Marin thought for a whole day before he finally came up with a solution, that is, if an excellent draft horse breed like the Belcheran horse is bred, it will be promoted and applied in Europe first. Then, the replaced cattle will be sent to the American colonies for application. Then, the horses used in the American continent in the early days all used castrated horses. Or simply use mules to pull carts. In this way, there is no need to worry about the Indians getting horses and becoming stronger. When the Cossack cavalry recruited by Marin arrives, the local Indians will be slowly expelled. After the Indians are expelled, normal horses will be slowly introduced. At that time, the Indians had been expelled, and there was no need to worry about them getting horses. After figuring it out, Marin slept soundly until the next morning. After waking up, Marin, who was refreshed, played a downloadable version of the Gi Jin Jing in the palace yard. Marin found that although he could not develop any internal strength by practicing the Gi Jin Jing, like the 5 animals exercises, it was no problem to keep himself healthy. Then, he came to the restaurant, ate 5 beef buns, and drank a large glass of milk. As beef buns for Marin, the boss, the skin of this kind of buns is only a little thicker than the dumpling skin, and it is full of beef stuffing with ginger and green onions, which tastes very good. Of course, the cost is also very high. The buns sold in the restaurant under Marin are the kind with thick skin. Speaking of which, Marin found a very interesting thing when he read novels in his previous life. Some historical novels that traveled through the Tang dynasty used alkali, that is, sodium carbonate, as a crossover artifact. It is said that after using alkali to steam buns, the sour taste will be removed, and the dough will have a good effect. Otherwise, the dough made with old dough will taste sour. Marin has also experienced this. Because they also use baking soda to make bread with leavened dough, and the effect is indeed good. But after traveling through Europe, Marin found that people in Europe do not use baking soda, and the bread made from the leavened dough does not taste sour. At first, Marin was a little puzzled, and he even dreamed of using sodium carbonate to save the European diet. But in fact, after Marin actually came into contact with it, he realized that the noodles fermented by Europeans with beer yeast did not taste sour at all. In fact, it is better than baking soda. Because Marin remembers to control the amount of baking soda. Otherwise, it will affect the taste of pasta. However, there is no limit to the addition of beer yeast, and it is okay to put more. In other words, even without baking soda, Europeans can use high-quality yeast powder to ferment high-quality bread. However, beer yeast does not seem to be cheap. Because it is yeast made from more expensive materials, the price is not cheap, and ordinary people cannot afford it. Nowadays, many poor people in Europe make pasta, and in order to save costs, they either do not leaven the dough and make hard cakes directly, or eat rye porridge directly, without even removing the rye skin, and cook the porridge directly. In fact, Marin did not know that later, Chinese pasta shops also began to generally use yeast powder instead of baking soda. Because, if baking soda is used to make pasta, once the amount is not controlled well, it is easy to make the food taste bad. Using yeast powder is safer, and it can make the fermentation effect better. However, Marin is not from the north, and his family does not often eat pasta, and he has not been exposed to these. Therefore, he did not know that later, Chinese people gradually used yeast powder bought from supermarkets to replace baking soda when making pasta. Only old-fashioned grandpa and aunt still use baking soda to make pasta. In addition, those old noodles that failed to ferment and had a sour taste need to be neutralized with baking soda. For the fermentation of new noodles, only yeast powder is enough, and it is okay to put more. After eating a delicious thin-skinned and delicious beef bun, Marin came to work in the front yard of the palace with satisfaction. At the same time, he also answered questions for Leonardo da Vinci, who was studying physics and chemistry in middle school next door. If he really couldn't answer them, he would just make a fuss and divert Ada's attention. Soon after arriving at the office, around 9 o'clock, another message came from Emden Port. Governor Goulard, who was responsible for opening up the road on the Isthmus of Panama, sent an envoy on a ship to rush back to report the results to him. Goulard? Report the results? Marin was surprised. Because, in his calculations, the cement road on the Isthmus of Panama could not be repaired. After all, now it is purely manual construction of the road, and there is no roller for laying the foundation. It is very troublesome and it is impossible to be so fast. It was not until the envoy arrived later at Marin knew what Goulard reported. It turned out that Goulard's report this time was not about repairing the cement road. Even, it was not his own business. He reported to the Bald Aben who was responsible for building Panama City. Bald Aben was on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. If he wanted to send a ship back to Europe, he needed to let the ship go around the entire South America, which was not cost-effective. So, he asked Goulard to send someone to take a boat directly from the Caribbean Sea to the mainland to report on his work. Last year, Bald Aben, under the order of Marin, led a fleet to bypass the Strait of Magellan at the southernmost tip of South America, and headed north along the west coast of South America. After arriving at the Bay of Panama, he first built a temporary base on Toboga Island, not far from the location of Panama City in the future. Then, he sent people to land and cut down all the big trees near the location where Panama City was planned to be built to make room. It was not until June of this year that it felt that the area near the construction of Panama City had been cleared, and Aben also bribed several local tribes with money and property according to Marin's instructions to ensure that the locals would not make trouble, and then began to build Panama City at the predetermined location. Of course, the first step in building a city is not to build a big city, but to ensure safety first. Therefore, Aben's deputy architect Storm first ordered the 1,000 black slaves equipped by Marin to build a large wall at the predetermined location. After the wall was built, the construction of the city began. And this so-called Panama City is actually not as big as a community in later generations. Strictly speaking, it is just a building similar to the dock fortress of a powerful Chinese family. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as this dock is built, Aben and his team can gain a foothold in Panama, and then they can slowly plan in the future. In the process of building Panama City, or Panama Dock, Aben and his team met Goulard's men. Goulard's men had cut down all the trees along the planned construction location of the cement road. Then, Goulard sent someone to contact Aben and his team to confirm the terminal location of the cement road on the Pacific side. After all, this cement road was originally planned to connect the port of Colón on the Caribbean side and Panama City on the Pacific side. If the terminal location is not confirmed, subsequent road construction will be troublesome. So Goulart sent someone to confirm the location. Aben's Panama fort was almost finished, and he happened to meet Goulart's people. So he asked Goulart to send a ship back to the mainland to report the construction progress in Panama City and wait for Marin's next instructions. Chapter 883, Using Lao He to Lower the IQ of Japan. The fortress-like Panama City built by Aben and his deputy Storm is not located at the original location of the old city of Panama City in history, but a few kilometers east of the old city of Panama in history. The reason for choosing there is that there is no large river near the old city of Panama. And wooden boats cannot be soaked in sea water for a long time, otherwise the bottom of the boat will be eaten by sea maggots. Therefore, if you want to build a port, it is best to have a freshwater river. Therefore, Marin asked Aben to move the location a few kilometers east, because there is a large freshwater river outlet there. As for the famous Panama Canal in later generations, there is no shadow now. Balboa, the Pacific outlet of the Panama Canal in later generations, was actually built by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers before World War I. Now, there is a hill and swamp there, which is not suitable for building a port at all. Therefore, the Panama City that Marin asked Aben to build is located a few kilometers east of the old city of Panama, not west of the outlet of the Panama Canal in later generations. However, the estuary of this freshwater river is not actually very large, and is only slightly wider than the Munster Canal excavated by Marin. Even at the estuary, there are not many ships to stop. So, after thinking about it, Marin wrote back to Bald Aben, asking him to build cities and fortresses while speeding up the construction of docks and docks. At the same time, people should be sent to widen the estuary and manually dig berths for ships. The ships of this era are not only small in tonnage, but also made of relatively light wood. Therefore, the draft of ships in this era is generally shallow, with a draft of only 2 or 3 meters. Unlike the aircraft carriers of China in later generations, the draft reaches 10.5 millimeters. Even destroyers have a draft of 6 or 7 meters. And now wooden boats generally have a draft of only 2 or 3 meters deep. At this depth, it is very easy to manually dig a berth. Of course, labor is still needed. So Marin ordered another 3,000 black slaves from his traditional partner, the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster. However, this time, Marin can only pay with food. Because he is short of cash now. But in Portugal, grain is also a hard currency. Although it has not reached the grain price of Spain, it is also at the level of 1.5 pfennigs per pound, which is half higher than the grain price in Germany. Therefore, it is still very cost-effective to pay with grain. Although the blacks in later generations are very hypocritical and aggressive, in this era, the first generation of black slaves are often very honest and obedient. Because the blacks who are unwilling to be slaves honestly have long been killed by their fellow blacks who captured them. And those who are left are all honest and obedient. Therefore, the first generation of black slaves are still useful. Of course, if these black slaves give birth to the second and third generations, they may not be obedient. Therefore, Marin's attitude towards black slaves is only the first generation of black slaves. Moreover, no female black slaves are allowed, and black slaves are not allowed to reproduce offspring to avoid the emergence of American blacks in the future. In later generations, Marin divided black people into 2 categories, one is African blacks, and the other is American blacks. Both types of blacks have low IQs, are very athletic, and like to rap. But American blacks have a mysterious self-confidence. In the United States, old blacks are a social instability factor. When blacks grow up, they either play basketball like NBA stars to make a name for themselves, or become rappers. As for other industries, well, it seems that they can still be bodyguards to bluff people. As for other industries, it seems that there is nothing to say. If you can't make a name for yourself by sports, art, or being a bodyguard, you can only hang out in the slums. In the United States, black communities are synonymous with chaotic public security. Many Chinese who went to the United States to study have been robbed by blacks, so unless the family conditions are not good and they can only rent cheap black communities, most people will not choose to rent houses in black communities. Moreover, Chinese people are not protected by white people in the United States, so they are robbed the most by black gangsters. Even these black thugs hanging out in the slums have developed a sense of superiority, thinking that they are superior to Asians, and a chain of discrimination has emerged. White people discriminate against black people discriminate against Asians. Moreover, black people in America are very sensitive, and if you don't treat them as superiors, they will accuse you of racial discrimination. The most ridiculous thing is that there is an unwritten rule in Hollywood: blockbusters must have black people, and they must be positive characters. Otherwise, you are discriminating against black people. Therefore, you will find that the villains in Hollywood blockbusters are either Hispanics, Asians, or white Americans themselves, and there are very few black villain bosses. You can recall Jackie Chan's Rush Hour. Wasn't Officer Lee always followed by a chatterbox black man with a shrill voice like a eunuch? This guy doesn't look like a positive character, but he is a great hero. Just like in Captain America, in the comics, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. originally had nothing to do with black people, but when they made the movie later, they just forced a black man named Nick Fury to make trouble for the Americans in the future, and he was a very arrogant director. Of course, Marin was very pleased that there were black people making trouble for the Americans in the future. The more black people there are, the more trouble the Americans will have. Marin wished that those black people would occupy the White House. But when it comes to himself, Marin will not make such a mistake. Therefore, regarding the problem of lack of labor in the American colonies, Marin thought of the Han people, the Indian untouchables, and even the Japanese farmers, but he did not consider the black people. It's just that the tropical jungle of Panama is too dangerous, and the black people's bodies are particularly adapted to the tropical rainforest climate. Therefore, Marin had no choice but to buy thousands of black slaves to build roads. According to the messenger of Goulard, even the old blacks who are adapted to the tropical rainforest died of illness in the jungle of Panama by the hundreds. If it were Europeans and Asians, who knows how many would survive? Therefore, Marin's principle is that blacks are used only in dangerous and humid areas like Panama. And in the fertile temperate lands of North and South America, black slaves are avoided as much as possible. But it seems too cruel for Marin to castrate blacks like the Arab slave traders, and Marin can't do it. After all, these black slaves are actually quite pitiful. Marin just doesn't let them reproduce on the land he values, which doesn't mean that he wants to kill all these blacks. After all, Marin and the old blacks have no grudges. When the cement roads and towns in the Isthmus of Panama are built, and pyrethrum and wormwood are planted, the black slaves are actually useless. At that time, how to resettle them? Marin was a little distressed. Let's leave these uncles. With Lao Hei's vigorous energy, it is inevitable that he will seduce local Indian women to sow seeds. Leaving Xiao Hei is not what Marin wants to see. But where should we send them away? Marin turned his eyes to the world map hanging on the wall. Marin suddenly turned his eyes to the Japanese archipelago. It seems that I can send those black slaves to Japan. The more Marin thought about it, the more excited he became. As a Chinese soul, Marin knew the characteristics of the Japanese. Although Marin was not interested in the Japanese, he had to admit that the Japanese were not less intelligent than the Chinese. One day, Japan will develop into a strong country. The main thing is that the IQ of the Japanese is really not bad. How to lower the IQ of the Japanese? Marin has now thought of the answer, that is, export blacks to Japan. When blacks fill Japan and mix with the Japanese, it will be difficult for Japan to develop in a few hundred years. For specific details, please refer to South America in later generations. It just so happened that Marin wanted to colonize Japan and seize Iwami silver mine. Maybe, we can bring a group of black slaves to help guard and develop Iwami Ginzan. Then, let those black men find women in Japan. A few hundred years later, when modern society comes, the skin color and IQ of the Japanese. He. He. Marin laughed wildly for 3 days, thinking that he was such a genius. Marin couldn't bring himself to kill the Japanese. After all, there were too many Japanese, almost 17 million. Marin was not a beast without any human form, and he couldn't do such a thing as massacring civilians. But he would be unhappy if he didn't make things difficult for Japan. Therefore, lowering Japan's IQ and making it lose its future is definitely a gentle but vicious plan. Marin even planned to find an African black queen for the Japanese emperor to lower the IQ level of his royal family. Hundreds of years later, Japan became a superpower, but... Chapter 884, Sending Another Ship to India. After entering November, the autumn harvest in Europe was almost over, and all countries entered the winter break. In winter, everyone takes a good rest. With food, the nobles' pockets were bulging, and then they held various banquets to squander the fruits of the autumn harvest. Then, everyone found that there were not enough spices to squander. And the old and young kings of Spain, Ferdinand II and Juan, saw such a business opportunity and decided to send another fleet to India to purchase spices. Prince Juan had a good relationship with Marin, and specially sent someone to inform Marin to send ships to follow the Spanish fleet in the spring. It just so happened that Marin also needed to go to India to purchase some cattle and horses that were adapted to the tropical climate, as well as untouchable slaves, so he agreed to send a few ships to India. Purchasing Indian cattle was something Marin had thought about before. After all, the climate in the tropics was too hot, and the oxen from the temperate zone were not adapted. Most of the Indian region itself is located in the tropics, so naturally there are cattle that are adapted to the tropics. It is reasonable to go there to purchase. As for horses, Indian horses must also be adapted to the tropics. Going to India to buy some horses is fine. After all, transportation now mainly relies on horse-drawn carriages. Although cattle are strong, their speed is so fast that it is very frustrating. Therefore, horses are still needed to pull carts. Moreover, Marin remembered that many ruling dynasties in India came from the invading foreign races in Central Asia. The Central Asian region and the Arab region have close contacts, and the horses brought here naturally contain the excellent bloodline of Arabian horses. Therefore, Indian horses are actually good. Marin seems to remember that a kind of Maori horse produced in western India is an excellent war horse that has been overlooked. It is mainly because the Indian army's record is too poor that the reputation of this good horse has been buried. It is said that Indian horses are not only adapted to hot climates, but also not afraid of cold. Marin will conquer many tropical regions in the future, so he naturally needs a good horse that is very adaptable to tropical regions. Otherwise, he can't let the soldiers fight the natives in the tropical rainforest. European horses may not adapt to tropical climates. Even if they can adapt, I don't know how many years it will take. You know, the reason why the Mongolian cavalry that swept across the world failed to conquer India was because the Mongolian horses were not adapted to the hot climate of India, which led to their inability to occupy India. The Mongolian cavalry swept across the world, but after arriving in Delhi, they could no longer go south. Because the Mongolian horses that adapt to the cold climate are really not adapted to the tropical climate, mainly the humidity and heat of the tropics. Therefore, the Yuan dynasty let Southeast Asia and India go. It's not that they don't want to fight, but the horses are afraid of heat. When Babur, the founding monarch of the Mughal Empire, a descendant of the Mongols, occupied Central Asia and obtained the Central Asian horses that adapted to the tropical climate, the cavalry went south and finally conquered India and established the Mughal Empire. Therefore, sometimes in war horses that adapt to the climate are also very important factors. For example, why did the Spanish colonial empire in history mainly operate in areas such as Mexico and Peru? Because the Mexican plateau and the Andes highlands of Peru are also tropical, but the temperature is not high, and the Spanish Andalusian horses can adapt well. As for the tropical islands in the Caribbean, the Spaniards focused on operating a few islands such as Cuba. Then, Barbados and other places were divided up by countries such as Britain. The main reason was that the Spanish could not manage it. Moreover, there was a lack of mobile troops that could adapt to the local climate. There is a big difference between having horses and not having horses. Without war horses that can adapt to the local climate, the colonial army can only shrink in the coastal areas like the Portuguese. If there are war horses that can adapt to the local climate and the soldiers have adapted to the local climate, they can go deep inland. Therefore, Marin attaches great importance to the introduction of Indian war horses so that he can strengthen his control over the tropical regions of America in the future. Moreover, after the Panama Cement Road is built, it is natural to run horse carriages. European horses may not be able to adapt to the tropical rainforest climate of Panama, but Indian horses are obviously no problem. Therefore, when Marin sent a fleet to India this time, he not only had to buy war horses that could adapt to the tropical climate, but also some draft horses that could adapt to the tropical climate to pull carts and walk on the Panama Cement Road. In addition, Marin was also very interested in buying Indian untouchable slaves. This is because these Indian untouchables are not only obedient, but also have good rice planting techniques. Unlike those black people, who only have brute force but do not know agricultural technology. Those Indian untouchables look dark-skinned, but they are not from the same family as the old black people in Africa. They are submissive and have very good agricultural technology. The rice on Grenada and Cuba is basically planted by a group of Indian untouchables brought back before. Marin likes to eat rice very much, and tropical areas, especially humid and hot areas, are more suitable for growing rice. Therefore, introducing more Indian rural untouchables, urban untouchables may not know how to farm, will help rice planting. Since Marin does not like to use black slaves, introducing Indian rural untouchables with agricultural technology has become the best choice. It's funny to say that those Indian untouchables are probably used to being abused by Hinduism, and they even think that they are humble and untouchable. The colonists in Grenada and Cuba treated them better, which made them very grateful and worked harder. So, Marin likes Indian untouchables very much. Moreover, he also respects their religious beliefs. Nonsense, Marin has not seen people who think they are humble, and they are very obedient. Why interfere with their beliefs? These untouchables live a very miserable life in India. They are not even qualified to sit down in front of the upper castes, let alone touch the upper castes. Otherwise, they may be beaten to death. Moreover, after the upper castes ask them to help with work, if they encounter rogues, they may not be willing to pay, and the untouchables dare not ask for it, and can only endure it silently. Even if there are conscientious people, the revenge they give is very low, often a handful of rice or something. Even if the upper caste men rape the untouchable women, they will not be punished. At most, they will be compensated with a handful of rice or something, just as the women's ticket, and the untouchables who suffer the loss can only endure it. These untouchables are oppressed in India, resulting in a very humble and cowardly character. Moreover, they often don't have enough to eat. Therefore, everyone is pale and thin, very similar to Gandhi in later generations. In Grenada and Cuba, although the North Sea colonists also drove these Indian untouchables to work, they would provide them with enough food and allow them to sit down and eat with the colonists. Even after the sugarcane was harvested and made into sugar, some was given to the untouchables to taste. This was simply unbelievable in India. Therefore, the Indian untouchables who came to Grenada and Cuba worked hard, were grateful, and were very easy to manage. Unlike those black slaves, they needed to be shackled and locked up for supervision. The governor of Grenada, George Sr., even joked that if he had enough Indian untouchables under his command, their European colonists could sit at home and be masters comfortably. Because all the work was done by the Indian untouchables. Therefore, when the young Spanish King I issued an invitation, Marin immediately agreed to send a fleet to accompany him so that he could go to India to buy cattle and horses that could adapt to the tropical climate, as well as obedient and hardworking Indian untouchables. Chapter 885 Hinduism. Hinduism is a religion that forcibly divides people into different levels, and it has a lot of feudal remnants. In modern times, if India had not been held back by Hinduism, the development of India would not necessarily be worse than that of China. You know, India can make software very well, which shows that their wisdom is not bad. Otherwise, it would not have become an ancient civilization on par with China. However, Hinduism, which restricts people's identity and thoughts, forcibly restricts India's development potential. Just like the Confucianism thought that imprisoned the thoughts of the Chinese people. Fortunately, after 2 revolutions, China completely broke the ideological shackles and then achieved national takeoff. And the Indians still regard Hinduism, which has extremely heavy feudal remnants, as a country, and even the prime minister wears a turban, which naturally restricts development. Of course, this is a good thing for China. If the Indians are willing to restrain their own thoughts, then let them continue to restrain themselves. It is also a good thing for China to have fewer powerful competitors. In his previous life, Marin always felt that the South Vietnamese monkeys might have more potential than the Indians. Because South Vietnam also broke the ideological shackles through revolution. Moreover, South Vietnam was originally Chinese territory and was deeply influenced by the culture of the Central Plains. Those famous TV series, such as My Fair Princess, are very popular in South Vietnam, and even remakes have become thunder dramas. Then, they also imitated China to open up. If it were not for its narrow and long territory and great restrictions, South Vietnam might have risen as a new power. And if South Vietnam and India exchanged territory, a great power would definitely rise. This is considered from the perspective of future development, but from the perspective of the rulers, Hinduism is wonderful. Because people are born into different classes, and with the blessing of strong religious beliefs, Indians rarely resist fate. After occupying India, the British did not promote Christianity in India. Why? Because promoting Christianity is not as good as Hinduism itself. Since it is conducive to rule, why not keep this backward religion? Therefore, the British promoted Christianity in other colonies in the world, but continued to keep Hinduism in India. The only few uprisings of Indians were because the British did not respect their beliefs. As for national independence, that is not what the Indian brothers considered. For example, the 1857 uprising was caused by the bullets promoted by the British Army, which were coated with butter. Cows are mascots in India and are not allowed to be eaten. This violated the taboos of the Indians, which led to the uprising. As long as you don't respect the religious beliefs of the Indians, India should not be too easy to rule. Even if Gandhi makes trouble, he is not cooperative, not like the northerners who just do it. Speaking of it, the difficulty of ruling India is not as difficult as ruling Afghanistan. Why did Marin introduce Indian untouchables and protect their beliefs? Because of the Hindu religious rules, the untouchables dare not have the idea of being the master of the house, and they can only be coolies honestly. Moreover, while introducing the blacks to Japan, Marin also planned to introduce Japanese labor in America. After introducing Japanese labor, arrange for Japanese farmers to marry Indian untouchables and promote Hinduism at the same time. This move is very insidious, because according to Hindu rules, any children born from intermarriage with untouchables are also untouchables, no matter who the untouchables marry. In this way, according to Hindu rules, the remaining children of the untouchables and Japanese farmers are also untouchables. And the untouchables who believe in Hinduism generally do not resist the rule, so Marin's colonial rule is much more stable. Why does Marin want to introduce population from Japan? There is no way. There are only hundreds of thousands of people in the North Sea country. How can it control such a large area of America? Japan has a population of 17 million. It is also a good choice to get some labor from Japan to help develop America. In fact, Marin originally wanted to introduce population from China. However, the Ming dynasty would never agree. At most, Marin can only find an opportunity to get some refugees who escaped famine to America, but the number will definitely not be too many. Because now is not the era of refugees everywhere in the late Ming dynasty. The country was still very stable in the middle of the Ming dynasty, and it was impossible for large-scale refugees to appear. Therefore, Marin can only settle for the second best and introduce untouchables from India and farmers from Japan to help develop America. But the Japanese are ambitious. When you are strong, they will be obedient. When you decline, they may bite you. Therefore, even if a large number of farmers were introduced from Japan, Marin had to be on guard. And let them intermarry with the untouchables of India, and then let them believe in Hinduism. Oh, everyone is an untouchable, and they are still rebelling against Mao. Then, Marin built a few more Hindu temples and called on believers to donate gold. Marin remembered the news that tens of billions of dollars were found in the secret room of the temple in Travancore, India in the future. Marin can call on believers to donate gold on the surface, and then secretly take the gold away. As for the statues in the temple, just brush a layer of tin sulfide similar to gold powder on the stone statues to fool the Hindus. The real gold, swallowed by yourself. Hindus have a habit of collecting gold, wearing gold, and donating gold to Hindu temples. If one day, Marin occupied India, he would definitely go to the temple to find gold. Of course, he had to find it quietly, otherwise it would anger the honest third brother. In addition, Marin also planned to introduce Hinduism to Japan. In this way, after solidifying the classes in Japan, it will be easier to rule. The IQ of Japan has been lowered by the black uncle, and it has been solidified into different classes by Hinduism. Marin does not believe that Japan has a future in the future. Moreover, Hinduism and Buddhism both originated in India. Marin can deceive the Japanese in the name of the upper-class Buddhism of Tianzhu, India. After all, Buddhism had a great influence in the Warring States period in Japan. Since both Hinduism and Buddhism originated in India, Marin can mix the fake with the real, and let Hindu monks pretend to be high monks to preach in Japan. As for the real Buddhism, it can be suppressed by force. In addition, Marin can also win over those daimyos and publicize the benefits of Hinduism to them, class solidification, safeguarding the interests of their families. Only when the class is solidified in thought, people will not resist the ruling class. Anyway, those daimyos must be of high caste. Then, those Japanese farmers must be classified as untouchables. As an untouchable, you should just work like a slave for the nobles in the future, and don't have any unrealistic ideas about getting ahead. As long as it is beneficial to the ruling class, they will definitely be happy to maintain this religious rule that is beneficial to them. Don't you see that it is already the 21st century, and the upper castes of India don't agree to be equal to the untouchables? If they are really equal, how can those upper castes act arrogantly? Therefore, for the rulers and the ruling class, Hinduism is really a good choice. It just so happens that Japan was in a war-torn era, with Buddhism, Shintoism and Confucianism coexisting, but no one side has an absolute advantage, and it is easy to be invaded and influenced. If it were the Ming dynasty where Confucianism is deeply rooted, it would not be possible to promote it. After all, Confucian scholars believe in "a gentleman does not talk about strange things." Chapter 886, The Defects of High-Carbon Steel Knives. In fact, it is not impossible to spread Hinduism in Japan. Historically, Hinduism has flourished for a period of time in Southeast Asia. In Indonesia, there have been several kingdoms that believe in Hinduism in history. Even in the 21st century, Bali, a famous tourist destination in Indonesia, is still a Hindu area. However, later Allah invaded Indonesia, and the more aggressive Allah regime completely replaced the Hindu regime in Indonesia. This also led to Indonesia becoming the world's #1 Allah country, with only Bali retaining the Hindu faith. This is enough to show that Hinduism can also be spread in other parts of the world, not just in India. As for Allah, it seems to be more popular among nomadic peoples. But in agricultural societies, it is a bit difficult to spread. Unless, like in ancient Southeast Asia, there are no powerful countries that can force them to spread. Why is this? Here we have to mention the two self-binding rules of Allah, one is the prohibition of drinking, and the other is the prohibition of eating pork. If it weren't for the prohibition of drinking, maybe Mauzi would have converted to Allah back then. But they are not allowed to eat pork. Anyway, the Han people and Germans would definitely not accept it. In an agricultural society, raising pigs is an important source of meat. Because in an agricultural society, the land is reclaimed as farmland, there is a lack of grassland, and sheep cannot be raised, and cattle are an important production material. Therefore, the main source of meat in an agricultural society is pork. If you don't allow people to eat pork, you don't allow them to eat meat. In this way, it would be strange if people in an agricultural society would believe in Allah. Unless they are conquered, for example, Indonesia was violently conquered by the fierce Allah regime. But this also brought a huge social problem to Indonesia. Indonesia is obviously an agricultural country, but it believes in Allah, which does not allow pork. The result is that Indonesia is seriously short of meat and has to import a large number of cattle and sheep from Australia every year to supplement the meat supply. Otherwise, Indonesians will not be able to eat meat. In fact, Indonesia is a country very suitable for raising pigs. Java Island has a large rice production, which can naturally provide enough rice bran and other pig feed. If you raise pigs, you can easily solve the problem of national meat supply. But Indonesia is an Allah country, and it is forbidden to eat pork, so naturally it does not raise pigs. Then, it can only import beef and mutton from Australia. Because meat relies on imports, the price of meat in Indonesia remains high, and ordinary people naturally cannot afford it. According to a report that Marin read in his previous life, the per capita meat consumption in Indonesia in 2016 was only 12.9 kilograms. In China during the same period, it was 59 kilograms. Even North Korea, which has difficulty in food supply, has 13.9 kilograms, 1 kilogram more than Indonesia. Only India is at the bottom, with a per capita meat consumption level of 4.1 kilograms, which can make Indonesia feel a little confident. And the 120 kilograms in the United States are even more incomparable. In fact, Indonesia is not poor, and its per capita GDP can be $3,570, which is several times higher than North Korea's $665. But it is because the religious rules do not allow the eating of pork that makes it difficult for people to eat meat and heavily dependent on imports. Therefore, if the reason for violent conquest is excluded, Allah can only be spread among nomadic peoples. In an agricultural society, it is easy to be resisted. For example, in Eastern Europe, Greece was occupied by Turkey for hundreds of years, but it did not convert to Allah because these two rules of Allah hindered the spread of religion. Greece is an ancient civilization and an agricultural society. You don't allow people to drink alcohol or eat pork, isn't it a hassle? Therefore, Turkey occupied the Balkan Peninsula for hundreds of years, and only the Muslims in Bosnia and Herzegovina were Allah. Other regions were not greened. Hinduism is different. Hinduism does not have these uncomfortable rules. Only the rule of not eating beef makes people feel a little uncomfortable. If it were placed in Europe, Hinduism would definitely be difficult to spread. Because Europeans like to eat beef. But in Japan, there is absolutely no such problem. Because Japan, like China, prohibits killing cattle. Even the Japanese eating beef was pioneered by Prime Minister Ito Hirobumi in the late 19th century. Then, Kobe beef was discovered. So, there is no problem in spreading Hinduism in Japan. Moreover, it can be spread from top to bottom, fully safeguarding the interests of the ruling class. Generally speaking, Hinduism is spread from top to bottom. Buddhism, on the contrary, is from the bottom up. Because Hinduism protects the interests of the ruling class, while Buddhism meets the needs of the lower class, actually, it is also a bluff. Therefore, in China, the upper class believes in Taoism, while the common people believe in Buddhism. After all, Hinduism does not conform to the interests of the lower class, and it is naturally difficult to promote it among the people. And Hinduism is very consistent with the interests of the upper rulers, so it naturally needs to be spread from top to bottom. Marin wrote down all these ideas, and after writing for a long time, he was a little dizzy. So he came to the martial arts field of the palace to watch Khan, the beast, practice martial arts. When he was free, Con usually wandered around the palace. When he had nothing to do, he would go to the martial arts field to practice martial arts, and beat sandbags and wooden stakes violently. Or lift a 200-gene stone to fly. And once Marin was about to leave the palace, Con would follow closely to protect Marin's safety. Today, when Marin came to the martial arts field to relax and watch, he happened to see Con and a guard competing with each other on horseback. The martial arts field of the palace is very small and cannot be rushed up. So, both of them rode on horses, moved forward at a low speed, and then slashed each other with sabers. Because they were both wearing full body armor, both sides did not hold back when they slashed, and they were heavy-handed. As a result, the two imitation 65-style cavalry sabers of the two collided hard. Then, both swords broke. Broken. Marin was a little stunned. This was specially made with high-carbon steel by himself, how could it break so easily? And two swords broke at once. Usually, when he slashed with iron swords made by folk blacksmiths, he would cut off the opponent's sword. But Marin quickly reacted, how could he not win when a steel sword slashed against an iron sword? But when a high-carbon steel saber slashed? It seems that high-carbon steel is hard enough, but lacks toughness. Marin remembered that many precious swords in ancient China seemed to be forged by overlapping. That is, the spine inside the blade is made of softer steel, making the blade full of toughness. However, the surface is wrapped with hard parts, making the blade sharp and hard. When fighting each other, you can cut off the opponent's sword without a gap. Or, through special treatment such as quenching, the surface strength of the sword is enhanced. In later generations, spring steel is often used to make swords, but the surface edge of the sword is carbized to enhance the strength. In this way, the sword has toughness and the blade strength is sufficient. In other words, the harder the sword, the better. Although high-carbon steel has high strength, it is not tough enough. If a high-carbon steel knife is chopped against an iron knife of lower quality, it can naturally cut off the opponent. However, if it cannot cut off the opponent's weapons, such as iron rods and heavy two-handed swords, it is easy to break by itself. Therefore, in order not to affect the combat effectiveness of the cavalry, Marin thinks that the performance level of the cavalry sword should be improved. Of course, Marin refers to improving the performance level of the cavalry sword used by his own army. As for export-type swords, high-carbon steel should continue to be used. Anyway, high-carbon steel swords are indeed much stronger than the popular cast-iron swords in Europe now, and no one will say that the quality is poor when they are sold. But the weapons used by our own army must be refined and improved. It is necessary and essential to improve the performance level. Chapter 887 New Military Knife. Marin first thought of carbon spring steel. After all, the North Sea Kingdom already has the ability to smelt the most basic carbon spring steel and can also make springs. But in the end, Marin gave up. Why? Because the output of carbon spring steel is low. It is called carbon spring steel, but it is still doped with a lot of manganese. In order to make spring steel, Marin had to import a lot of pyrolusite, manganese dioxide, from the Venetians. But the output of pyrolusite is low, and the reserves in Europe are also low. Therefore, all the spring steel made from that little manganese ore was used to make springs. If you want to make knives, it's okay to make a few fine products, but if you want to equip the army, don't even think about it. You know, in Marin's plan, the North Sea Kingdom should have tens of thousands of cavalry. The number of spring steels needed for the sabers used by so many cavalry. Anyway, Marin thinks it's unlikely. So, Marin can only think of a way with ordinary steel. Then, it's the forging technology of swords. In the current world, when it comes to knives, Japanese swords are definitely one of the best. The only thing that can compare to it is the Damascus knife made of Indian wood steel. However, wood steel is a natural pattern steel because of the good quality of the ore. After the 17th century, the iron ore for smelting wood steel was mined out, and then the Damascus knife was lost. It was not until modern times that the production of Damascus knives was restored by using new technologies to produce pattern steel. However, the patterns of ancient pattern steel were naturally generated, not carved, and the patterns on many so-called modern swords are actually artificially made. In addition to India's wood steel, which is a natural pattern steel, China and Japan have another set of methods to make artificial pattern steel. This is the stacking forging method, which is a way of wrapping hard iron with soft iron to make an artificial pattern steel sword. The so-called pattern is actually the traces formed by the superposition of the hard steel on the surface and the soft steel on the sword body due to external forging. However, the pattern steel sword made in this way is extremely complicated and takes a long time. It is said that in Japan, it takes 15 people half a year to make a top-level Japanese sword. Even if multiple Japanese swords can be processed at the same time, each swordsmith can only make 12 or 20 Japanese swords per year. Moreover, ordinary swordsmiths cannot make top-level Japanese swords, and they need senior craftsmen. Therefore, the cost of Japanese swords is very high. In later generations, a handmade Japanese sword was sold for tens of thousands of US dollars. Of course, that was a top-level samurai sword. When Japan did business with the Ming dynasty, it was not so honest that it would trade with such expensive swords. Japan itself lacked iron ore, so they all processed and made Japanese swords after smuggling Fujian iron from Fujian to Japan. Many low-level Japanese swords are actually low-end versions of simplified Japanese swords made from Fujian iron. If it is a high-end version of Japanese swords, it is not worth trading. How to make a low-end Japanese sword? It is to use the Fujian iron smuggled by Fujian, and let ordinary blacksmiths or blacksmith apprentices forge it hard to remove impurities in the iron and make it into refined iron. Then, put the red-hot iron block on the stove and continue to add fire, then cover it with charcoal and simmer it to carbonize the surface of the blade. In this way, a low-end version of the cheap Japanese sword is obtained. Fujian's Fujian iron is smelted with charcoal, and the sulfur content in it must be less than the iron smelted with coal in the north. After repeated forging by low-end Japanese blacksmiths, the refined iron obtained must be of better quality than the knives made of northern iron. Then use charcoal for surface carbonization. The Japanese sword obtained in the end must be better than the high-sulfur sword made of pig iron in the north. Then, a low-end version of the Japanese sword that is stronger than the Ming dynasty sword is obtained. But this kind of Japanese sword is very economical, and most of the middle and lower-level samurai in Japan use this low-end version of the Japanese sword. If they all use top-level Japanese swords, most of the middle and lower-level samurai in Japan can't afford it, let alone equip the army. In addition, the patterns on this low-end Japanese sword are mostly hand-carved. In World War II, the sword used by the Japanese commander, the cavalry, was not a traditional samurai sword, but a prop made with modern steel technology. In fact, the material used in the Japanese Type 32 cavalry sword, the Type 65 cavalry sword is a copy of this sword, is high-carbon steel. Therefore, although the Japanese swords during World War II were famous, their quality was far inferior to that of ancient Japanese swords. It was just that the 8th Route Army still used iron blades, which was so rare. Moreover, the capture of the command sword meant defeating the Japanese officers, which was an honor. As for the sword itself, the command sword of Japan during World War II was sprayed as an iron rod by professionals. And a kind of patterned steel that Marin knew was folded and forged with number 45 steel and 60 manganese steel. Among them, number 45 steel is the sword body, and 60 manganese is wrapped outside. And what kind of steel is number 45 steel? Looking at its label, it is obviously medium carbon steel. It seems that the barrel of the 56 and a half gun in later generations is also made of number 45 carbon steel. So, Marin decided to change the steel used for the blade to medium carbon steel. Although medium carbon steel is not as tough as low carbon steel and not as hard as high carbon steel, its performance is compromised. Moreover, Marin has another way to solve the problem of surface hardness, surface carbonizing. Medium carbon steel is used as the blade, and its toughness is better than that of high carbon steel. When encountering a strong impact, it will absorb the impact force through bending deformation and then restore its original shape. But if the surface is also medium carbon steel, it will be easy to be cut by the enemy's knife. If the stack forging method is used, the surface is wrapped with high hardness steel, and the performance is naturally higher. However, in that case, the cost will be very high. Moreover, not every blacksmith has the stack forging technology. Those who can stack forge swords are all master craftsmen. Moreover, forging is very time-consuming. But it is obviously not possible to use that method to make sabers for cavalry. Not only is the cost high, but the forging speed is also very slow. Therefore, Marin decided to adopt a compromise solution, carbonizing the surface of medium carbon steel. In addition, in quenching, advanced quenching methods that are suitable for knives are also used, rather than simple water quenching. As for how to perform surface carbonization, the Japanese charcoal stewing is not advisable. Because that carbonizing method has uneven carbonization distribution and a high scrap rate. When making Japanese swords, it is necessary to screen again to obtain qualified parts and eliminate unqualified parts. However, as a graduate of the history department, Ma Lin once saw a carbonizing method in the Ming Dynasty Science and Technology book, Heavenly Creations, that can solve the problem of uneven surface carbonization. Moreover, this method is said to be still in use today. This method is to put the formed ironware into a crucible, then cover it with stirred charcoal, fermented black beans and earth powder, and heat it outside the crucible. Charcoal and fermented black beans are carboizing agents that provide carbon elements for carburization. The earth powder is a dispersant, which makes the carburization uniform and avoids the uneven carburization caused by charcoal stewing. This carboizing method makes the carboized iron uniform and stable, and the carbon potential is very high. Marin himself does not understand what carbon potential is, anyway, it is good for carboizing. Medium carbon steel has good strength, and after this excellent carboizing technology, the blade strength must be good. It is said that Gan Jiang, a famous craftsman of the Wu state in the spring-autumn period, liked to use hair and nails as carboizing agents when casting swords. As a result, later generations came up with a misrepresented version, saying that Gan Jiang and Moi sacrificed their bodies to cast the magic sword. In fact, Gan Jiang only used hair and human nails as carboizing agents to carboize the surface of the sword. Moreover, the legendary blood sacrifice sword is probably also using blood as a carboizing agent. After all, blood is organic and contains carbon. Finally, it is the quenching process. Marin read some historical novels in his previous life and knew that there was a clever way to quench swords in ancient times, which was, bathing with the urine of 5 animals and quenching with the fat of 5 animals. The swords obtained in this way are very wear-resistant and elastic. What is the urine of the 5 animals? Actually, it is the urine of the animals. As for the fat of the 5 animals, it is naturally the fat of the animals. In ancient times, there was a legend that using horse urine to quench weapons was said to make a precious sword. In fact, if we use modern scientific viewpoints to explain, quenching with drain from 5 animals is actually salt quenching. Quenching with fat from 5 animals is actually oil quenching. Quenching with salt and oil together is double liquid quenching, which is a sophisticated way to quench swords. The quality of swords obtained by this quenching method is really top-notch. Chapter 888 New Military Knife, continued. After thinking of these techniques, Marin quickly wrote them all down in his notebook, and then went to the forging base near the city of Lille in the south to ask the craftsmen to cooperate, try new methods, and cast new sabers. Of course, first of all, Marin asked the steel mill to get a batch of medium carbon steel bars. Then, it was time to let the craftsmen responsible for making swords forge the sabers. It is not difficult to make medium carbon steel bars, because the medium carbon steel made by Marin's steel mill has been refined twice and cleaned with slag-making agents, so there are very few impurities in the steel bars, and there is no need to hammer and forge like the Oriental craftsmen to knock out the impurities inside. For the swordsmiths, they only need to work hard to hammer the medium carbon steel bars into the shape of the blade. The process of hammering is also a process of making the steel itself tighter. In later generations, in order to forge qualified aircraft wings, it is even necessary to use tens of thousands of tons of hydraulic presses to violently forge the aluminum alloy wings to make the wings strong enough. Otherwise, if the wing is not strong enough, it will cause the wings of the aircraft to fall off during flight. Therefore, the forging process is essential for making knives. Because the forging process can make the loose structure of the steel inside the original casting more compact and enhance the performance. Here we have to mention the difference between cast cannons and forged cannons. Have you seen the red cannon? The tube wall is so thick that it looks very heavy at first glance. That is because the ancient steel technology was backward and had never been forged. Although the tube wall of the ancient cannon is so thick, the chamber pressure it can withstand may not be as large as the later thinner tube wall. The rise of the German Empire relied on Krupp's steel cannon. The reason why Krupp's artillery is so powerful is that Krupp's artillery is a forged cannon that can withstand a large chamber pressure. Before the Franco-Prussian War, forged steel cannons were rare. The main artillery Napoleon cannon in the American Civil War before the Franco-Prussian War was a typical cast cannon. Krupp's artillery first used a large tonnage forging press to violently free-forge the steel column, making the internal crystal structure of the steel more compact and greatly increasing its ability to withstand chamber pressure. When the steel column was almost forged, Krupp began to drill holes with a drill. Although it became very difficult to drill holes in the forged steel column, the resulting gun barrel had greatly improved its ability to resist chamber pressure. Moreover, the artillery could also be made lighter. Otherwise, if it was still cast, it would need to be as thick and heavy as the red cannon. Then, the French army, which still used cast cannons, was beaten to a pulp by the Krupp forged cannons of the Prussian army. Then, forged cannons became popular in Europe, and cast cannons withdrew from the stage of history. In order to improve the metal properties of the blade and plate armor, at the beginning, the steel bars were actually sent to the hydraulic forging hammer on the artificial reservoir for strong forging. Then, the medium carbon steel bars forged by the hydraulic forging hammer would be hammered by the knife casters with a blacksmith hammer to adjust their appearance. After all, hydraulic forging hammers are very rough, and sometimes they will deform the steel bars too much. Therefore, blacksmiths need to adjust the shape by heating and forging. As the knife makers forged, the steel bars were hammered more and more like knives. When the blade is basically formed, it is the carbonizing stage. Marin specially brought his own soybean paste made from soybeans produced in America, and combined with charcoal and soil, he began the process of solid carbonizing on the surface of the blade, which is called stewed steel method. After several hours of simmering in the crucible, Marin felt that the carbonizing was almost done, and then he started salt quenching and oil quenching. Marin still used horse urine for salt quenching. After all, although it was salt quenching, Marin didn't know whether there were other ingredients in horse urine that were good for swords. Therefore, when salt quenching, Marin used horse urine directly, but in order to enhance the effect, he also added salt to the horse urine to make the salt concentration higher and enhance the effect. As for oil quenching, it must be whale oil that cannot be eaten. Marin has a lot of that stuff, so he doesn't feel bad about using it. Now, there are 5 whaling teams in Newfoundland, and they often kill whales. If Marin hadn't limited the number of whales they killed, it is estimated that those whaling teams would have killed knife whales every day. After all, there are very few fleets in the world that kill whales, and the fishery resources in the Newfoundland fishing grounds are so rich that there are many whales eating small fish here, and they can't be caught. After going through untold hardships to get the test version of the new saber, Marin couldn't wait to give it to the guards to test the effect. There are 3 new sabers made this time, one for slashing with the high-carbon steel saber, and the other for slashing with this grandma's ordinary European iron knife. As a result, Marin was pleasantly surprised to find that the new saber that had been complicatedly processed was indeed extraordinary. The result of slashing with the high-carbon steel saber was that the high-carbon steel knife broke, but the new saber was cut into a gap. After all, the hardness of high-carbon steel knives is very high. When they were slashing, the high-carbon steel knives were easy to break, but the new sabers bounced back after bending, and they didn't break after all, but were cut by the hard blade of the high-carbon steel knife. And when they slashed against the traditional European iron knives, they naturally won a great victory, completely crushing them. The new saber not only cut the ordinary iron knife, but also only had a scratch-like mark on itself. After testing, the new saber retained the advantages of the high hardness of the old high-carbon steel knives, but at the same time the toughness of the blade was greatly enhanced. It was able to win when slashing against the high-carbon steel knives. It's natural to say nothing of the iron knives of the current era in Europe. Con, who was in charge of the test, suddenly had bright eyes and snatched the 3rd saber that had not been tested as his own sword. After all, for a general, a precious sword is very attractive. Marin shook his head, and he didn't snatch the knife from Con. After all, this new saber, strictly speaking, is just a low-cost compromise product. It is a common product widely used in cavalry, not a fine product. In fact, if Marin wants a precious sword, he can send people to Japan to hire senior swordsmiths to forge a new sword for him using the stacking forging method. What's more, India's natural pattern steel wood steel has not been discontinued yet. If you want a precious sword, go to India and buy a batch of wood steel. Oh, I almost forgot that I can buy some wood steel when I send a fleet to India this time. Marin slapped his head and quickly sent someone to notify the trade representative Draka, who was preparing to go to India, ordering him to purchase a batch of natural pattern steel wood steel after going to India, and then use it to forge a precious sword. Natural wood steel, coupled with Marin's advanced carbonizing and quenching methods, will definitely produce a high-level precious sword. Of course, the precious sword made of wood steel is definitely a benefit for Marin and the noble officers. As for ordinary cavalry, it is better to use a new saber specially treated with medium carbon steel. Anyway, it is much better than the ordinary iron swords in Europe. Moreover, it has a little advantage over the high-carbon steel swords. In fact, the high-carbon steel saber can be considered a precious sword compared to the iron swords of this era in Europe. Chapter 889, The Englishman. Probably because of the excellent performance of the new saber, Bremer, the chief craftsman of the forging plant, requested that this technology be applied to other weapons, such as the two-handed sword and battle axe commonly used by knights. Marin thought about it and agreed to the request to use the new technology on the two-handed sword, but disagreed to use the new technology on the battle axe. Because, to put it bluntly, the use of medium carbon steel as the main body of the sword is to enhance the toughness of the slender sword and avoid breaking. But the battle axe does not have a slender blade or sword body at all, only the head uses some steel. Moreover, the base of the battle axe is very thick, not as thin as a sword. This is because, in addition to chopping, the battle axe also has the function of smashing people. The back half of the axe is a bit thick, and there is no worry about breaking. Therefore, for the axe head of the battle axe, it only needs to be hard. Therefore, the battle axe continues to use high-carbon steel as the material. Of course, new technologies can be used in carboizing and quenching, but medium-carbon steel is not used. In addition, for the plate armor produced by the North Sea Forge, Marin also approved the use of new carboizing and quenching methods to improve its performance. Moreover, the new carboizing and quenching methods were kept strictly confidential by Marin as a state secret. Those who leaked them would not only be executed, but their families would also be exiled. After testing, the high-carbon steel plate armor was much more effective after surface carboizing. Although it still cannot stop the damage of heavy lead bullets, it can reduce the damage a lot and reduce the degree of injury to the wounded. In fact, Marin intends to use Harvey armor as the main material for plate armor in the future. Harvey armor, also known as Harvey nickel steel armor, is carboized on the surface of nickel steel to greatly improve the strength of the armor. Nickel steel itself has good toughness, so the toughness and strength of the armor obtained are very good. Marin even plans to use nickel steel to make sabers in the future. After all, Marin now owns Cuban laterite nickel mines, which are full of nickel. Speaking of this Harvey nickel steel armor, it is actually the armor made by American Harvey using nickel steel made by the French and surface carboized. And why can the French make nickel steel? It is because the French occupy another important nickel-producing area in the world, New Caledonia. New Caledonia became a French colony in 1853, and then the French discovered huge reserves of nickel on the island. How much nickel is there on New Caledonia? Its nickel reserves are the highest in the world, accounting for 25% of the world's total, and the annual output of nickel metal is about 30,000 tons. This is not steel, but expensive nickel metal. Compared with Cuba, it is less than half of them. Of course, compared with other countries, Cuba's nickel reserves are still very large. Moreover, nickel steel has good corrosion resistance and can be rust-free for a long time. If chromium is added, it is the legendary stainless steel. In fact, if chromite can be found, Marin will not use nickel steel, but stainless steel directly. The surface of stainless steel is carboized, which is very good. In later generations, many knives are made of stainless steel. But the problem is that Marin doesn't know what chromite looks like. The reason why Cuban nickel ore can be found is because Cuban nickel ore is laterite nickel ore. Laterite is easy to find and very conspicuous. But chromite. Marin suddenly wondered why he didn't study prospecting in his previous life. Moreover, with stainless steel, you can use stainless steel skin to wrap the bottom of the ship, so that it is not afraid of the gnaw of sea maggots. If the sea maggots dare to gnaw, they must break their teeth. Moreover, it can also enhance the ability to resist wind and waves. You know, nowadays, sea ships have to be overhauled after each voyage, and even many woods on the bottom of the ship need to be replaced. Why? Because during the voyage, the bottom of the ship is corroded by sea maggots and damaged by waves. In addition, seawater also has a certain corrosive effect. After wrapping the stainless steel skin, the ship does not need to be overhauled every time it sails. Because sea maggots can't gnaw, and seawater can't beat the stainless steel skin. In this way, such a ship is not afraid of being corroded by sea maggots when it is moored in a saltwater port. Unlike now, seaports are generally at the mouth of freshwater rivers, or simply inside freshwater rivers. It seems that I have to urge Wilts. Marin thought. At the same time, he decided to recruit more prospecting experts to go to Moa, Cuba, to help Wilts prospect for minerals, and at the same time find the legendary chromite with a reserve of 1 million tons. As long as the chromite is found, stainless steel can be born. After returning from the forging base, Marin had not had time to rest before he received a report from Kohler. The English secret envoy asked for an audience. The English secret envoy was not Marin's subordinate, and his subordinates were not called messengers. This secret envoy was sent by King Edward of England. Moreover, since it was a secret envoy, there must be some important and shady confidential matters to discuss. Marin then made up, left from the side door of the palace, and quietly met with Edward's secret envoy in the villa area in the east of the city where his parents lived. As Marin guessed, Edward really had a very confidential matter to discuss with him. What to discuss? How to annex Scotland. Of course, for now, the most important thing is how to kill King James IV of Scotland. Edward did not dare to execute James IV directly. After all, Scotland is an independent kingdom generally recognized in Europe, and James IV is also one of the few kings in Europe. If Edward killed him, it might cause public outrage. Although England was isolated overseas and was not afraid of other people's opinions, it was still a troublesome matter after all. Therefore, Edward decided to plot to kill James IV. Before that, Edward asked Scotland for a ransom of 1,000,000 gold coins. After all, the King of Scotland, including the main army, was captured, and naturally a large amount of ransom was needed. However, the number of 1,000,000 gold coins was too scary. Scotland is a poor country in the north. It is not only cold, but also mainly highlands. The population is only 500,000. In fact, after Edward captured James IV, as well as tens of thousands of Scottish troops and tens of thousands of civilians, Scotland was in urgent need of young and strong men, which affected Scotland's agriculture. Therefore, Scotland could not afford so much ransom. Not to mention 1,000,000, even 500,000 gold coins could not be taken out. Of course, Edward did not really want the money. His real purpose was to annex the Kingdom of Scotland. Now, although James IV is married to Margaret, the daughter of Henry VII, they have no children so far. Historically, James IV's first child was born in 1507, but in this life, he was captured in 1506, so naturally he had no children. Moreover, both of James IV's brothers have died and left no offspring. Therefore, as long as James IV is murdered, Scotland will have no legitimate monarch and heir. There may be distant relatives, but the distant relatives will definitely fight for the throne. Moreover, Edward and Marin had already discussed it. If James IV died unexpectedly, they would announce to the outside world that James IV had given the throne to him during his lifetime, and then forge a will, and send troops to Edinburgh to annex Scotland. However, there is a prerequisite, that is, James IV cannot die at the hands of Edward, nor can he die in the UK. Otherwise, no one believes that James IV will give the throne to Edward. Chapter 890, Borrowing a Knife to Kill and Borrowing Soldiers. As for how to make people believe that James IV will pass the throne to Edward, this is easy to do. Just learn from what Maximilian I did when he and King Vladislav II of Bohemia competed for the throne of Hungary. At the beginning, after the death of King Matthias I of Hungary, Maximilian I and King Vladislav II of Bohemia competed for the throne of Hungary. But in the end, Maximilian I made concessions. However, while making concessions, he asked that if Vladislav II had no offspring, the Kingdom of Hungary, including the throne of the Kingdom of Bohemia, would belong to the Habsburg family, and Vladislav II agreed and signed the agreement. At the beginning, this agreement was regarded as a fig leaf for Maximilian I to regain his face after losing the competition. But unexpectedly, later, Vladislav II's son Lajos II was beaten to death by the Turks. Then, the Habsburg family took advantage of the situation and obtained the vast Kingdom of Hungary and the Kingdom of Bohemia, which also laid the foundation for the Austro-Hungarian Empire in later generations. At the beginning, when he was in England, Marin offered this strategy to Edward, and Edward also adopted it. Then, Edward also asked James IV to sign an agreement with him, stipulating that if the Scottish royal family died out, the throne would be inherited by Edward. However, when Edward forced James IV to agree, James IV also put forward his own requirements. He asked that this agreement must wait until he returned to Scotland safely before it could take effect. Otherwise, the agreement would be invalid. Obviously, James IV was afraid that Edward would kill him. Moreover, he guessed right. Edward suddenly felt a little tricky. The other party required that the agreement would take effect only after returning to the Kingdom of Scotland, which meant that he could not do anything in England. However, after leaving England and entering Scotland, he was out of reach, so how could he do it? Then, there was only one possibility left: let Marin do it. Why let Marin do it? Because Marin's fiefdom Northumberland borders Scotland. James II's condition was to return to the Kingdom of Scotland. Okay, let you return to your country, but after crossing the border, you will be in Scotland. If you are attacked by Marin's men just after crossing the border, it doesn't seem to violate the conditions. Moreover, Edward knew that Marin definitely had the strength. In fact, in addition to requiring that the treaty take effect only after he returned to his country, James IV also asked Edward not to force him to hand over Queen Margaret. At the same time, he also asked him to take away 50 Scottish knights to protect his safety. In this way, even if Edward sent assassins to assassinate him after entering the Kingdom of Scotland, it would not work. After all, the Scottish knights are not vegetarians. It can be said that James IV even thought of the loophole that Edward sent people to assassinate him after he returned to his country, which made Edward helpless. Finally, Edward got ruthless. Even if you bring 50 knights to protect your safety, I will send Marin to send out a large army to attack you, so it's useless for you to have 50 knight bodyguards. Moreover, Marin may not even need to send out a large army, but only a team of elite soldiers. As for the leader, Edward admired Con, the humanoid monster. Edward had seen Con's fighting ability. Even when facing knights, Con could beat several alone, not to mention ordinary soldiers. As long as Con led a team of elite soldiers to quietly kill, the 50 Scottish knights could not save James IV even if they died. Therefore, Edward sent a secret envoy to Marin this time, hoping that Marin would send a team of elite soldiers to kill James IV in Scotland. And the leader of the team, it is best to be Con, the humanoid Gundam. In this way, it can be guaranteed that James IV will be killed steadily. As long as James IV enters Scotland, the agreement will take effect. Once James IV is killed, Edward can become the King of Scotland according to the agreement. Of course, the premise is that the killing is successful, and there must be no evidence left to prove that it was done by the English. Therefore, it is impossible to send out the army, because even a fool would know that it was Edward who did it. The reason why James IV wanted 50 knights to protect him when he returned to the country was to make sure that Edward did not dare to use the army blatantly. If the army was not used, 50 knights would be enough to protect his safety. Because the assassin was completely looking for trouble in front of 50 knights wearing full sets of plate armor. However, James IV overlooked Con, a humanoid Gundam. If Con wore a full set of plate armor and charged with a mace, ordinary knights would not be able to stop him. Therefore, Con did not need to bring many people, as long as he brought a team of elite knights to lurk into Scotland, he could kill James IV. This was Edward's first request, to send Con and a team of elite knights to intercept and kill James IV. In this way, it can be regarded as killing with a borrowed knife. Borrow Con, the sharpest knife under Marin, to kill James IV. In addition, Edward had another request, that is, to borrow troops. After defeating Henry VII and ascending the throne, Edward actually trained more than 10,000 British troops as his own trusted troops. However, a few days ago, in order to test the combat effectiveness of the army, Edward dispatched 10,000 British troops to have a friendly exchange with the 5th Legion of Sivag, which Marin had placed in England. Then, Edward's more than 10,000 royal troops were beaten to a pulp by Sivag's 5th Legion. There was no way. Edward's army was mainly composed of those from the old British army. Moreover, the elite of Yuan-Hsien were destroyed because they defected to Henry VII, or they could not get Edward's trust. The officers who could get Edward's trust were either those who had been frustrated in the past, or simply newcomers. Although Henry VII was ruthless, he was a wise monarch. Most of those who were frustrated in the army in the past were actually straw bags. Edward reused these people, so naturally he could not train a powerful army, even if Sivag helped him. At present, Marin has 2 legions stationed in England, the 4th Legion is stationed in Northumberland, and the commander is Sakara. In order to ensure Edward's safety, the 5th Legion is stationed in London, and the commander is the former West Frisian general Sivag. Edward once tried to win over Sivag. After all, Sivag was not a direct descendant of Marin, but a later defector. However, Sivag was an old fox and did not agree, but waited and watched. Although he helped Edward train his troops at Edward's request, he did not give his all, but was reserved. In addition, the various bad habits of the Old English army were difficult to overcome, and the officers were too incompetent, so when they competed with the 5th Legion, they were immediately beaten. This was still light. If they competed with the stronger 4th Legion, they would probably lose faster. Not to mention the confrontation with Marin's 1st Legion. So, Edward was hit and lost his confidence. Moreover, even if he succeeded in killing James IV, Edward would definitely march to Edinburgh if he wanted to get the throne of Scotland. Otherwise, the rebellious Scots would definitely not recognize him as an Englishman as king, and they would resist even if there was an agreement. To put it bluntly, that agreement was for diplomacy, and it blocked the mouths of European countries in order to obtain diplomatic recognition. But if you really want to be the King of Scotland, you have to conquer Scotland with the army. Although most of the Scottish army was captured, there are still troops in the country. In particular, after the defeat, it is said that Scotland mobilized the whole country and trained many new soldiers. Although they are new soldiers, they can still guard several strong cities such as Edinburgh and Glasgow. In addition, Edward's royal army lost confidence after being beaten by Sivag's 5th Legion, which made Edward lose confidence in conquering Scotland. Therefore, Edward's second request was to ask Marin to send another legion to help destroy the Kingdom of Scotland. Although Marin has 2 legions in England, he must leave 1 legion to help guard London. Otherwise, Edward is afraid. After all, England is not so stable now. Edward started a killing spree. Although he eliminated many opposition nobles, he made too many enemies and had enemies everywhere. Moreover, who knows what forces those nobles who were killed have left secretly. If London was not protected by a large army, Edward would not know that his enemies would unite and take the opportunity to rise up and kill him. Therefore, Edward planned to rely mainly on Marin's army to attack Scotland. The reward is that Marin will get one more Scottish county. After all, it is Scottish land, not English land, and Edward did not feel bad at all when he promised it. Anyway, there are more than a dozen counties in Scotland. Giving Marin one more county, Marin will get a small share, and he will still get the big share.